seeing firsthand how some fashion businesses make women feel. And I think there's one thing, you know, being really vocal and being an Instagram activist and talking about something, there's a difference than putting your money where your mouth is and really trying to do something about the problem. And that's what I did with that business. It was about, how do I take everything that I know and I've learned and actually do the opposite? And I think that as a young Black female entrepreneur, the only thing that I could do was what I know from my experience. And the honest truth is, I didn't set out to create a company that was like deeply rooted in the principles of inclusivity and diversity. I set out to make a company that was right for me and my friends. And I knew that if I had a problem, chances are somebody else does. And I think that's where so many businesses are, you know, created, when you're solving a problem that's real for you and therefore real for the consumer.
I'm David Weston. Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
Done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
What's the all-new Wall Street Week? More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Ways on the heartbeat of the tech
spread across global markets.
Real-time data as
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure. Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the
Well, welcome back to our special coverage of the U.S. election. Donald Trump closing in on the presidency after wins in key battleground states. He's taken Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, the electoral vote count. So far, Trump 267, Harris 224. Now, Donald Trump thanks supporters, calling the result, quote, a political victory that our country's never seen before.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. Help our country heal. We have a country that
on Pennsylvania. People, once that became a Trump state, and very obviously a Trump state, well, then it essentially left Kamala Harris really no option, no path to the White House at that point. I do want to point out as well that Republicans took the Senate back, the first time in 4 years that happened. They needed 2 seats. Jim Justice won Senator Joe Manchin's Virginia seat that he retired from. And also, of course, Bernie Moreno, he took Senator Sherrod Brown's chair, the Senate Banking Committee chair, we all know him as. He took his seat in Ohio as well. So that's all going to help Donald Trump, assuming that he does become indeed the 47th president of the United States, get things like cabinet positions filled, get perhaps more justices, more judges on courts, and so on. I do want to point out some notes of caution that we are getting from Wall Street, though. TD pointing out that Wall Street is trading this as if it's a red sweep. But Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy, we know him well, he says, Don't underestimate a Republican Senate's ability to hamstring even Trump. There will be a variety of Republican free agents unbeholden to Trump. He cites the likes of Senator Susan Collins of Maine and Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, among others.
So much great reporting there, of course, on the ground in the U.S. Von Quinn. Now, let's also get the view from the other side of the world with Stephen Engel, Bloomberg's chief North Asia correspondent. He's joining us from a major trade show. Hi, Stephen. What's China's reaction to the election? And what people are saying at the biggest import expo where you're at?
It is absolutely on the minds of most of the people here that I've spoken to. We are here in front of a lot of the agricultural booths from the United States, representing U.S. rice, potatoes, meat, California wines, and Washington cherries. And there's mixed opinions, obviously, but surely agricultural products are in the mix, in particular if Donald Trump follows through on if he is in fact elected president and becomes president in January. That specter of 60% across the board tariffs on Chinese imports to the United States could have or spark another trade war. That is obviously on the minds of people here as China finds ways to retaliate against that. We might be getting ahead of ourselves.
bunch of these, going back to the 2017, first Trump administration tax law. A lot of those are expiring. A lot of those provisions are set to expire. And so we know that's going to be front and center on the agenda. If there is a Republican House, Senate, and White House, that tax overhaul debate is likely to look a lot different than if there is a Democratic House. So then you would see, maybe do they just, extend the current, tax, the 2017 tax breaks, and just extend them for a period of time? Or, do they get sort of, does Trump sort of become a deal maker in some way if he does have to deal with a divided government? All stuff that we'll be watching for.
One thing that I find it fascinating is just the composition and what we've gotten so far. Danny, to me, the fact that the GOP defeated banking chairman Sherrod Brown in Ohio, this raises a question about deregulation, especially at a time where you see banks absolutely flying on the verdict that we've gotten so far.
Well, you get both deregulation and higher yields helping banks. Lori Calvasine of RBC basically made all of her strategists put together a note and say, what is the biggest risk? What is the biggest thing you're looking for in a Trump? Nearly every single one of them said deregulation and said banks. But on the campaign trail, nothing was said about the banking sector. So this is a case of the market really running with the narrative.
Then this is where the argument comes in, which is the banks have already flown higher. On the third quarter results, you had the NIMs driving the banks rather than the deregulation. This is cherry on the top in terms of the propulsion of the banks upwards this morning. Just look at some of them, 5% on JP Morgan. You're looking even at the regional banks as well. So this is about what happens with Basel III, the end game, and this happens what happens with regulation.
So, Kay, just quickly here, how much control already does Donald Trump have to get his agenda through, given the fact he does have the Senate that will have a lot to do with confirmations, a lot of potentially any appointees? How much does he need that majority in the House?
Well, I mean, the House could stop, that would be the sort of stopping block for a Trump agenda. It's likely to be a very, very House, but in the House, the majority rules, and it is Democrats that would be a stopping block for the Trump agenda to
Lisa, again, it looks like ground zero for some of the currency pain might be dollar MEX out down 2.8%. But you do just see this currency volatility dropping across the board because we have a certain result.
So George Cervelis of Deutsche Bank came out with this. We move our year-end euro-dollar forecast down to 105. That's not such a far cry. If you take a look at what's happening today, I believe right now it's at 107, massive move. Even without control of Congress, a Trump victory would be decidedly dollar bullish via the impact of tariffs. One thing I find notable in all of the notes that are coming across Wall Street right now, there is a sense of a competing question. Is it tariffs? Is it immigration? Which is going to really drive things? You have TD Securities really honing in on what could happen with immigration, talking about the potential for slower growth and higher inflation. People are going to be sussing this out for a long time to come.
It's going to take time to understand exactly what the policy is. As Derek just said, he thinks it's going to be a straight blanket 10% and then ratchet after that. We know that Trump has history on this, which is saying one thing and executing another, and perhaps stepping back if the markets react viciously. The question is, how much more impact will this have on China if you go for 10%, if you go for 50%? The risk is this: UBS have it in as if they go for 60% tariff on all of Chinese imports, you're looking at growth dropping by over 50%. And this is what it forces the Chinese to do more stimulus in their own backyard. And that is more fiscal support. And that is the kind of counterbalance to the argument.
Again, I go back to the fact, though, that Mexico is perhaps more vulnerable. They are closer to an American trade partner than China is, not to mention all of these companies who just moved their international supply chains to Mexico to try to prevent this very thing from happening.
So the theory right now is just that China is filtering products through Mexico. And that is the fear. We'll have to see how this works out. There's a lot of time before inauguration, and I'm sure we'll get some more color about what the willingness is.
That is perhaps the understatement of the century. We definitely have more to comb through. We'll get more into the politics next on your election 2024 coverage.
What to go well like Obia, the Catboy, the Akili. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Maybe. Yeah, the phone we were on there.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherry Young in Tokyo. And I'm Heidi Stradlot here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
We've been waiting for this moment. The opportunity of the century.
Join us on Bloomberg BA3, weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Content changes everything.
Friday, so before Friday, no later.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We're basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
It's your continuing coverage of the election 2024. Danny Berger with Manus Cranny and Lisa Abramowitz in New York. The risk is bid this morning, and it has been for much of the past few hours. Just look at Russell 2000 futures, a great encapsulation of the Trump trade, up 6.3%, rallying to the highest since November of 2021. Meanwhile, bond yields higher across the curve, but it is a bear steepening. We are witnessing 30-year yields up 18 basis points. We get $25 billion on auction today, Manis, of those 30 years.
Yeah, just what is the tipping point and when does the bond market choke in terms of the fiscal policy? This is all to play for. Let's dig a little bit more into the results. We have our Bloomberg senior editor, Joe Sobchak, now in Washington. We know the Senate. We're waiting on Congress. I think the latest is only 3 of the 22 battleground calls have been made. So when are we going to know the rest of these? And is this going to take a considerable length of time?
Well, it could take some time because California will be sort of the tipping point. There were several competitive races there that will be decisive in who will have the majority in the House. Historically, California has taken some time, up to a week, to get all their votes counted, given how big the state is, and that will be only exacerbated by the fact that a lot of these races are very close. However, I would point out that there were a lot of predictions that the presidential race would not be known for some time, so we may yet get a bit of a surprise here.
Joe, how much are you watching with respect to only 3 of the 22 up for grabs House seats that have been called so far? Which are the next that you're looking for tea leaves about whether it is a true red sweep?
Well, I think there are a few outstanding in the Midwest, but again, it's going to be the California races that there are Republicans who are running in districts that Joe Biden won in 2020. So that will be the decisive points for the election, and I think that we can. Who are being challenged.
Performed in many areas. How much do we understand that? GOP?
Well, you know, it is interesting. He did outperform expectations and his 2016 and 2020 and some of 2016 as well. But there has been a bit of ticket splitting going on, as we're seeing in Arizona. With Rupert Gallego looking to be victorious, even though Trump is leading in the state. But it certainly helped unseat Sherrod Brown in Ohio. That was going to be an uphill climb anyway, but he had defied gravity previously in a very Republican state. And we're seeing some of the House races in New York that were expected to flip. Did not. The Democrats did gain a few there, but not nearly as many as they had expected.
Joe, thank you very much for that update. That is Joe Sobchak in Washington, D.C. Coming up, leaders from around the world congratulate former President Trump as he inches closer to a victory. We'll have the details for you next.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Technology.
We are very focused on playing one game and one game only, and that is being free, frictionless entertainment for consumers. But what I will say is we are doubling down on the strategy. We believe it's working. We think the tailwind's in our favor, and it's on us to continue to deliver.
Whenever you're doing something innovative that hasn't been done before, there's a lot of trial and error and iteration. It just always has these zigs and zags along the way. And I think where we've been successful is really being reactive.
Hollywood is the history of technology. Like, we are here because of a technological breakthrough, right? And so we sometimes forget that art and technology kind of like come together always. And for us, it's like demystifying a little bit the technology. Again, if you understand AI as a tool for humans, then it changes the narrative. And it's less about hearing it and more about embracing it.
Don't miss Bloomberg Technology, live every weekday.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Danny Berger alongside Manus Cranny and Lisa Abramowitz in New York. Let's get you some front page news, a look at what's making headlines around the world. And we start with the BBC. Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that he looks forward to working with Donald Trump. Starmer says that the UK-US special relationship will continue to prosper on both sides. Lisa.
Yeah, next up, let's take a look at what's going on in Israel. Next up, in the Jerusalem Post, Benjamin Netanyahu calling Donald Trump's election victory, quote, history's greatest comeback. He says it is a new beginning for America.
Yeah,
and Manus, it is a recommitment to the alliance between Israel and the U.S. A lot of people wondering what this means for that relationship.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are questioning what it means for a number of hot conflicts around the world. Bloomberg leads with Bitcoin, jumping to a record high as Trump heads to victory. Investors expect friendlier U.S. crypto rules under his administration. Bitcoin is viewed by many as the so-called Trump trade. Will it be a strategic fund for Bitcoin? That's the question.
I have to say, Bitcoin really closely all night tracked what the betting markets were doing, and it got it right this time.
Yeah, well, here's the issue. That basically this is a presidential candidate and now potentially or likely president who talked about United States as the crypto capital of the planet and deregulating this industry. He raised a lot of money from them, so a lot of people focusing on just how much higher it could potentially go.
Yeah, one of the cleanest trades really for Trump and trying to price that out. Okay, coming up, we're going to break down some more of this market reaction. We're going to be speaking to State Street's Marvin Lowe as risk assets, well bid, and bonds are sold.
One of the institutions you've been very philanthropic with is your alma mater, Harvard. But recently, you've been very public about your criticism of the way Harvard handled the events of October 7th and their aftermath. Could you talk about that now?
The first reaction of a group of 34 Harvard student clubs on the morning after October 7th was to put out a statement saying that Israel was 100% responsible for the acts of Hamas. And my view on that was, that's ridiculous. You can come out and say, look, I'm very unhappy about Israel's treatment of Palestinians in the West Bank, or you can say, we can talk about Gaza Strip, but you can't support terrorists, and particularly terrorists that rape and pillage and murder and burn and take hostages. Well, I got a text from a CEO in my industry. He's like, Bill, the people at Harvard. I'd like to know who the students are behind these clubs, so I'd make sure I don't inadvertently hire them. So I tweeted out at that point, and caused a bit of a firestorm, and I got a lot of pushback. Why are you taking on the students? You can't hide behind a corporate entity if you're going to support terrorism.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons deliver news, insight, and analysis live every trading day. Balance of Power live around the world every weekday, only on Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
From our global headquarters in New York, welcome to continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Danny Berger with Manus Cranny and Lisa Abramowitz. So President Trump all but clinching the victory, 267 electoral votes, 3 shy of 270. We heard from the former President Trump basically declaring victory. We have yet to hear from Harris, but this market, Lisa, happy to trade in the Trump presidency.
Well, and basically it's been building all night, and the Trump trades are pretty much what we expected them to be. Take a look at that dollar. The Bloomberg US dollar index surging the most at one point since March 2020 at the height of the pandemic, up 1.3%, surging versus the euro, surging versus the yen, surging versus the Mexican peso. Yields also climbing 18 basis points, the 30-year yield 4.6%. How much do we see this continue in a time that people are really wondering about the 1-2 punch of tariffs and then potentially immigration and what that means to potential growth and inflation? Bitcoin, the proxy, as you were saying, surging to a record high of 73,557. This might be the crypto capital of the world, according to Donald Trump, and Russell 2000 futures rising almost 6% to a new record high. If you take a look at what's going on with specific names, there's one in focus. It is Tesla. It is ripping. It is tearing up the screen, up more than 12%, up now almost 15%, as Elon Musk likely will have a main seat in the White House, at least as an advisor to President Trump. And then if you take a look at the bank stocks, wow. If you take a look at the big banks, they're doing great. If you look at the smaller banks, they're doing even better. JP Morgan, Bank of America, both up 6 to 7 to 8%, and then Citizens and Regions both up more than 8%, nearly 9%. Danny, this is everything that people thought would come to fruition. The question is how long it will last.
Because it's everything people thought would come to fruition, which means that they front run a lot of these moves. Heading into today, a lot of these things were already bid, and they're being bid even more, which begs the question, can it really last?
Well, especially given the fact that Stuart Kaiser of Citi basically says this equity rally, this risk rally will work unless there is one potential risk, or two, but this is the main one, a further surge in bond term premium. That could curtail some of the risk appetite. We've heard that from Priya Misra over at JP Morgan as well. That's what people are looking for. When does this hit a tipping point where suddenly people say the risk reward is becoming uneven across markets?
Well, already for international markets, a stronger dollar is already a problem, Manus.
Look, it depends which capital of the world that you're waking up in this morning. From a security point of view, you're waking up. We have a redhead. It is called, let's interrupt ourselves. It's official. Donald Trump has been elected president of the United States. Multiple networks are calling this. He has taken over 270 in the Electoral College. That is the breaking news headline. Donald Trump is the president of the United States of America 2024.
Yeah, we were expecting this, just to give you a sense, just to repeat the comments that he had last night when he did, or this morning, early this morning, at his headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. We are going to help our country heal. We have yet to hear from Kamala Harris, Danny, and that, I think, is one key question as we go forward.
It also did not take too long before these results started running in that Kamala Harris said, I will not be speaking tonight. It was two vastly different moods of celebrating in the Trump camp. And again, it was a market that Manis really was willing to price that in early, and it paid off.
Look, he talks about reinstating the golden age of America, make America great again, fix our borders for every citizen. It was a speech of breadth. I mean, it was a speech for everybody. He praised the MAGA movement as well. So it was a very, very extensive, broad-ranging West Palm Beach. But let's get to Trump headquarters now. Tyler Kendall is standing by in West Palm Beach in Florida. So we heard from the now president, the next president of the United States of America, a little bit earlier. The question is how much more emboldened he might become. They have the Senate. We wait to hear about the House. But the reaction in Palm Beach tonight, Tyler.
Yeah, hey, Manis. So I was here earlier at the Palm Beach Convention Center where now President-elect Donald Trump declared victory. You noted some of his comments at the top there. He told his supporters that he is leading the, quote, greatest political movement of all time. He then ended his comments with a bid seeking unity, urging Americans to get past their disagreements. However, he did do kind of his signature, what he calls the weave, hitting multiple issues. Notably, didn't hit too much on the economy, which we do know is the #1 issues for voters this election cycle. His vice presidential candidate, now his vice presidential elect J.D. Vance, did join him on stage. He did end his remarks with the economy. You also said it there when we are talking about what a future Trump presidency looks like. He can't do any of his agenda without buy-in from Congress. That is why it is so critical that Republicans were able to flip the Senate last night. The House still too close to call. However, we do know that House Speaker Mike Johnson is still here in Palm Beach. He touched down late last night, coming in from Louisiana when the votes started to come in. And we know he's spending his days making inroads with the Trump campaign.
Tyler, it was an outperformance by Trump in many regards. And early, a couple hours ago, shall we say, early in the morning hours, you get the swing states starting to move to Trump too, Pennsylvania being one of the more noted ones. When we look back at this campaign in the period, how will we reflect on the polls and the results we got?
Yeah, exactly, Danny. So Pennsylvania in particular, right? We saw Vice President Kamala Harris focus her entire last day before Election Day. Their former now President-elect, I have to get used to saying that, President-elect Donald Trump doing 2 stops there before Election Day. But our Bloomberg News Morning Consult polling repeatedly told us that the economy would be a motivating factor for voters. And if I can, I just want to pull from some of the exit polls that we trust, finding that 48% of those surveyed on Election Day today were concerned about the cost of gas, 51% concerned about the cost of housing. When our Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll consistently told us that former President-elect Donald Trump was polling better when it came to voter confidence on the economy compared to Kamala Harris, those were the types of statistics that we know that the Trump campaign was trying to capitalize on, and might give us some insights into what ultimately propelled him, particularly in these battleground states. There's a Bloomberg analysis looking at kind of an uneven recovery when it comes to post-pandemic economies in these battleground states, and how that could have played a role in how those voters were resonating the 2 different messages from the campaign.
Tyler, there's also a demographics question here. There's been a huge divide between men and women, with men disproportionately voting for Donald Trump and women disproportionately voting for Kamala Harris. You've seen Donald Trump pick up some votes with people of color in a number of different places, particularly men. Do we have any sense, and I realize it's still early days, but do we have any sense of how that broke down in terms of turnout, in terms of any shifts for now President-elect Donald Trump?
Right. Well, Lisa, we do know that since we were expecting such a big gender divide, that the Trump campaign was really trying to target these young male voters, which actually normally turn out at lower propensities. They're less likely to vote, partly because our polling shows us that they are more weary of the institutions that they are being asked to participate in. But we really saw the Trump campaign go in all in on them. For example, going on podcasts, clinching that last minute endorsement from Joe Rogan, sort of bids like that to try to bring them into his campaign. It does remain to be seen as we start to get these results in where those final gender divides and gaps land. But we do know that this was one area in particular that the Trump campaign was trying to harness, and it appears it helped him out.
Tyler, appreciate it. That is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall reporting live from the Trump campaign headquarters. Again, to reiterate, Trump has surpassed 270 of electoral votes, the necessary number he needs to win. The battleground state that tipped him over the edge, multiple outlets just calling Wisconsin in Trump's favor. This is an outcome that had been expected ever since Trump overtook Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania. And it is a market reaction, Manis, that is not moving that much after it already was, because this is what we expected.
I think such a great deal has already been placed into this market, into the dollar. But the consensus is from everybody on the IB and who we've spoken to is that there's still more to go in this dollar trade. And if you think about it, this is going to be one of the oldest presidents elected. I mean, this is not his first rodeo, so he's much more familiar with the construct of Washington. He has Elon Musk. He's got various people around him. Of course, he's got Supreme Court, a level of immunity perhaps that is a new facet to this as well. He's better equipped. And it's a question of who he surrounds himself in this cabinet. Who's going to advise him on the scale of tariffs, of the pace of tariffs? Who's going to advise him in terms of how to govern for this next 4 years of the United States of America?
And there's also the key question, is this a true red sweep? Yeah. Or is it just going to be Senate and a presidency? But then we're going to also get the House turning Democrat. There still are, I believe, 19 races that are too close to call in the House that will make the difference about whether or not it is a divided government.
Again, it is a market, though, that is not waiting for that. We are pricing in something close to a red sweep. And on that note, let's bring in Marvin Lowe, Senior Global Macro Strategist at State Street, joining us now. Marvin, these moves are serious. At the moment, you have something like a 16 basis point move higher in the 10-year yield, small caps up nearly 6.5%. What to you looks like it might stick and what looks overdone?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of this can stick, to be honest with you. We've been talking about this Trump trade for a while, but the fairly aggressive market reaction shows that investors, while they've been talking about it a lot, didn't know what to put on. And now they know what to put on. So, I think that we're going to unpack the winners and losers in all of this. So I think a lot of this is going to stick. I think the question a lot of us are going to be asking this morning is which ones potentially have either a lot more to move or really doesn't yet reflect the type of administration and the policies of administration, which could be even more significant if we get a red sweep. I think that there's still that part of the equation, which is very, very important.
Well, as Ed Yardeni told Lisa and the rest of the surveillance team, the bond vigilantes are coming out. But Marvin, can this government be moved by the bond market if at the same time we have a day like today where risk is rallying and the equity market looks strong?
Yeah, I mean, there is a level of yield which is going to crack a lot of the other risk assets. Clearly expensive by historical standards. We know credit spreads are expensive by historical standards. What we also know is that yields are not anywhere near some of the analogs that we're talking about. We had term premiums that were higher than where they were when the market had troubles back in 2023. So, there's scope for further steepening, which will get to a point that risk assets pay more attention to.
So that's the point that I think a lot of people are wondering about, Marvin, and I'm glad that you brought that up. We're looking right now at real yields of about north of 2%. And what is that tipping point? The fact that we haven't seen any tipping point, that it's quite the opposite this morning, what does that tell you?
You know what? We have an economy that is giving us a lot of comfort in terms of, really navigating through some of the worst of these recession discussions. I will point out, however, Lisa, that, when we were talking about term premiums, back in October of 23 or so, when the Treasury rearranged their issuance schedule because term premiums got 25 to 30 basis points above where they are now, that's when the market really started to pay attention. I would use all of these markers, if you will, as potential stress points in thinking through this, because we're all just figuring this out. We're really entering a period of both political and economic orthodoxy that is very, very hard to put into the economic models, because some of the some of the discussions are things that we really haven't seen.
Marvin, there's a real question about what we're pricing in this morning as well. Is this just Trump plus Senate, or is this truly a red sweep that's already getting baked into yields?
I think it's just Trump plus Senate, to be honest with you. There is a lot more, I think, economic fragility that we need to talk about with the red sweep, just because the timing of whether or not tariffs come early and how long that might, how growth might get affected both in the short term versus the more intermediate term. All of that does come into play much more so in a red sweep.
So not to interrupt the euphoria of the equity market or perhaps the misery of the bond market, but we have a Fed decision, Marvin, and the market has already begun to reprice less cuts, 100 basis points in terms of cuts. The boomerang that you get with this Trump administration, many people say, is inflation. How much more difficult and how much more capacity does the Fed really have to cut into 2025 facing a Trump presidency?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Think about how much that changed since Jay Powell met with us 6 weeks ago, when the market was saying that the Fed was going to be able to cut well below 3%, and now we're pretty much pricing 100 basis points of cuts throughout the end of the cycle, and it had just really began. So inflation, I do view a lot of these tariff and immigration discussions as inflationary. That's pretty much priced into a lot of the markets at this point. But if we talk about mass deportations and the effect that might have on the labor market, the effect that a labor market which already is still trying to kind of get back to more even keel, there's scope to think that neutral rate is still potentially higher. In other words, less cuts than what the market is saying at this point. It's moved fairly extremely. I think it's probably fair for the discussion at this point. 100 days are going to really create a scope for the Fed to think about what it could do. As far as still believes they're restrictive, it's going to be carry on. They really can't the pencils once they understand response is going to be. That's when they really think about, do I actually 5 basis points that I think I could do, which is what they were saying in September.
Certainly a fog heading into 2025. Marvin, thank you so much. State Street's Marvin Lowe, thanks for joining us this morning. Just to recap, Donald Trump has now secured a total of 277 electoral college votes. That puts him over the edge to become the 47th president of the United States. He's won most of the battleground states at this point: Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, 2nd District of Maine, Pennsylvania, and now Wisconsin. We still await Arizona, Michigan, and Nevada, with Trump leading in all of those. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials
the
accountable.
transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry of
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Why should I want to invest in the pharmaceutical industry? Is it going to continue to grow as it did last year? And what about your own company? Do you think it's going to have good growth prospects over the next couple of years?
I think the reason to invest in the sector is the science. I mean, when you look again, if I go back, for most of the last century, we were only giving people pills and small molecule drugs. Then we discovered the world of biologics, and we could treat diseases with biologicals. More recently, we've discovered that we can reprogram your cells. We can edit the genome. We can use these RNA therapeutics to completely transform areas of medicine. Those technology areas are at their very nascent stage. And what we're going to find is they're going to open up whole new areas of growth from our business standpoint and a human health impact standpoint. We hope that as we work in our areas like cell therapy and RNA therapeutics, we will also be able to climb to a whole other level of market cap over time.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology. The middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Just everything.
This is continuing coverage of election 2024. I'm Menace Graney, Danny Berg alongside me, Lisa Abramovich in New York. Well, Donald Trump has been the 47th president of the United States in a political comeback. Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson joins us now from Washington. I look at the exit poll and I say to myself, 45% of the voters out there felt they were financially worse off. He picked up more Black and Latino voters despite everything that's happened on this campaign trail. What is it on work better than the Democrats?
And immigration relentlessly. Even when he went on his long rambling rallies talking about electrocution and sharks and silly things like that, he blamed the economy on the post-COVID economy on Joe Biden and then on Kamala Harris relentlessly. He blamed immigration on the two of them relentlessly. And the Democrats' message, while they did talk about the economy to a certain extent, Kamala Harris talked about immigration except to say she would sign the bill that Donald Trump had killed last year in Congress. And she talked about what an awful person she believed Trump was. She called him the fascist after his former chief of staff did. And that message has now proven over two presidential cycles, that message, Donald Trump is awful, doesn't work. You have to give voters a plan to vote for. Donald Trump did that, and I'm not sure that Kamala Harris successfully didn't do that.
Wendy, a lot of people are saying that a lot of this came down to turnout, and a lot of this came down to, in particular, the gender divide. And I keep going back to that. I'm looking right now at exit polls from NBC News talking about men 44% voting for Kamala Harris and 54% voting for Donald Trump. Is there any sign or any evidence that there was a stronger male turnout after traditionally flagging, particularly behind women?
Yes, I think there was. I think his message, to young men, to Latinos, to Black voters was successful again because he talked about the economy. And Lisa, one of the things that just blew my socks off, surprise, was that even in states where abortion rights referenda succeeded, Donald Trump still won. So we were all expecting that any place where there was an abortion rights referenda that expanded abortion rights for women, that would carry Kamala Harris across the finish line in those states. In Arizona, it did not. And in other states, it's not happening that way either. And so, and Donald Trump also fared better in the suburbs than we expected him to fare. And that may be that there were conservative women who decided to vote for Donald Trump anyway. But he also outperformed Democrats with Latino voters. And that's another thing I believe Democrats will be studying as they gaze at their navels after this and figure out what the heck happened, which is that Donald Trump captured about 45% of the Latino vote, which is, he was up 10 points with Latino voters this time. Biden was up 23 points with Latino voters, and Hillary Clinton was up 30. So Democrats are losing the Latino vote, and they're not focusing on the economy, which is important to every voter, regardless of their ancestors.
To come, Wendy, we appreciate it. That's Wendy Benjaminson.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Iliad is coming out right now. We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories of the tech space. That actually matters a whole lot more. It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
You're watching The Close.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherry Young in Tokyo. And I'm Heidi Stradwood here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news,
and is indeed recovering. We've been waiting.
Asia trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
This is continuing coverage of election 2020. Donald Trump declared the winner and it will be the next president of the United States. Lisa, this market is moving. Small caps up 0.5%, 10-year up 16 basis points. Marvin Lowe of State Street saying not only will much of the stick, it could go further if there's a red sweep.
Which raises some real questions for the bond market. I'm looking right now at 30-year yields up almost 20 basis points with an auction coming at 1 p.m.
Ground zero is the euro and the yuan. If you look at it from the global perspective, to bear, is it going to be a blanket 10% and then see it from there? And what will the Chinese have to do to retaliate? That's it from the coverage today in New York.
In recent years, you created an institute, the Jane Goodall Institute, and what is that designed to do?
Well, that was started in 1977 when by then I had a little research station and 4 of my students were kidnapped and everything shut down. And so some friends of mine said, well, let's start an institute so that this research can carry on. Bless them. So that was 1977, and it was set up to study, conserve chimpanzees and other animals and educate. And it's developed since then. So it's, we've got 27 Jane Goodall Institutes around the world. And then I realized at some point that the African people living in and around chimpanzee habitats right across Africa were struggling to survive. There was crippling poverty, lack of health and education, moving deeper into the forest, being exposed to diseases like Ebola and HIV from the chimpanzees and vice versa. It hit me. If we don't help these people to find ways of making a living without destroying their environment, conservation won't work.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. Well, we have a speaker on around the studio, so we're going to have to turn that off, and hopefully someone can run into the studio and turn off said speaker, because Lisa, you and I are going to hear some strange words going back and forth around the studio all morning.
Yeah, which is probably the way people are feeling right now in markets, because what we're seeing is a complete reset with the Trump trade really taking hold. And that's what I can say is really the main question right now. Are we pricing in simply Donald Trump winning the White House as well as up 20 basis points?
I think there's some people here that still haven't gone home. Should we start the show again? I think we can start the show again. Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, Bloomberg surveillance. Rise on the East Coast. Donald Trump declared president-elect, and we've got some big moves in financial markets worldwide. Equity futures on the S&P 500 up by more than 2%. The move in small cap up by 6.5. In the bond market, check this out. It started at 7:30 Eastern time. It was higher by 17 basis points on 10s, on 30s, up by 20. And in foreign exchange, once you move like that, Anne-Marie, you know what's happening in foreign exchange. The dollar, a whole lot stronger.
So everyone's pricing in, obviously Trump won the presidential race. Whether you like him or not, this is the greatest political comeback we have seen in our lifetime. There's only one other president historically who's done this, and it's Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. But to Lisa's point, what is likely also being priced in, we know the GOP now has control of the Senate. We're still waiting to see how big that majority is going to be, but they already have control. Now we're just waiting on the House. Whether or not the House remains Republican, Donald Trump will be going in as the 47th president, basically, potentially with a mandate. So all those election campaigns and slogans and promises, some of them may actually come to fruition. And that is what you're seeing playing out in the financial markets.
It's clear a lot of people were up all night. It's clear that a lot of people were at their trading desks, and whether it's speaker issues, whether it's trading desk issues, we've gotten a bunch of notes out of a number of different Wall Street desks. One of them, George Saravelis of Deutsche Bank, now saying he expects euro dollar of 105. Stuart Kaiser of Citi, and this I think is really interesting, saying there are two key risks to this euphoria that we're seeing in equity markets. The first one is a further surge in bond term premium. At what point does the sell-off that we're seeing in bonds, John, end up curtailing some of the euphoria that we're seeing everywhere else?
So Chris Verona Strategist wrote in a little bit earlier this morning and said to me, I'm a buyer of bonds this morning. You can quote me on that one. So I just did. He's a buyer of bonds this morning.
We heard a similar note from Peter Scheer of Academy Securities, who I know was on with you guys about an hour ago. And really what he basically said, not sure treasuries are screaming buy, but I don't think Trump will be as bad for deficits, at least not initially, as is getting priced in. Now comes the game of who is coming in, what the personnel are going to be, and what the composition is of House, where we now have still, I believe, 19 toss-up races that have yet to be called.
So if you are just tuning in, welcome to the program. We begin with our top story. Donald Trump heading back to the White House.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite.
Donald Trump securing the necessary 270 Electoral College votes to return to the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris staying silent overnight, expected to speak later on today. Our team coverage starts right now with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall in West Palm Beach and Akela Gardner in Washington. Tyler, you've been up all night. I imagine some of the Trump campaign have been up all night as well. Walk us through the mood.
Yeah, good morning, John. I was there at the Palm Beach Convention Center where now President-elect Donald Trump made those remarks that you just played, saying things as you heard that he's leading the quote greatest political movement of all time, and also in a bid to try to bring some unity, urging Americans to get past their disagreements. But I also want to pull on something that his vice presidential candidate, now elect J.D. Vance, said, because he ended his comments on the economy. I know that we've been repeatedly talking about it this week leading up to Election Day, since it was the #1 issue for voters. But if I could just poll on some of the exit polling that we trust, that shows that 48% of those surveyed yesterday on Election Day say that they were concerned about the prices of gas, 50% of housing. When we then pair that with our Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll, which has repeated elect Donald Trump leading Vice President Kamala Harris when it comes to voter confidence on handling the economy, that can give us some insight into what propelled him in some of these critical battleground states like Wisconsin, which just in the last hour or so. Now, you alluded to it at the top. Another critical thing for now President-elect Donald Trump last night was that Republicans flipped the Senate. No matter what type of agenda, economic or otherwise, a president in a new administration needs to work with Congress to get his legislation through. John, we should note that the House is still too close to call. However, we do know that House Speaker Mike Johnson flew from Louisiana, was there on stage with him last night here in Palm Beach, and he's spending the day here working with the Trump team.
Kayla, it was a bruising defeat for the Democratic Party last night, and potentially can get even worse when we get more of these states being called in terms of the down ballot races. What are we expecting to hear today from the vice president?
Yeah, well, the Harris campaign has been pretty quiet yesterday and this morning. We know that Vice President Harris is going to speak today, but this is a hard bet. That was sort of expected here. We thought that the Senate was going to go Republican, but the Harris, when it comes to the presidential, that has not been the case. We're now knowing less than 24 hours after polls close. The hardest pill to swallow is the fact that this party Biden to step out of this race less than 4 months ago, hoping that another candidate could really carry the baton. Vice President Harris was not able to do that. She was not able to overcome Donald Trump's advantage on the economy and immigration. And now she's going to have to face that. And voters across the country, especially women voters, are going to have to face still not going to have a woman president, really people hoping that she was going to be able to break that barrier, but not the case today.
You both need to get some rest. On behalf of us all, thanks for the hard work overnight. Akela Gardner alongside Tyler Kendall. Isaac Boltanski of BTIG joins us now. Isaac, welcome to the program. We've got some time to work through some of what we've learned overnight. What went right for Trump and what went wrong for Harris?
I think it's going to take a lot of time. Mortems on this, and talking to Democrats, I throw a fair amount of focus on the economy. Obviously, that's the #1 issue. That's what they're starting to see from the exit polls. But claims and concerns of misogyny and other issues that are in play. And so I think Democrats are going to have a lot of soul searching to do, John. And this was a resounding shellacking that they received last night. I mean, when you go through, it's pretty staggering. Trump expanded on his previous margin in 2,300 counties. He only decreased his margin in 240 counties. That's absolutely astounding. Just the fact that he won the popular vote is something that I don't think many of us had anywhere near our bank. Democrats, they're in the wilderness right now, and I think it's going to be a long few years before they figure out who their new standard bearer is and what their message is.
Well, when it comes to the standard bearer of the Democratic Party, the sitting incumbent president, do you think the fingers are really going to be pointed at him right now, or is it the VP?
I think that in the Democratic Party for the next few days, I think that everybody is going to have a little bit of blame for the strategy here, and realizing also that there was a tough hill to climb here. Right. And I think that we're going to have a lot of revisionist history in terms of when we should have had Biden exit, if we should have had a full primary. All of those things are going to take up a fair amount of time and air within the Democratic community. The question to me is, are they going to be able to govern from the House, or are they going to be in a minority there as well? That's the biggest question for me, I think, everyone else at this moment.
What are the tea leaves telling you about those House races right now? There's some dozen or 2 dozen we're still waiting to hear from.
Look, all of my Republican contacts are optimistic, but that might be just the broader euphoria that they're feeling this morning. It's going to take 2 or 3 days. We're going to have to buckle in for this. Ultimately, I think what I've last few months is no matter who's in control of the House, it's going to be a very slim margin from the looks of it. We're going to have the same dysfunction that we saw with the speaker fight just last year. And I think that's going to be a theme that markets are going to have to deal with, especially as we get to some of these big ticket spending efforts.
Isaac, just to build on that, I think it's one of the big questions in markets this morning. We were just speaking with Marvin Lowe, for example, who was saying he thinks right now the bond market and broader markets in general are pricing in just Donald Trump at the top of the ticket and the Senate turning red, not a red sweep. About how much you could get a very much accelerated, still undecided votes that could flip the House do go the way.
Yeah, look, it's a huge procedural issue, right? If you have Republican reconciliation, which is an incredibly powerful tool, and I think we would have to change some of our assumptions at that point regarding what will be spent over the next 2 years. And so to me, if you have that red sweep and that's confirmed over the next few days, then I think our deficit assumptions are going to have to be because of the budget reconciliation process. The ball game at this point, when we think about it, a lot of what we're going to do over the next few days is separating rhetoric from reality. How much of his immigration proposals is he going to advance? How much of his tariff proposals is he going to actually advance? But on the spending side, the most important issue here, do Republicans have control of the House? Because that unlocks budget reconciliation, and that's an incredibly powerful means of advancing your agenda.
There's been a lot of discussion around who Donald Trump would surround himself in the White House, who his cabinet would be, what kind of tenor it would be, whether hawkish, whether it would be dovish when it comes to foreign policy, whether it would be more expansionary or hardline or not. Do we have any early indications based on who was with Donald Trump last night, who he is surrounding himself with early this morning?
I found it interesting that we saw the return of his daughter and his son-in-law to the stage. I think that's not something that we've seen recently on the political side. So I think that's noteworthy and is something that we should continue to track. I think you're also going to see the return of other folks who have maintained their place in the orbit, whether that's Stephen Mnuchin, or you're going to hear a lot more from Robert Lighthizer, who I think we're going to have to keep our eyes on for Treasury Secretary. Those are some of the names. I think that there also is going to be a pronounced focus on Wall Street. Look, John Paulson is part of this conversation. For example, you've seen a number of other hedge fund managers who I think are going to have the ear of the president. I don't have the answers at this point, but I know that those are some of the names that you're hearing mentioned most frequently.
Isaac, appreciate your time, sir. As always, ETIG. Isaac mentioned the financials. Check in your morning so far. Now everyone's super tired, but if you just have a moment, is up by 7.5%. We're talking about like financial institution on the planet up by 7.5% in the pre-market.
Yeah, how much is this because Donald Trump went and is going to make deregulation, in particular around banks, part of the issue? Sherrod Brown, who is head of the financial committee over in the Senate, kicked out and overturned in Ohio. How much are you looking at race like this to give you a sense of what's going to happen? Not just JP Morgan's of the world, PNC up more than 8%. Reach Financial, a similar type of move. This is across the board from big to small.
A bruising defeat for Sherrod Brown. I think it was very telling at that moment in the night when that headline dropped. You realized people were not voting with a split ticket in mind. They were voting red across the board in a lot of these states that, it was going to be tough for Sherrod Brown, Senator Brown, to really pull that off. But there was a lot of money spent on this race. The most expensive. It was very telling that really was going to be, this was the red wave they never got in 2022.
Up by 9%. Let's give an update on stories elsewhere this morning.
Hey, John. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired Yoav Gallant yesterday. It sparked widespread protests by citizens and opposition politicians. Gallant had pushed for a hostage release in exchange for a ceasefire with Hamas, wanted to press on with the war. Netanyahu and Gallant also clashed over domestic political issues, in particular the conscription of ultra-Orthodox Israelis. Musk has more lawsuits coming. The Tesla CEO and his pro-Trump America PAC were sued by swing state voters in separate lawsuits. One alleges that Musk and his PAC profited from the platform X, which could collect personal data that in turn could be sold. The second suit, one who isn't a Republican or a Trump supporter. NVIDIA has become the largest company on the world, selling the day on Tuesday, surpassing Apple, underscoring just how dominant AI has become on Wall Street. Shares rose 2.9% during the trading day yesterday. They're up again pre-market 1.5%. Market cap hit $3.43 trillion. The chipmaker accounts for 7% of the weight of the S&P 500 and has marks 21% gain so far this year.
30 minutes time. Up next on the program, Trump's pledge.
By a simple motto: promises made, promises. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again.
The view on the markets just around the corner. Equity futures on the S&P 500, 2.3%. The small caps absolutely flying. From New York City this morning, good morning.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg. Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
Equity futures flying here on the S&P 500 higher by more than 2%. The move on small caps. The move on small caps is nuts. We're up by 6.5% on a Russell. Under surveillance this morning, Trump's pledge for his second term.
I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor.
So here's the latest. The Trump trade gripping markets worldwide, with Donald Trump winning the race for a second term as president of the United States. Anastasia Amoroso of iCapital writing, there is a sense of certainty and clarity as to what the playbook should be. Long stocks with a focus on domestic companies, long dollar, expect higher rates and steeper yield curves, long financials. The negatives are that the tariffs can come sooner this time around. Anastasia's with us around the table. Anastasia, good morning.
Good morning.
Are there some moves on the screen at the moment that you think that maybe people should be fading?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you were mentioning how small caps are really up bigly this morning. But if you look at the performance of the Russell 2000 index, we're actually not gone anywhere in about 2 or 3 years' time. So I don't think it's a fade. And, the thing is, there are election trades that have been whipsawed around, but the truth is that we now have a new investment regime, most likely for the next 4 years, or at least the next 2 years until the next midterm election. So that means you can actually commit to some of those trades. And, the reason why small caps in particular are rallying so much is because they are typically more sensitive to, Republican majority. And so that's helping sentiment. They're also more sensitive to the domestic orientation and potential for lower taxes. And of course, they're sensitive to rate relief. And so you kind of have this perfect combination of factors that's at play now.
There can be too much of a good thing. This, according to Michael Zizis of Morgan Stanley, a concern that if it is a full red sweep, suddenly there is a fear that yields keep climbing and it curtails some of the trade that we've seen, particularly in risk assets. How much are you looking for that tipping point, or how much do you reject that and say this is going to come on stronger growth? And frankly, this is an economy that's shown again and again it can handle yields at this time.
Well, let's talk about yields. First of all, the 10-year has already risen by 80 basis points since the beginning of September. And if you look at the reaction of the 10-year in 2016, in November, December, it also rose by about 80 basis points, but then it sort of flatlined. I also think the regime right now is very different than we saw in 2017 and 2018, because remember, the Fed was raising interest rates, was in the hiking mode in 2017 and 2018. Today, they're in the easing mode. So I think that's a very different backdrop. So that's one point. The other point is, Lisa, you're right. We had to reprice for higher growth, maybe for some higher inflation expectations, and maybe for less rate cuts. But we've done that. And if you look at the fair value estimates, whether it's from Bloomberg, whether it's from analysts at JP Morgan, the 10-year Treasury right now is above that fair value estimate. And then the last thing, I know that, first of all, it's not a done deal that we have red sweep. And, the second thing is, I know people worry about what does a red sweep could potentially mean for budget deficits. But I think there are a lot of Republicans in Congress that actually do want to rein in budget deficit. So for me, it's not a done deal that a red sweep results in out of control spending.
So how much do you lean into? You said you do like regionals, you do like small caps, you do like some of the trade. Do you also lean into the dollar at the strongest level in a year? It surged. The Bloomberg Dollar Index surged the most going back to March of 2020 overnight, just giving you a sense of how big the move is. Do you lean in, or do you say, okay, it's over, let's reassess and figure out the pieces?
No, I think, as I mentioned, I think it is a new regime. And, I think it is going to focus on protecting the domestic economy and bringing more flows back into the United States. And all things equal, that should be dollar positive. I also think that maybe the Fed does move a little bit slower than they could have otherwise if you do have, this boost to growth. So all of that is support for the dollar. Personally, of course, I do look more to the equity markets, and I think of what does this mean for the places I want to be in the equity markets. And that's why you go to small caps. That's why you go to regionals. That's why you actually probably put together a basket of stocks that has a high percentage of domestic revenue. By the way, we've done all that. We've done all of that in 2017 and 2018. So I think we may need to dust off some of those trades.
It could be days, maybe even a week or two before we actually figure out the full composition of Congress, because what is going on with these House races? This might come down to California, absentee ballots. It could take a long time. So then I want to talk about tariffs, because unilaterally, Trump can come in and do this on day one. And you say this could be sooner than 2016. You just got back from Asia.
Yeah.
How is a place like China preparing for maybe 60%?
Well, it's very interesting, and they are preparing for it, but what they're truly preparing for is a negotiation. And the sentiment that I personally picked up from some of the conversations is that China policymakers are not actually afraid of Trump 2.0. They might actually be welcoming Trump 2.0. And the reason for that is their mentality is transactional. They also want to get a deal done. They also want to negotiate certain things. And so the ability to engage in negotiation, that's what they're focused on.
So would your advice to investors be, this was Donald Trump on the campaign trail having negotiating tactics, or do you think he comes in and puts blanket walls up as high as 40, 60, 70%?
Well, I think he might. I do think there has to be some consideration given to what does that do for the consumer that voted for him, the consumer that voted lower inflation. You probably want to be careful as to how you phase in and scale up those tariffs. But at the same time, in the Bloomberg interview, I guess a month ago at this point, he did talk about this being a negotiation tactic. He talked about, you can't put a 10% tariff and expect to bring people to the table. When you put a 60% tariff, that's when people come to the table and want to negotiate. But once again, I think the ultimate end game is not to have 60% tariffs in place. but it's actually to convince China, for example, to build factories in the United States. So that's hopefully what the markets are going to be focused on as well.
We've got a lot to work through. Anastasia, it's good to see you. Bond yields are higher by 20 basis points on a 10-year, but the dollar's stronger. Is it fair to say this morning that we're baking in a better profile for growth? Maybe higher inflation, the prospect the Fed can't cut too much, and not real deficit concerns that lead to a buyer strike? Because if it was the latter, you'd expect some dollar weakness, and we don't see that.
This is an embrace of American exceptionalism. It is not a rejection of it. And I think that you see that in the dollar, even though you have these higher yields. What people are looking at right now is the idea that you're going to get deregulation, that the tariffs will come, but there'll be more negotiating tactics, that maybe there'll be some sort of regulating force, and that the deficit won't become as problematic as we currently see. Watch that 30-year auction. See what that clearing moment is, as Priya Misra likes to talk about, and then we can go from there.
The 30-year today's up 23 basis points. It's quite a day to have a 30-year auction.
There's also a lot of questions about the sequencing and exactly what type of inflationary push, whether it is growthy, to use some of the language, or if it's actually going to come with some disinflation because it suppresses growth.
Big moves in markets worldwide. Coming up on the program, we're live from the key swing states of Pennsylvania and Michigan. What went right for Trump? What went wrong for Harris? Live from New York City, this is Bloomberg.
Is the big and Tom clientele?
Yeah, power women, like a dragon.
Dragon women. They're lawyers, they're CEOs, they're all important decision makers, women in the world. Why do you position your products for this group of women? When I started, designing, I always want to do something that is empower women. When you take a look at your store, there is something for everyone. Take a look at the t-shirt, for example. My customer growing, like 30 years already, so they become more powerful. I also want to grow my Gen Z audience too, they are like in the 20s, so it's a more affordable price for them. And then, my powerful women's daughter wearing their mom's dresses, and they feel that the power, the energy. So now they come back to the store and they buy more. It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Krita Gupta. And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Many of you waking up to this, and this move really started at 7:30 Eastern time yesterday evening. We weren't getting surprises from state to state, but we started to see some things in counties starting to shift Trump's way. And this market started rallying really hard and never looked back. The small caps up by more than 6%. On the S&P 500 up by more than 2%. In the bond market, yields up by double digits, up by more than 20 on a 30-year, up by 19 on 10s at 445.91, on 2s up 9 basis points to 427. This Federal Reserve meeting this week, snooze. December gets a whole lot more interesting. Looking out to 2025, if we get this sweep confirmed and we start to look out to 25 and beyond, all the policies, and this market's starting to price in a much growthier inflationary outlook, can the Federal Reserve keep reducing interest rates?
That was exactly the question that TD Securities and the team over there was asking early this morning. This is their conclusion, that it is likely that the Fed will remain on hold during the first half of 2025 after cutting rates maybe 50 more basis points because of exactly that. This raises a question of a higher benchmark rate going forward. We have to see what the policies are, how they trickle out, a real question about how much growth versus inflation we're going to see. But the bottom line is this. This is the worst case scenario for a lot of bonds. At the same time, it hasn't mattered for stocks. So is it really? And I think that that's really one of the main questions.
It's the best case scenario for the US dollar right now across the whole of G10 and against EM as well. Danny did a phenomenal job of this yesterday evening. The difference between a tariff trade and a rates trade. And I can pick up 2 currency pairs for you right now and walk through it. The euro, a rates trade. We're down 2%. Euro dollar just about holding on to 107. The peso, a tariff trade. Dollar max up 3% on that currency pair. Big move.
Yeah, and it's the biggest going back to 2022. The dollar, the strongest versus the peso going back to 2022. A key question here about whether they'll be the target of a lot of these tariffs because of their role as a conduit of Chinese goods. Here's the question. How much of this is a sequencing matter? How quickly this gets into effect, because these are some of the issues that can be done unilaterally. With the Euro region, that's a real question at a time where you have a real differential and now it's just growing. And you have to imagine the ECB is going to be loath to cut rates too aggressively because they don't want to widen that differential too much.
What's fair for Berlin and Brussels, without a doubt. And I imagine you hear some people say things today like they're prepared for it this time in a way that they weren't last time. And people might say the same thing about NATO as well, Anne-Marie, and we can talk about that right now. I would say this, though, that Eurozone economy is not in a good place. The German economic model is not in a good place. There is a war on the doorstep of Eastern Europe right now as well. I don't think we can sit here and say they're better prepared for it.
I believe she's a specialist. She's not a leader.
And it's going to get worse because
You
if the walls
understand?
go up, it doesn't
She's
mean
good in what
the
the things she can do.
imports from
Yeah,
Europe into the United States.
because she
Walls are going
didn't.
up.
She
The
couldn't.
Chinese imports.
She couldn't even
Where do they
motivate
have left to
people.
go?
She couldn't
Where are
motivate.
they going to dump? On Europe. It becomes much harder for Europe. I got some messages yesterday for individuals who were hanging out with some European representatives. This was not a red ripple. This was potentially, let's see how the House shakes out, but this was a red alarm across the board. This was red, red, red.
That's an alarm for the Democrats. The final piece of the puzzle, which way does the House break? The Federal Reserve kicking off its two-day policy meeting today. Economists expecting the central bank to cut interest rates by 25 basis points tomorrow. Traders awaiting Chairman Powell's news conference for clues on the Fed's December meeting. In December, they have to put out new projections. Now, there's a big difference, as we all know, between campaigning and governing. And we don't know whether these campaign promises become legislative reality. But ultimately, if you have to put out some promises, some forecasts in December, at a time when we've got a better picture of what the outlook is for policy in Washington, how offside is this Federal Reserve going to look?
I've heard that dartboards are on sale on Amazon, and I believe that they're putting one up.
And blindfolds too?
And blindfolds, and they're just going to have targets and throw them at them. To me, what this does is it puts the Fed on the back seat. People aren't going to be paying as much attention to what the Fed says or does at the meeting tomorrow or potentially in December. Next year, it makes it very interesting, because then you'll start to understand, as policies take shape, does it put the Fed on holding? Right now, they're not going to mention this. They're going to stay far away from this, but that, I think, is what markets are trying to suss out.
We certainly need to get Adam Posen of the Peterson Institute back on this program, because it was months ago, when no one was talking about a mandate for Republicans, that he was saying potentially next year it's going to be inflationary. If you have tariffs, it's going to be even harder, and the Fed may have to start hiking. And you have to think, what is Jay Powell going to say tomorrow morning? How difficult is this going to be, especially since the former president recently said it's the easiest job in Washington? It's a coin toss.
I think in some ways this might be the easier one, relatively speaking, compared to, say, December, because he doesn't have to provide projections. They don't have to provide a commitment to December, and he can steer well clear away from any conversations regarding Washington, D.C. I just think it's the December meeting where this gets a whole lot harder for this Federal Reserve. The market's already trading 2025, 2026, and has been for a long, long time. And now it's trading that with some greater clarity. Federal Reserve can't play the game just yet.
That's a great point. In other words, this market is basically tightening. You're seeing financial conditions tighten on the heels of the cuts that they've already made. If it continues, they need to respond to that, if nothing else. If they want to see it easier, then they need to make some sort of statement and give some sort of sense of what their path could be.
Let's get you some team coverage from two key swing states. We can do that now with Bloomberg's David Gurrett in Philadelphia. Romain Bostic is in Detroit. Romain, something you said this time yesterday morning stayed with me. We were all talking about the economy, and you said two words: foreign policy. In the data that you see so far, how are things stacking up? Does it speak to that?
It certainly does. We haven't gotten the full breakdown on sort of a precinct by precinct basis, but it does appear that some of those swing voters, some of those undecided voters who were concerned about some of the foreign policy stances of the Biden-Harris administration did manage to swing the vote in several key areas. I do want to talk about a differential here, and I'll throw this back at you, John, because you said something overnight during our coverage. You asked one of our guests that really stuck with me, and that was, what is Joe Biden thinking right now? Michigan is no longer a blue state. Let's make that clear right now. And it's not just that Harris lost this state, but she underperformed Biden in almost every way imaginable. Biden in the last election won 11 of the 83 counties here. Harris this time around looks like she's only going to win 9. And of those 9, 7 of those counties, she underperformed Biden versus Trump on a percentage basis when it comes to the margin of difference here. It gets even worse than that. When you look at the House races, based on the final counts that are coming in just this morning, it looks like the 13 of the 13 House seats that the Michigan has in the U.S. Congress, 7 of those seats will be held by Republicans. That will be the first majority that they have held on a House basis in quite some time. And adding insult to injury, one of those seats that got flipped from Democrat to Republican was the seat that Alyssa Slotkin vacated in order to run for that vacant Senate seat. And it looks like right now, based on the vote tallies, that she will lose that race, making Mike Rogers the first Republican senator in the state of Michigan, going back to the early 2000s, 2001, and only the second Republican senator in the last 67 years.
It's shocking. And Romain, what I can tell you is I imagine the incumbent president, Joe Biden, right now is thinking, I could have done better with rank and file voters in Detroit, in the suburbs of Detroit. Romain, what are you hearing about the individuals who voted, who swung this election for Donald Trump?
I'll tell you, Emery, it's still very early here. The sun's not even up. I'm going to spend a lot of day asking those questions. My guess is the Harris campaign is going to spend a lot of time asking those questions as well. It's not quite clear why this swung, not just in the direction of Trump, but why it swung so forcefully. Remember, as of right now, Trump is up by more than 100,000 votes in basically a state that Biden won by 150,000 votes 4 years ago. So what went wrong? It wasn't third-party candidates that were the spoilers, but it does appear that his message did resonate with a lot of those swing voters. That includes Arab and Muslim Americans. That includes Jewish voters. That includes a lot of the Eastern European voters, and includes a lot of Hispanics and a lot of Black males.
David, we just heard from Romaine there talking about the fact that it looks like the Republican open Senate seat in Michigan may go to Republican Mike Rogers. Sorry, it was a Democrat that held it as the incumbent. David, what is going on with the down ballot Senate race in Pennsylvania? Does David McCormick beat the incumbent Casey?
Right now, he's in the lead, and I think that's something we're going to watch very closely over the course of this day. Can he hold on to that lead as the remaining votes are being tabulated and come in here? But I think that's a surprise to a lot of people who looked at the polling going into this race and saw just a few weeks ago Bob Casey, the incumbent Democrat, with a 9 percentage point lead over David McCormick. That, of course, narrowed in that latest poll from the New York Times and Siena College. But you cannot overemphasize how much Bob Casey is a son of this state, has been here in the Senate for 3 terms, was looking to his 4th, has this heritage going back to his father, who was the 2-term governor of this state. Just somebody who is a real institution in this state. And this is a huge move. In fact, it plays out the way it looks like it is. You know, I want to pick up on something that Romaine Bostic said just a moment ago, and that's underperformance. Yes, the kind of topics and issues are different here. I don't think foreign policy played as big a role here in Pennsylvania as it did in Michigan. But you look at this state and where Kamala Harris won and where she didn't. Where she did win, she underperformed Joe Biden in that last race. And this is a story of the kind of Rust Belt cities and the rural parts of this state. We had a lot of conversations last night about how big and varied and diverse this state is. I'm here in a city that historically has gone for Democrats. Indeed, we saw that in yesterday's race. Democrats still had an edge here in Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs and exurbs, but you move west, very red, and that is an area that Donald Trump was really able to capitalize on here in 2024 in much the same way that he did in 2016. You look at kind of the data that we have thus far, and like Romaine, I'll be studying the numbers and talking to folks over the course of the day here. He appealed to those same voters who ushered him into power back in 2016 quite successfully this time around, guys.
David, just quickly here, I'm curious, it is early days, but are we getting some sort of sense from the exit polls, from what people have observed in terms of the number of voters, about the size of turnout, as well as the composition across the state?
We don't have a huge amount of detail here on composition yet, but we know that turnout was huge. We know that the number of people who turned in those mail-in ballots early, that was a big number as well. Maybe not mirroring what we saw during the pandemic, but getting close to it. As Anne-Marie and you have said over the course of the morning, look, so much money was poured into this race. So much effort was made to turn out voters from both the 2 candidates and their campaigns and these outside groups. That effort really paid off. And I was thinking as I went to bed for just a few short hours last night, sort of what path forward the Harris campaign might have to challenge this. What I kept hearing from every county official I talked to yesterday was, yes, how big the turnout was, but how kind of seamlessly everything run. There weren't the kind of aberrations that we saw in cycles past. So I think that there is a recognition among the Harris campaign, certainly, that they had very little movement here in terms of what they could do to kind of challenge anything here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
David Romaine, I've said this a few times over the last few days, but truly world class over the last 48 hours. Appreciate it, guys. David Gura, Romaine Bostic. Equity futures right now on the S&P 500 up by more than 2%. With an update on stories elsewhere with your Bloomberg brief, here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Novo Nordisk shares are surging in the European trade, 6 1/3%. The company's weight loss drug saw a jump of nearly 80% sales last quarter. Revenue for Wegovy climbed 79% after the medication became available in more countries. Sales rose by 50% in the U.S., even as prices fell. Novo does have an edge over its rival, Eli Lilly, who reported disappointing obesity sales last week. A ballot measure for protecting access to abortion in Arizona has passed. Arizona had been considered among the most restrictive states for reproductive rights. It was one of the 10 states where voters had a direct say on the issue at the ballot box. The state will now amend its constitution to establish a right to abortion and prohibit interference before fetal viability. In Nebraska, a ballot measure limiting abortion access won by a slim majority, prohibiting the procedure after the first trimester. And shares of Tesla, They are surging nearly 13% in the pre-market as Donald Trump seals a return to the White House. Investors betting that the car maker run by Elon Musk will be a major beneficiary of a second Trump term. Musk was arguably the most prominent supporter of Trump during the election, backing Republicans with more than $130 million in spending. And that's your Bloomberg Brief. John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. More from Danny in 30 minutes. Up next, King Dollar.
The dollar's strong because the United States has had exceptional fiscal policy. The biggest threat to Trump is going to be inflation. He'd have to change some of his policies if he wanted a weaker dollar.
That conversation up next, live from New York. This is Bloomberg.
There are many global investors that aren't interested in China anymore, but there's a lot that are. And obviously the local investors have money in China and are doubling down on investing in China. Many of the Asian investors, and in fact, a lot of the Middle East investors the Americans are gone away. Therefore, there's an amazing opportunity to put capital to work and get returns which are excess what you would get in other places. Where there is lack of money, there is usually opportunity. So we continue to build out our business in China. It's just where the money's coming from is different. And so we're raising local money in China for investing and bringing those that choose to be there to invest in China. So it's just a different, where the money's coming from is just different.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry. And crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech
Spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with
A snapshot of the price action. It looks like this. Equity futures up by 2%. Check out the euro, holding on to 107. 107.07, negative 2%. Under surveillance this morning. King Dollar.
The dollar's strong because the United States has had exceptional fiscal policy. The strength of the fiscal stance in the US compared to everything we've done in Europe is that it has helped the economy outgrow the rest of the world spectacularly. Trump wants more growth. The biggest threat to Trump is going to be inflation. He'd have to change some of his policies if he wanted a weaker dollar. You get the currency your policies give you, not the currencies you wanted.
So here's the latest. The dollar surging the most since 2022 as US President-elect Donald Trump claims victory. Matt McCormick of TD writing, a Trump win or red wave are bullish for the US dollar. We favor long dollar exposure given scope for growth and equity outperformance and as a Trump hedge. Mark joins us now for more. Mark, we've got a lot to work through, but it's the equity piece of this that I think makes your call slightly more original. What is it about the equity market that you think is going to basically feed what happens in foreign exchange?
I think one of the things that's really interesting, you talk to clients, like one of the things you try to figure out is what is the gap between productivity? It is one of the linchpins of all FX behavioral models is trying to figure out relative productivity trends. The thing that we get from equity markets is they tell us real time about innovation, about sectors, about how markets are performing. So one of the things that you can do is you can actually kind of see real time which countries are generating the most potential productivity over time. And that's where I think US equities performing relative to, say, Europe and China are the things to watch in terms of how well the dollar can perform. It's also one other reason why the dollar has continually outperformed its overvaluation on a lot of these slower, longer term models.
So let's go there, especially given the fact that there's a difference when it comes to currencies that are differentials in interest rates versus those that are a tariff trade. We were hearing about that from Danny Berger last night and through the morning. How much are you seeing this more as a trade from interest rate differentials, growth differentials, and less relevant when it comes to some of the tariff trades? And I'm thinking in particular of the UN and more significantly, the Mexican peso.
Yeah, I think you have to unpack that it's pretty much a lot of the major things that drive FX. It's equity performance, it's growth outperformance, it's rate differentials, it's the risk premium that comes through on the trade uncertainty. So if you look at kind of your WCRS screen on Bloomberg, what you're going to see, this is a broad dollar move. So if we think about it, this is US exceptionalism. So the key tenets of this is basically emerging market currencies are going to underperform, largely because with US exceptionalism, you have outperformed a steeper curve. The number one thing the market's going to talk about now is the higher terminal rate in the US, where that lands, how the markets have to reprice the Fed, whether the Fed is going all those things are going to be very bearish for pretty much every bit, maybe on rate differentials. But if you go again, this is the worst case scenario. You have trade as it comes through in 2026. You have an underperformance in a carry trade. And now you actually have the uncertainty of whether or not Trump wants to strike a deal with China and find a way to cut Mexico out of the supply chain. Or if he wants to find a way to basically say to Mexico, we're going to renegotiate the trade standards here that we have in USMCA, which puts them down a rung anyway. So those are all key concerns. I'd say with the euro, again, we have uncertainty around the German government, which is likely to collapse at some point in the near term. And we're looking at potential elections in Germany. So there's political uncertainty in Europe, and there's pretty much, growth for violence coming through in the U.S.
Right now, it's not really volatility. It's just straight end up to the right. I'm just wondering how much we end up with if there is a wobble in equity markets, that will be that much more damaging to the dollar because it does undermine what you're talking about. How much do you take notice if there is a sell-off?
Well, I do think that you have to work through the first and second order effects. So as a lot of people have mentioned, we've underscored as well, all these policies, especially if there's a red wave, if they have the House as well, this is going to be inflationary. The first order effect is this is kind of very bullish again for the equity market. This is a bit of a reflation trade with the theme around US. We see this in Japan. We saw this in UK budget. We are seeing this. We are continuing to see a coordination of easier monetary policy and easier fiscal policy, but yet pretty much every country around the world has inflation above target. So central banks are dealing with something that's very challenging. You can't ease financial conditions and boost fiscal policy at the same time when inflation is already above target. So I think the second order effect here is, yes, that is a huge concern. The bond market is going to have a significant impact on whether or not the equity market can trade as exceptional as many are going to expect and extrapolate it to. That is, again, not the first order effect. That is, again, maybe a story that comes through in the second half of 2025. But that is something that we're going to be focused on a lot, given that, again, you can't get as much growth as you want. You can't deliver unprecedented fiscal stimulus and not have to worry about inflation. Inflation is going to be the major driver of the FX market starting in 2025.
Mark, the former president, though, has talked about the fact he wants a weaker dollar. Is that at all any chance in the cards for him?
There's an old saying, don't tell me, show me. I would say there's again, the second order effect I think is actually quite interesting because everything that's happening now as we're talking about the trading theme is US exceptionalism. And again, the dollar should strengthen. Would not be worried the dollar positioning is long right now. This is a bit of a game changer. I do see the ability to weaken a dollar through a couple channels. First one being striking a deal. You know, what does Trump want and what does Trump need to deliver on? They need to deliver on industrial policy to the states in the Rust Belt that want to see manufacturing come back. One way that you can do that is through a weaker dollar. The other way you could do that is by basically revaluing and trying to figure out how to get Asian currency stronger. So there could be a deal made in 2025, 2026, stronger dollar or weaker dollar, stronger renminbi, stronger yen, stronger Korean currency, all these currencies are extremely cheap on our models, which would be a way to see the dollar go lower.
Hey, Mark, we got to go. It's good to see you. Mark McCormick there of TD. Up next, Mohammed Al-Aoun of Queen's College, Cambridge, Libby Cantrell of PIMCO, and the former Kansas City Fed president joining us.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
What legacy I would love to leave is to make sure that in my village I have infrastructure. So long when I'm gone, things are still working. Then I have done my job. And if some people get inspired through my work and then try to engage themselves for their community and create something that is inspiring for everyone, I will be happy.
What's the best piece of advice you would give to someone young who wants to make a difference actually in this world? In architecture or with something else?
Well, I'm not the right one to just do that.
I think you are.
Yeah, but with the pressure you have, and then you try to be the good one, the fancy guy, the intellectual one. I have no advice then to believe and really work hard. You know, when I started, no one would have imagined that I will be able to see my name connected with Aga Khan or Pritzker or sitting at Bloomberg to talk about sustainability, about future of such. No, myself 5 years ago, if you told me that, I will say no. I will never imagine. So I will encourage everyone to believe in what you're doing and not try to run after the newest of the newest. Just be consistent. Just work on things that matters for you. Really, at the long term, it pays.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now. We have take two numbers.
Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
Nvidia is one of the best stories in the tech space. That actually matters a whole lot more. It might shock some of your viewers. You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season. Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherryan in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwell here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg BA Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
President-elect Donald Trump. Check out these moves. If I told you, and you haven't seen this, and I told you that the Russell was higher than it is right now, a little bit earlier, by a fair bit, you probably wouldn't believe me. We were up by more than 6% earlier on this morning. We're now up by around about 5%. On the S&P 500, equity futures up by 2 full percentage points. 2-year, 10-year, 30-year, higher by 20, up by 23 on a 30-year, 446. Foreign exchange, the move you're seeing in euro, 2 full percentage points against the dollar, 107.10, the biggest move going back to spring 2020 on euro dollar.
And on track potentially for the biggest move going back to 2016. Here's the question: how much does this stick, and how much is this just basically a knee-jerk lean in to 2016 trade? And that, I think, is one big question, especially with the bond sell 2016, from a deficit perspective, from a stimulus, from a growth perspective. At what point do yields become self-limiting to some of the risk rally that we see absolutely tearing through markets?
I want to pick up something Romain Bostic said out of the weekend. He's really drilling into what went wrong in this state. Alyssa Slotkin left her district, Michigan 7, to run for the open Senate seat. Double whammy. Not only has that seat flipped red, but according to Romain, she is on course to lose the Senate. A double whammy for Democrats when it comes. And that is just basically short of the evening, but what potentially could come for the House races.
If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. We begin with our top story. Donald Trump heading back to the White House.
I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around.
What a comeback. Trump taking the battleground state of Wisconsin, making his return to the White House official. Vice President Harris expected to speak later on today. Joining us now, Mohammed Al-Aoun of Queen's College, Cambridge. Mohammed, welcome to the program. We've got a lot to work through, so let's get to it. How much does this redefine the outlook from your perspective?
In a major way, John. This is not just a big win for President Trump. This is not just a big win for the Republicans. This is the emergence of a new power structure in the United States. And I think the way the markets are reacting in an incredibly rational fashion. In fact, if you look at how the markets have treated the last few months, they've done much better than political scientists in terms of predicting what could happen and then in reacting to what has happened.
I would echo that, Mohammed, because before we even saw any real clarity in the vote, this move started at 7:30 Eastern time yesterday evening and never looked back. Bond yields higher, equities up, small caps outperform. Let's separate this, Mohammed, from asset class to asset class, and we'll just sit on fixed income for a moment. We're higher by 20 basis points. You know this market better than most, that's for sure. Do you see that as a move off the back of a better outlook for growth, higher inflation, a recalibration of interest rates relative to what we thought was going to happen? Maybe they have to stay where they are. Perhaps they even have to consider hiking interest rates in 25. How do you think about breaking this down?
You're going to hate my answer. All of the above. And it's consistent with what's happening elsewhere. So there is an embracement of higher growth that comes from deregulation. There is concern about higher inflation. And there is also a revisiting of the conventional wisdom of the Fed. So all three are playing in. And John, you know, we've now seen an over 70 basis points move since the Fed delivered its jumbo cut on the 18th of September. So there's been, so it's all of the above. And over the next few weeks and months, we're going to have a better feel for which one's going to prevail or not.
If bond vigilantes are screaming, equity markets don't hear them. And I think that this is one of the big questions. At what point does the rise in yields really create concern about the deficit versus just simply, oh yeah, by the way, that's just another sign of growth, potentially these other issues too, but don't worry about it.
But Lisa, two of the three reasons the equity market is right not to hear the bond vigilance. Higher growth is good for equities because the Fed not having for the right reasons, which is that the economy is doing well and doing well, that's good for equities too. So it's only the third one, higher deficit, higher inflation, that they should worry about. But I totally understand what we're seeing in terms of reaction. When I look at markets today, be it at the level, at the headline level, or be it in terms of components, they are behaving very rationally.
At a certain point, you have to wonder at what playbook we're going to in terms of the economic trajectory. We were playing with no landing, soft landing, hard landing. Before
this election, something that nobody noticed was the U.S. Services Index that came out, and it was actually much stronger than expected. I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to talk about is this economy looks like it was on solid footing coming into this. What is your fear that we could see a real reacceleration of both economic growth and inflation that becomes unsustainable?
Is you could get supply side improvements, a faster productivity boost than most people expected. So if you remember, there was a third scenario. Everybody focused on is it no landing? Is it a soft landing? Is it recession? I kept on saying there's a third one. There's a fourth one. It is bigger but not hotter. And the probability of relative to where it was yesterday. Wrong is that we get the inflation improvement. And where would the inflation come from? Mainly tariffs. So that's the balance that the administration is going to have to figure out. That's the balance that the market is going to have to navigate.
Yeah, and I think it's trying to navigate it right now. Transatlantic, the divergence we're starting to see. Mohammed, check this out. I've got a German 2-year down 10 basis points. I've got a US 2-year up 11. It's unusual to see things like this take place. And I think trade is the right place to start to have this conversation. The prospect of there being a more inflationary impulse to US policy and the bottom line, Chinese overcapacity, take a hit to growth, and the ECB is going to have to cut interest rates. ECB to Federal Reserve, growth, inflation, transatlantic, and what it means for that spread.
Yeah, I remember coming on your show when the market was expecting the ECB and the Fed to cut by the same amount. And I'm saying, what's going on here? These economies are fundamentally different places. You put it really well in the previous hour when you said the difference with 2016 is that Europe and I would say China are both in a weaker position today than they were then. And that is what the market is feeling, and the market is reacting in that manner. Two things Europe is worried about. One are the consequences, the spillovers from what happens in the US on them, in terms especially of relative performance. And then the other thing they're worried about is the big sucking sound that the US will have, which is mop up even more of foreign direct investment. Should be a wake-up call to Europe to get it. They have the Draghi report that tells them exactly what they need to do.
Well, wake-up call. Olaf Scholz already taking to Twitter just 10 minutes ago saying America has voted, but trying to sure they're putting out that olive branch that the U.S. and America have this partnership and friendship. Typical measures could we see out of Europe if we are basically essentially a trade war?
I'm less concerned about a trade war with Europe. I'm less concerned about a trade war with Mexico, to tell you the truth. I think that ultimately, where I think there will be more tension the board. I think at the end of the day, remember, tariffs and President Trump said himself are used also as a weapon to threaten in order to change behaviors. If behaviors change, impose the tariffs. I think China is a completely different story. China today has got some really difficult decisions to make, including whether they are in a position to implement it. They are in a position to implement a big stimulus. And they've got to have to figure out how to navigate this more difficult environment.
Well, that's interesting because some analysts at Goldman basically saying they were waiting on big stimulus, waiting for a bazooka, holding back that firepower because they want to see whether or not Donald Trump was going to win. But you're saying it's actually the opposite. Why?
Well, they've been holding on to that bazooka for a very long time. And I always start from the why would you hold on to your bazooka? And the reason why it has unintended consequences that you want to avoid. Your bazooka puts on steroid your old growth engine that is problematic and that you're trying to move away from. So there's a reason why for the last 2 years they haven't used their bazooka. This argument is they're going to use it even ignores the fact that the Chinese government fundamentally understands the growth model. So I'm not in the Goldman Sachs camp that we're going to see now a massive bazooka because they're worried about what's going to happen in the US. I think they're going to have to accelerate the reforms they need.
If there is no bazooka that comes on Friday after the result, And meanwhile, American exceptionalism in full tilt, but isn't necessarily going to bleed over into the rest of the world. There is increasing fear that this leaves the Euro region getting closer and closer to recession. That just even renewed uncertainty and trade war fears could drive as soon as the turn of this year. Do you agree with that?
I think Europe has problems, and I've been saying this for a while, and they really have got to get their act together. Look, they're going to benefit from a positive demand effect coming from the US. So will emerging economies. So there will be a positive demand effect. They will suffer from a negative price effect coming out of the US, and they've got to navigate the foreign direct investment effect. So effect, but it's not big enough to offset the others. This has just made it even more urgent for Europe to move on the sorts of reform that the Draghi report details really well.
Mohammed, we'll miss you tomorrow afternoon when we cover the Federal Reserve decision. I just want your thoughts on that Fed decision. It's going to be fascinating.
Great press conference.
What do you want to? Number one question for Chairman Powell right now.
It's not going to be. How do you think about the election? That is what I would like to ask. I think he's going to sidestep that question, and he's going to wait. And he's right to wait, because he needs to see what actually emerges in terms of policies.
And then in December, they've got to come up with some forecasts. Good luck to them. Mohammed, it's good to see you, sir. Appreciate it. Mohammed Al-Erin of Queen's College, Cambridge, with an update on Brief. Here's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Bitcoin hit as markets watch votes come in for Donald Trump overnight. The largest cryptocurrency topped 75,000. It's widely viewed as a Trump trade because he has embraced digital assets during his campaign. Crypto-related stocks, those are also rising in the pre-market trade. BMW shares, those on the other hand, falling in the German trade, down 6%. It reported its main measure of profitability had fallen to the lowest level in more than 4 years. BMW's costs have risen from a faulty braking system, which forced it to recall as many as 1.5 million cars. It's also dealing with faltering demand in China and Europe. Apple is set to face the first ever fine under the EU's new digital antitrust rules for big tech. According to people familiar with the case, watchdogs are readying the penalty levied on the iPhone maker for forcing app developers to stay within its Apple App Store. Just months ago, Apple was hit with a $2 billion fine for similar abuses under the block's traditional competition rules. And that's your brief. John.
Danny, thank you. More from Danny in about 30 minutes. Up next on the program, Trump 2.0.
We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world.
And it's shaking up this market worldwide. In New York City, that conversation up next. Good morning.
Some time here on the broader presidential race.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out. From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live every trading day. Balance of Power live around the world every weekday, only on Bloomberg.
Number 45 becomes number 47. Donald Trump, president-elect. And these are some of the moves you're seeing off the back of that decision by this nation. Check out this rally in the pre-market. JP Morgan higher by 7%. Bank of America up by 7.6. Citi up by almost 8. Under surveillance this morning, Trump 2.0.
We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've. There's no job like this. This is
Economic impact for Trump, given a president's unilateral authorities from both an inflation and growth perspective as it relates to tariffs. Libby's back with us. Never really left, Libby. It's good to see you again.
So nice to be here within 2 times within 12 hours.
Good
Lucky
morning.
me.
To see you.
Nice
Let's
to see
talk about what we can take away from last night.
Yeah.
Your big takeaways.
We have been characterizing this as a knife fight in a phone booth between the two candidates. This was a knife fight, maybe, but he brought a machete and she brought a butter knife. I mean, this was a resounding win for former President Trump. The Senate looked like it was going to flip regardless, but looks like Republicans are doing better in the Senate. Open question in terms of what kind of majority they have in the House. They probably will keep the House, but by a narrower majority than what they had when Trump was first president. So remember, when he was first president in 2017, he had about a 25-seat majority in the House. He may only have a 5-seat majority, and that may, eyes may glaze over, but that's actually quite important when we talk about tax policy, when we talk about spending and what have you.
When you look at, though, his outperformance from his 2016, 2020 numbers and how Kamala Harris was not keeping pace where Joe Biden was in 2020, this feels like a mandate for him.
And I think that's right. I mean, and of course, going back to just the tariffs, I mean, he can do a lot from an economic perspective to impose tariffs. We already know that from Trump 1.0. In terms of immigration, he can do quite a lot. So will this embolden him in terms of advancing that agenda? This comes a question of what can he get through Congress. Again, he'll have a bigger majority in the Senate than I think most folks had of who he wants for the Treasury, who he wants for Fed, who he wants for other.
Well, that's what I want to talk about. In Washington, D.C., personnel is policy. This morning, Dan Ives, Lena Khan out, ? The biggest thorn on the side of big tech has been the head of the FTC. Where do you see these kind of positions stacking up? Who does he go to?
Yeah, so Lena Khan is very likely out. Her term, of course, expired several weeks ago. So she is basically a lame duck. So he will just have to nominate somebody and, of course, get them confirmed. That one shouldn't be a problem. Similarly, the CFPB is out. The FHFA is out. So some of these other independent agencies like the Fed, very unlikely he can fire Powell, for instance. But for the CFPB and the FHFA, he can usher change just given the structure of those agencies. So again, there will be a big change, even just from a regulatory perspective. When we're not talking about legislation or spending or tax policy, what he can do unilaterally is going to be pretty significant.
So basically, you think that a base case is a red wave, but it isn't necessarily as red as it was. So it won't necessarily be as much of a mandate. How much, what is the main question you're hearing from clients right now?
We haven't heard from any of our clients yet. I've heard questions from our traders. What are of course around the next. Well, I mean, we were talking about this last night too. The curve has steepened a lot, and I think our view on this in some ways is that the curve should have steepened regardless of who won, just because that they were both going to be bad for the deficits. I think you can argue, and this is a nuance here, so just give me some time, that actually with a Republican sweep, and I'm not sure you call this a Republican wave, but definitely a strong Republican sweep, there could actually be more offsets to a tax bill than there would have been if he had a divided Congress. And what do I mean by that? You could get pay-fors in terms of rolling back some of the Inflation Reduction Act, sort of scaling back some social entitlement spending. So you actually could get, I just don't think this idea, the sort of narrative in the marketplace that he's going to be as bad much worse for deficits under a Republican Congress is necessarily justified.
But there is this question about the cutting, right? And sort of Elon Musk's role in all of this. I think of sort of the Elon Musk proxy as Tesla is surging. And I think about that $2 trillion of budget cuts, basically slashing the government by a crazy amount. Is that people are looking for?
Yeah, so that is, well, I'm not sure if it's crazy or not crazy. It's more unlikely just given where the Senate is. And again, even though he has a pretty commanding majority in the Senate, likely, he will not 60 votes. And this is actually quite important. The filibuster is not going away. You still need 60 votes for most spending bills. So all the things that Elon Musk was talking about, for instance, would go through an appropriations process, you need 60 votes for that. He won't have that. So could you see maybe some deficit reduction at the margin? Maybe, but it will be very difficult to do something. It's a significant like that. You just won't have the votes.
Libby, I want to go back to the polling, only because you actually nailed this, even though you were shying away from it last night. You had said in your notes, and I'm paraphrasing here, but you had said for quite some time, if polling is correct, Trump wins. So polling was, in a sense, to your mind, do you think accurate?
Yeah, yes. I mean, I think that polling was, and I think what we were talking about is sort of whether it was in 2012 was first win in favor of Democrats, much more a 2020 election for sure. Right, polling was within the margin of error. Trump absolutely did where he was polling, but again within that margin of error. So pollsters probably feel okay this morning. This was not a miss like we saw in 2016.
Queen of polling, though. So let's talk about the women.
Yeah,
let's talk about the potential pink wave.
Those women did not happen. Those women we were just talking about. Those women turned up. They just turned out for Donald Trump. So I mean that is I think the thing. I think the sort of what she saw, the tea leaves, and she's been pretty good about identifying some of these national trends historically. Not this time. Is that those suburban women never broke.
Where does this Democratic Party go from here?
I mean, that is going to be an open question, and I think it's probably too early for sort of the recriminations and but I think you're already sort of seeing it on Twitter at least. But I think we'll just have to see the dust will have to settle. I think that folks will be very focused on what 2026 looks like. As you know, the Senate map is actually, not that we should be talking about another election, but 2026, the Senate map is actually bad for Republicans. So I think you're going to try to see a Democrats running candidates who can actually win. I mean, the country has spoken. We are a center-right country. And I think for Democrats to be able to compete in these sort of centrist, purplish states, they're going to have to field candidates who can appeal to that.
I wonder if that's the message they receive. Because the people I'm focused on over the next few months are the people who've been quietest, who might become the loudest. Progressives didn't complain about anything, didn't pin Harris down on unpopular things, didn't remind her of what she committed to back in 2019, the press tried. I just wonder how forceful they will be in the next few months, how angry they will be, because ultimately Harris tried to run as a pragmatic moderate, did she not? And it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, I think again we didn't really know exactly what platform she was going to run on. I mean, I think there'll be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking.
Well, we did it right now.
I'm just not sure, honestly, if she had picked someone, say, as a running mate who's even more progressive than Tim Walz, and Tim Walz was more progressive, right? He's more progressive than Josh Shapiro. I think that was sort of.
Should she have not chosen Josh Shapiro? He's beloved by Pennsylvania, the one state you have to win.
Yeah. Again, a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking here. However, I'm not sure if it really would have made a difference at this point. I mean, he just did. It just, you look at the rightward shift across the country, and maybe picking Shapiro would have helped marginally.
Well, what would have made a difference? Should Biden have dropped out after the midterms, opened up a primary, and actually maybe the Democratic Party could have picked someone who can untether themselves?
Do you think a moderate would have come out of that process? Do you think a moderate would have come out of that process?
It's a great question.
If they'd had a primary.
You're
giving me a break. There's no way that party
You're right.
is going to select a moderate.
You're right. But the one thing that person potentially could have happened, if it was Kamala Harris candidate, maybe you wouldn't have the view gaffe because better candidate. Or they would have gotten somewhere maybe. Put some distance between them and Joe Biden.
Maybe, but I just also think like the big issue, and we've been talking about this for months, is gas and groceries. There's gas, groceries, and rent. This was a huge headwind. I mean, I agree. You could say like what better candidate, maybe not. But there was a huge knock on her or Biden was maybe not recognizing it has basically been a regressive tax for voters across the country.
Libby, we got to go.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Context changes everything.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
You're watching the close.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
Equities right now on the S&P 500 up by 2%. On the small caps, the Russell up by 5.9. On the Nasdaq up by 1.5. Just a phenomenal rally off the back of the nation's decision to give Trump a second term. And the bond market, it means we're selling bonds and yield to higher across the curve. Up by 20 basis points on 10s, up 23 on 30s. And just compare and contrast what's happening in the European bond market. 2-year in Germany down 9 basis points. Lisa, the 10-year unchanged on the session. Very different picture.
There's a feeling that the Euro region will be hurt disproportionately by what happens by the United States, by the Donald Trump administration, and that frankly, the ECB should be cutting rates more aggressively to offset that weakness. What you see in currency markets just tracks that with the complete plunge. At one point, the most since 2016 in the euro versus the dollar. Here's the question. How much of this sticks? Do we start to see policy that actually underscores this going forward? Or is this something that's going to be considered, in retrospect, a dislocation?
You said at one point, we're back to those levels right now. So euro dollar down by 2.1%, the biggest move potentially since June of 2016, June 24th. You remember that date well? That was the Brexit fallout. Euro dollar negative 2%, a break of 107.
What's interesting, and Mohammed El-Arian had really pinpointed this, essentially this is the thing of power that you could look back to the Brexit vote or potentially trying to sniff out right now, and you could see that across the board. You could see the euro, but the Mexican peso as well with respect to tariffs. New world order, and how does it really play into markets?
The peso move is painful. Dollar Mexican peso up by 2.8%. Under surveillance this morning, Donald Trump winning another term in the White House, the former president flipping key swing states, Georgia, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. It was just a feeling overnight that this was done and dusted and pretty quickly.
Or yes, definitely so. And the reason more for that is because Donald Trump was outperforming his 2020 numbers and Kamala Harris was underperforming in key counties where she wasn't even matching what Joe Biden was getting. So you saw the strength almost immediately in the Sun Belt in places like Georgia. Then he grabbed North Carolina. And then, of course, winning Pennsylvania. It's all over. When it comes to what Libby Cantor was talking about, we have to still wait on the House. But when it comes to potentially this mandate, Donald Trump's speech last night definitely felt like he had a mandate because the fact that he's winning the popular vote, because the fact that he overperformed last night, certainly feels like 2016 when it comes to this market.
It certainly feels that way in a big way, particularly looking at small caps absolutely flying. Let's talk about the Senate. Republicans winning control of the U.S. Senate, getting states tax and spending battles next year. The House is the Democrats' last hope for needing a net gain of 4 seats to take a slim majority from the GOP. This was a high conviction call, relatively speaking, for most people, that the Republicans would take the Senate, but they've taken a bigger lead than many people thought.
Exactly. The conviction was they take it. The question was by what margin and how big the margin is going to be. I'm looking at these races, whether or not Dave McCormick of Bridgewater can unseat someone like Senator Casey. Potentially that margin is going to be bigger. When it comes to the House, though, beware. This could take time because some of these absentee ballots out of California could take days, maybe even a week or so.
Libby Cantrell was really brilliant on this when she basically said it sounds mind-numbing, but it can really count on the deficit getting bigger because it's have a narrower majority, even if it is a red sweep, you don't necessarily get the same mandate or composition that Donald Trump had in 2017 when he took the office last time. That is what I'm saying, not just simply the color of the overall majority.
The bond backdrop is so different compared to 2016. I think we have to keep repeating this as well. The difference is now, between now and then. In 2016, this market was hungry for fiscal stimulus. We were talking about this all the time. The only game in town was the Federal Reserve. We needed to see more from the government. They needed to spend more. That's not where we're at right now. We're in a very different place.
To me, I think it's fascinating for the economy. How much are we seeing productivity gains? How much are we seeing an acceleration of a recovery that we already had? And how much does that sustain risk assets at a time when bond yields used to be thought unsustainable at levels we're currently seeing can keep going? And that, I think, is one of the key existential questions behind some of the moves we're seeing.
Mohamed El-Arian nailed it. Okay. When it's times of sunshine right now, time of sunshine, when you're in U.S. exceptionalism, start fixing the roof. You don't dig deeper into holes. And when you look at these campaign promises, potentially when it comes to the fiscal deficit, you are digging deeper into holes.
Running a budget deficit of 7% when unemployment's around 4%. We've heard complaint after complaint after.
Okay, I'm not going to beat my drum, but just to quickly give you a little taste of it. I mean, basically, interest rate mints on U.S. government debt more than tripled over fewer than 4 years. If you take a look, $900 billion of interest payments for this year, you start looking out, that goes up and to the right, significantly, especially if
the election, we get a Fed rate decision tomorrow. That'll be interesting. The market. Donald Trump sharing his thoughts on the Fed chair just last month.
I think it's the greatest job in government. You show up to the office once a month and you say, let's see, flip a coin. And everybody talks about you like you're a god. Oh, what will he do? I think that if you're a very good president with good sense, you should be able to at least talk to him. I don't say make.
Joining us now is the former Kansas City Fed President, Thomas Hoenig. Thomas, welcome to the program. The former president, now president-elect, says it's one of the easiest jobs in Washington, D.C. Is that job about to get a whole lot harder?
It's going to be harder, but not all that much harder. All these issues were there, whoever was elected. So I think that continues to be their challenge. And their challenge is, as you were just saying, there's a huge deficit. There's a growing debt problem. And the Fed unwilling at the moment to speak out and say that is, if you want to be able to control where interest rates go, and that is a major problem for any politician. So I think the problems are only going to get more acute, but not necessarily different than what they would have otherwise been.
Thomas, walk us through the process of the Federal Reserve. You've been there. I think we all want to understand what the December meeting will be like. Not put out projections. This market's already making a projection on things like interest rates and on inflation for the next year and maybe even beyond. How stale will the Fed projections look in December, given that they have to look at campaign promises but can't do anything with it until it becomes legislative reality? What do you do with that at the Federal Reserve?
Well, remember, those projections are based on what they think will happen. The deficit is going to get worse. Some of the members will count, and you would see, I think, a change. I think the ones that they just did will be stale. I think you will see a less decline in interest rates, other than the pressure they're going to feel to lower interest rates. But I think it'll be a very difficult period for the Fed to try and outline what the future lies in terms of their dot plots. So it's hard for me to say whether they're going to do one thing or another, but I think basically they should show a less steep decline in interest rates going forward because the debt. I mean, you have to look at what's been promised. I mean, we got tariffs to deal with. We have tax cuts to deal with. That all has impacts on the long-term debt, and that has impact on what the Fed could do with interest rates.
Thomas, how much already is just the move that we've seen in longer-term yields a real warning signal to the Federal Reserve, enough to really curtail any further rate cuts beyond this year?
Right. I think the market is saying that the debt is going to be a major problem. You are not going to be able to control that, even though there'll be a lot of pressure on them to buy that debt to keep interest rates lower. That means inflation. The market don't knows that, and that's their signaling. What I don't understand is I think the Fed carefully, but should be making the public more alert to their limits, to the Fed's limits, if we don't get the debt under control.
Let's talk about those limits, Thomas. You were Reserve during the financial crisis, during the initial rounds of quantitative easing, where the Federal Reserve did exercise its ability to monetize the U.S. debt. And I'm wondering how that bar is to do that again if certain people are put into the Federal Reserve, onto the Federal Reserve by Donald Trump, to potentially buy more debt, expand the balance sheet, offset some of this increase in issuance.
Well, I think that will be the pressure because if you don't do that, with the amount of debt that has to be put out there, there's going to be enormous buy that debt, or the rates will continue up. I mean, that's just the fact. And so be there, I think, extremely so. But the problem with that is they're supposed to be independent to say no to that and to alert the Congress that that kind of spending and that kind of debt cannot be sustained. And therefore, the Fed is not going to monetize that debt in a crisis. But the question is, will they stop doing that? In their recent history, the last 15, 20 years, they continue their monetary easing well past the crisis, and that enables the Congress to continue to spend without constraint, and therefore the Fed has to say, we're going to put an end to this, and it's going to be one tough job for any Fed and any chairman of any Fed.
Thomas, if they don't do that, what's the potential consequence? I know you said inflation, but can you give us some sort of range of potential outcomes if there is a greater willingness to monetize some of this debt?
Well, first of all, I think people tend to focus on consumer price inflation. Asset inflation is going to reignite even beyond what it is. A house is unaffordable today. Well, look at what's going to happen when they monetize that debt and asset prices go up. The stock market will go further up. The divide between the haves and have-nots will grow in the United States. The Fed has to know that, and that's why they have to put the alert out in a very prudent way. These things can be highlighted by the Fed. That's part of its responsibility because it's limited in terms of what it can do with the full yield curve under these circumstances of debt growing at these kinds of rates.
Thomas, this was super thoughtful. We appreciate your time. Thomas Honig there, the former Kansas City Fed president, on the outlook for the Federal Reserve. Adam Posen in the Financial Times earlier this year, late summer, monetary policy stance could reverse after the election in the coming weeks. He should also remind markets and households of basic things. The argument that Adams made over the past few months is that they should take a page out of the playbook from Governor Carney at the Bank of England. Now, I would caution that once you start playing that game, even if you believe it is sound, economically sound to make these points, you attract the wrong kind of attention when it comes to things like political independence.
I was just about to say that. If he stands up on that, well, we don't delve into political issues, but then he starts to about just what those consequences could be. Then all of a sudden, he takes a page from Carney, all of a sudden people are saying, what do you think you're doing? And so it's a very slippery slope. Here's also the issue that we've seen time and time again. The Federal Reserve is not the Bank of England. The U.S. economy is not the British economy. And I think that they're going to have to grapple with and walk this fine line between economically prudent at a time where we do not have clarity on what economic policies will be.
Change place for the Federal Reserve for the next few months. They'll be on a planet over here, and the market's going to be on another planet over here. And we're seeing that play out right now. The market's already taken on rates for 2025 away from the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve is not going to be able to talk about it for months.
I remember, I'm old enough to remember, when the Fed worried about
tightening in financial conditions. Right now, they don't have to worry about tightening in financial conditions, but they have to reflect that. Why is that happening? At what point does that become a constraint? And if it's not a constraint, at what point does that indicate a much higher terminal rate? At what point do they have to reflect the fact that markets are showing a different economic reality than they were, say, even 2 weeks ago?
Bonds down, yields up. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. It's Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John, some earnings for you. CVS shares are rising in the pre-market 8.9%. Third quarter revenue came in over 6% higher than a year earlier. CVS, though, opted not to give investors guidance for the remainder of the year or for 2025. It did announce a new president for its troubled Aetna insurance unit, facing headwinds on rising costs and decreased government payments. CVS shares have fallen 30% so far this year. Amazon co-founder and executive chair Jeff Bezos sold over 213 million of the shares of his company, according to an SEC filing. Amazon recently reported third quarter sales that surpassed expectations, an 11% increase from a year ago. Bezos has sold more than $13 billion in Amazon stock this year. And world leaders have congratulated Donald Trump on securing a second term in the White House. Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky congratulated Trump on an impressive election victory. French President Emmanuel Macron said he was ready to work with Trump again for 4 years. Leaders from Germany, Israel, Australia, India, and the UK also offered their congratulations to Trump. And that's your brief, John.
Danny, thank you. Jemana covered this a little bit earlier. What did Ukrainian bonds do? Rallied.
Yeah, exactly. And so there's this question of, do you get some sort of resolution to this sooner? I mean, the fallout effects of this are massive. And some of that was actually a move that was a bit counterintuitive, I think, from what some people were expecting.
Seismic changes potentially. That was the words of Mohammed Al-Arian, I'm paraphrasing, but ultimately the message from Mohammed a little bit early this morning, about 40 minutes ago. And next on the program, a big repricing in the bond market.
The 10-year treasury right now is above that fair value estimate. So for me, it's not a done deal that a red sweep results in out of control spending.
That conversation up next, live from New York. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Technology.
We are very focused on playing one game and one game only, and that is being free, frictionless entertainment for consumers. But what I will say is we are doubling down on the strategy. We believe it's working. We can deliver, and it's on us to continue to deliver.
Whenever you're doing something innovative that hasn't been done before, there's a lot of trial and error and iteration. It just always has these zigs and zags along the way. And I think where we've been successful is really being reactive.
Hollywood is the history of technology. Like, we are here because of a technological breakthrough, right? And so we sometimes forget that all together always. And for us, it's like this redefine a little bit that it's a tool for humans. Then it changes the narrative, and it's less about hearing it.
Don't miss Bloomberg Technology, live every weekday.
From our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech. The middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg text changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Mornings like this are really rare. Stay tuned. Check this out. Up 2.4% on the S&P 500. In the FX market, a move we haven't seen on the euro. Going back to 2016, it's a break of 107, 106.90. In the bond market, yields a whole lot higher. Up 17 basis points, 4.44. Under surveillance this morning.
We had to reprice for higher growth, maybe for less rate cuts, but we've done that. The 10-year treasury right now is above. People worry about what does a red sweep could potentially mean for budget deficits, but I think there are a lot of Republicans in Congress that actually do want to rein in budget deficit. So for me, it's not a done deal that a red sweep results in out of control spending.
So here's the latest. Treasury yield surging to 4-month highs as the bond market braces for Donald Trump's return to the White House. To discuss is Vishy Tripator of Morgan Stanley. Hey Vishy, welcome to the show. We've got in fixed income to start this conversation with you. I want to understand first of all, have you changed your mind about anything in your outlook for fixed income based on the results overnight?
I think we are processing. I would say the best thing to say is that we are processing that's happened and still awaiting whether or not. That's still we are processing. I think the thing that we are spending the most time thinking about really is sequencing of policy. So we had imagined that under a red sweep scenario, what are the potential things that could happen? We could think about I would put that in sort of 3 buckets: changes to immigration policy and changes to tax policy. Part of the conversation you've just had focused on the deficit expansion and the tax policy. We think that actually takes red sweep scenario. Legislation is a messy process. Lots of interest groups are involved. Lots of details. And then we still don't know it's a red sweep or not. But even in the red sweep scenario, we think the thing that could happen most immediately are the tariffs. It's consistent with the first term, what he did in the first campaign messaging or the entire campaign, and it's something that does not require a congressional approval. So we think really sequencing wise, that is we think will be the first order of impact. So even there, are we going to see across the board all the tariffs? Are we going to see some tariffs that actually grow over time to say 60% for China? We don't quite know yet. And those are the kinds of details I think the market will have to come to terms with, and what the potential impact of tariffs would be on the economy and on inflation. And we before really digging into the effect on the deficit expansion, which will still.
Well, let's pick up on that last point. I think we can explore guardrails and regulations. Vishy, do you think that this bond market will act as a regulating force on the tax cuts, hopes and dreams of the Republican Party?
To be honest, we don't know. We think it's possible that we've seen some bond markets do some of this in other countries, happen in the UK. But I think the bond market, what the effect of on both on inflation and on growth from tariffs, and how do that interlink with the deficit expansion under the new tax policy? I don't think the market quite knows this yet. I think the market will have to come to terms with competing issues, and that is going to take some time. So I would consider some of the knee-jerk reactions that we are seeing may get reevaluated.
Vishy, the real issue to me is that you say the knee-jerk reaction needs to get reevaluated, but the knee-jerk reaction is fascinating in that even this massive climb in yields at the long end has not at all in small caps, in bank stocks, in across the board, some of the pro-cyclical aspects of risk assets. And I'm just wondering, whether we have to rethink what a neutral rate in this society is and this economy currently and the trajectory that it's headed on.
I won't push back on that. I think we have to rethink a number of things, including what you just said. I think how do we price in the animal spirits, and how do fixed income markets react to that? So I'm thinking as a credit person primarily, I'm thinking in terms of credit likes moderation, and what we may end up having is more than moderation. And if we have a high level of if interest rates or yields stay elevated, that will start putting some pressure on the parts of the market that some of the interest coverage ratios, etc., will be challenged. So the way I'm thinking about this is that how do animal spirits play out in the bond market? It's not entirely clear at this point, but I'm a little concerned that from a credit investor perspective, the animal spirits may benefit more of the equity investor versus credit investors.
Interesting, especially at a time where potentially there are certain companies that having a refinance, but that's what I want to ask, Vishy. Haven't we basically just stress tested all these companies? Aren't they going to be able to manage through? Haven't we seen that?
Yes, we have seen that, but we have seen that in two different ways. I think if you've seen the fixed rate borrowers, whether it's investment grade or high yield, we have not seen a lot of the pressure testing into those companies because they had issued a lot of debt in 2020 and 2021. So they didn't have to deal with a lot of pressure on their higher interest expense. That didn't really show up because they're fixed rate debt. That did show up. Where it did show up was in floating rate borrowers, leveraged loan borrowers, where we did see the effect of higher rates really put pressure on rating down rates, interest coverage ratios, and default. So we have not seen the fixed rate borrowers experience that incremental, what we say, they have not been stress tested in that sense because they had locked in higher level rates.
I think a lot of us still staying away, Vishy. We've all been stress tested for the last 12 hours. Got to leave it there. Vishy, thank you, sir. Vishy Thrupatur there of Morgan Stanley. I want to make an observation. It's not a forecast, okay? It's an observation. It's not a forecast. What we're seeing in the market right now, let's start with what we're not seeing. About deficits and whether it will constrain what's happening in the bond market, the hopes and dreams of. But I don't think you're seeing that fear around the deficit. And I'll tell you why, and I can point directly to foreign exchange. The dollar's stronger, like really strong. I think the point you can make purely from an observation, looking across markets right now, is what we're seeing evidence of is a positive growth shock. In the United States of America specifically, small caps outperforming, financials rallying, yields higher across the curve, including at the front end.
I would completely agree. I think in addition to the currency, you can also say the Russell 2000. That typically has underperformed when yields went up. This time around, it's the opposite.
See if it sticks. It's just an early observation and certainly not a forecast because I'm not. Jake Pulowski of TPW, Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow, matchup with Kennedy Goldberg of TD from New York. This is Bloomberg.
What would you say somebody young who's watching this, if he or she aspires to be like you?
There's one component of our industry that people need to focus on, and it's not technical, and that's communication. Being a phenomenal communicator, invest in that. A company to sell to us. Okay, and buy the stock or tell them, yeah, you're for sale, I'll pay you this price. That takes years of relationship and effort. Why would somebody sell you that billion-dollar software company growing at 20%? Just because? No way. People hang on to these great assets. And then how do you get on the same page with the executive team of their existing or new? It requires just amazing.
If you go to a cocktail party and somebody comes up to you and says, I have $100,000 I'd like to invest, what do you would recommend that person do with $100,000? What do you think is a good idea to do with $100,000 today?
Sometimes they do, and I give them the most boring answer ever. S&P 500.
Just buy an index.
Buy the index. The quarterly earnings of a company, did something change management? You don't have to make this your full-time job. Just buy the index, you're going to be okay.
countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Affiliate is coming out right now. We have take two numbers back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
Nvidia is one of the best stories in the tech space. That actually matters a whole lot more. It might shock some of your viewers. You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close, weekdays on Bloomberg.
Why should I want to invest in the pharmaceutical industry? Is it going to continue to grow as it did last year? And what about your own company? Do you think it's going to have good growth prospects in the next couple of years?
I think the reason to invest in the sector is the science. I mean, when you look again, if I go back into the history, for most of the last century, we were only giving people pills and small molecule drugs. Then we discovered that we had this whole world of biologics, and we could treat diseases with biologicals. More recently, we've discovered that we can reprogram your cells. We can edit the genome. We can use these RNA therapeutics to completely transform areas of medicine. Those technologies stage, and what we're going to find is they're going to open up whole from our business standpoint and a human health impact standpoint. We hope that as we cell therapy and RNA therapeutics, we will also be able to climb to a whole other level of market cap over time.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwell here in Sydney where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg Behavior Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg. Tech changes everything.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
The financial market price action worldwide is absolutely gripping. These are moves cross-asset collectively you only see a few times every decade, and it's playing out this morning. It looks like this. Equity futures on the S&P 500 up by more than 2%. Small caps up by more than 6%. Regionals, some of the major on Wall Street, the financials doing really, really well in the pre-market. Here's some of the why. The bond market, repricing yields a whole lot higher, up 18 basis points on a 10-year, 4.45, up 8 to the front end. With that, some dollar strength for you against the euro. Euro dollar breaking 107 a little bit earlier this morning. Lisa, down more than 2%.
I think you nailed it at the end of last hour when you said all of this together looks like the pricing of a growth shock more than something else. And I want to build on that. There seems to be this feeling that higher yields will not curtail the risk on feel in markets, that higher yields will not curtail the idea of, and that higher yields will not stymie American borrowers from going out and doing better than expected because of deregulation. What's going to stick will really depend, frankly, on the actual policies that people come in place and the margin that we still haven't learned in the House of Representatives.
We're still waiting on the composition of Congress. Is it a trifecta or is it just 2 out of 3 for the Republicans? Conviction call going in for a lot of people was it was going to be a red Senate. The margins were potentially still waiting on how big is the margins they're going to be, that wiggle room the Republicans will have in the Senate. But what happens with the House? And this is going to take days, maybe even a week or so, depending on California. But the market and everyone is definitely talking about at least Trump got a mandate. Why? He's on track to win the popular vote. The third since 1988.
The pieces of the puzzle coming together. If you're just joining, welcome. We begin with our top story. President-elect Donald Trump.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. I will not rest until we have a prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. Victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite
Trump clinching the battleground state of Wisconsin earlier this morning, sending over the required electoral college votes to seal the return to the White House. W Advisory is back with us. He was with us, 6 hours ago, Jake? Good to see you again.
It's nice to see everybody.
I feel so bad to start with this, but you made a really bad call on this election. Harris landslide. What went wrong?
Oh, thank you, John. I appreciate that. It's a nice way to start the conversation. All of that.
No elephants in the room.
Yeah, well, look, right. I mean, my thought is we're not paid to be political prognosticators because that we were of the view that the Democrats would win. Women vote, abortion, youth vote, etc. None of that really materialized. And what's really interesting after a few hours of sleep is the idea of good economics has turned into bad policy. Administration, best economic outcome in generations, lowest inflation, and the Trump policy mix, which I think economically speaking is going to prove to be not very good, but was clearly good politics. And so as an investor, here we are sitting, we need to think about exactly what we just discussed. You know, is it going to be a sweep? Because that means the policy mix, more of it is likely to materialize. If it's not a sweep, then we'll see how it all plays out. But I think for us at TPW, we're focused on a long cycle opportunity, good global growth, good risk asset opportunity. And a lot of that depends on policy continuity. And I think what we're going to have in the US is clearly policy discontinuity. And the question is going to be, how does that play out? And the setup I'm thinking about, like right now, this morning on the way in here, was you have the US, which is an overowned, expensive asset. Foreigners have never owned more of US financial assets at a time when the policy mix is deteriorating versus, for example, China, which is a cheap asset, underowned, just to finish, cheap, underowned, and arguably the policy mix is improving. City Economic Surprise Index turning up, PMIs above 50. And I think we're going to see at the end of this week a further policy response by China because they understand that their growth right now is export driven. And with tariffs, that could be a big problem.
I wasn't.
No, I don't like that.
Don't interrupt you.
Yes, it's slept.
It's okay. There's a question about whether you then fade this move. If you believe that actually not the right policy to put your money where your mouth is.
Well, that's a great question. And I thought about that. And tactically, I think you have to enjoy the bounce, right? And the reasons are multiple. First, seasonality. This is the best 3 months of the year for stocks. Positioning is great, right? You're seeing that play out, right? You don't have 5% moves, 2% moves in the S&P if everybody's already long. So people de-risk. Now they have to re-risk. Most importantly, fundamentals are supportive, right? We're just coming out of Q3 earnings. Was going into the earnings season. I think we've seen a complete collapse in the VIX. The VIX has gone from 25 to 15 for hours.
2 hours on TV last night. He's producing now.
I need a new job.
I want that up on the screen. Let's go.
I need a new job.
Political forecasting. He's producing.
Yes, exactly.
You got sleep.
Something's got to work.
Now you need to just take over. So your tripolar world, even though your conviction was wrong, your market conviction in a sense was accurate.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, it goes back to what I said last. I think it was 1250 last night. Was look, do you want to be the old market saying? Do you want to be right? And I struggled with that for years because I was my background as a sell side strategist. I'm a sell side strategist. As an investor, we're fully invested. We're long equities, treasuries. So this treasury move is not affecting us in any way, shape, or form other than helping us beat our benchmark.
What would it take to get back in?
Yeah, you know, that's good. That's again the question to be asked. And you know, it's a little tempting tactically again because as I said, going into this week, the long end of the treasury market, as represented by ETFs, was massively oversold. Right, the RSI relative strength index for the 7 to 10 year ETF IEF was 15. Don't really get down around 15 very often. So tactically, I think you probably I wouldn't be a treasuries right there, the long end. But I think the bigger question Again, the Trump policy mix is not just my opinion. At it or group, Moody's, Goldman, Peterson. It's bad for the deficits, bad for growth. But I think there's an idea that this is going to be a hothouse
to decide whether or not to bite the bullet by bonds?
Yeah, part of it is to see the makeup of the House. Is it a trifecta? Part of it is to kind of like see what China does, right? Because there's going to be a response. You know, we're global, we're multi-asset. So we have the whole world as our oyster, and there are going to be opportunities to play. We enjoy the bounce, we enjoy the ride, and we think about, you know, at some point maybe lightening up. I think for the U.S., I mean, I think the call for us is going to be, if we really do believe in the tripolar world, competition between China, the U.S., and Europe. China has taken the high ground in the clean energy space. You know, Trump wants to end EVs, etc. The real fight now is AI, and I don't see that this is, you know, we're the two countries are separating their tech stacks. That's our whole thesis with China tech, and you know, I think the issue right now is, do you want to press that bet, right? So you reduce the U.S. And you go further into Asia, which was cheap and underowned. I mean, those are the things you want to play.
As you said, he wants to end EVs. Tesla's absolutely soaring today.
Well, that's the must thing.
Who do you think is the biggest loser in terms of your tribe world with this composition we see in Washington?
The U.S., clearly, because Europe has got to respond. They know that. The whole Draghi report on competitiveness was we got to do more of the things that China and the U.S. are doing. And to us, there's a new industrial policy mix that is being implemented around the world to compete in AI, to compete with climate mitigation, to compete in conflict. You need public-private partnership because it's too much money for the private sector alone, and the public sector doesn't have the expertise. So who can marry that best is going to be the winner. And I think you also have to think about immigration. Who can leverage the immigration to improve their growth profile is also going to be a winner. And in the policy mix that the Trump team has laid out to date, it's anti pretty much all of that. And so, you know, strategically, as I said, the U.S. dollar and the policy mix, in our view, is deteriorating.
I just want to pick out a few things. The former president, now president-elect, has been quite clear that he wants national champions, which is why there's the proposal on the campaign to drop the corporate tax rate to 15%. Now, you said, when asked who's the biggest loser, you said the US, and then you said clear piece of it that I'm going to push back on because it's not so clear to a lot of people watching the program right now. You acknowledge that at the moment, I think you called it a hothouse theory right now in America. That's what it feels like. It feels like if you're investing in America, you'll do well. If you're trying to export to America, you might have a problem. That hothouse theory, what's the biggest hole in the window right now?
Well, I mean, I think it's JP Morgan who laid out the case that if Trump implements the 60% tariff on all China import, that will lead to almost a halving of the earnings growth that's expected for 2025. In other words, the earnings are expected to grow by about $35 next year from this year, 25 to 24. The tariff effect will carve out $15. This is JP Morgan's estimates. They got, you know, reams of economists thinking about this stuff. And basically talking about taking your earnings growth and having it at a time when, you know, you're not going to get multiple. So it's all about the earnings growth. Year three in a bull market tends to be the year of rest. We are going into year three. That's historically the case, typically single-digit returns. And so I think that the idea of national champions, sure, that's why Tesla's probably rocking. Musk is going to. But I think overall, the whole thrust of the U.S. policy has been reshoring, right?
Got it.
And reshoring with the dollar getting more expensive, those two things don't compute. So that's a big hole in my view.
I'm going to suggest those JP Morgan is up by 6.5% in the pre-market. Jez, good to see you.
Likewise.
Appreciate your time overnight and this morning.
Yeah,
Thank
it's been great. I mean, one of the things that's great about this is that you have to think in real time, right? So by coming on and engaging in this debate and dialogue, you know, it makes our process better. And so we Elect everybody, and hopefully the next time we see each other, we'll all have had a little bit more rest.
We'll see you soon. Advisory with an update on stories elsewhere this morning with your Bloomberg brief. Let's cross over to Danny Berg. Danny.
Hey, John. The Arizona Abortion Access Act has passed. They will now amend to establish a right to abortion and prohibit interference before fetal viability. Arizona is one of 10 states where abortion rights were on the ballot this election cycle. Shares of the U.S. biggest banks, as you mentioned, John, are surging pre-market. Investors are hoping President-elect Donald Trump reduce regulation for the industry. The shares also getting a boost from higher yields this morning. During the campaign, Trump vowed to cut the corporate tax rate to as low as 15% from 21% and to eliminate 10 regulations for every new one. NVIDIA became the largest company on the world on Tuesday, surpassing Apple and underscoring just how dominant AI has become on Wall Street. Shares rose 2.9% during yesterday's trading session, resulting in a market cap of $3.43 trillion. That tops Apple's $3.38. The chipmaker accounts for 7% weight in the S&P 500, and it's responsible for a quarter of the benchmark's 21% gain this year. That's your Bloomberg brief, John.
Danny, thank you. More from Danny in 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, the morning calls plus this. Tesla up by close to 13% in the pre-market. We'll catch up with Bloomberg's Edward Lowe in just a moment. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever news brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every day, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Hassan Anim, only on Bloomberg.
So is there some tension here? Check it out. Equities up by 16 basis points. But how much longer? Magna, HSBC. If Treasury yields were to rise into what we call the danger zone, a point at which higher longer end expectations can trigger a broad-based sell-off, such gain may prove short-lived. That danger zone, 450.
Stuart Kaiser of Citigroup, there are two risks to the equity rally. One of them is further surge in that term bond premium. So here's the question. When do you peak? Is it 450? Is it more? Does it depend on some of the policies coming with it?
We're getting closer to that. Let's put it this way. Let's get some morning calls as well. First up, Bank of America downgrading universal health to neutral, viewing Trump's victory as a negative for healthcare facilities. That stock is down by close to 8%. Your second call from Bank of America downgrading Five Below to underperform with a $75 price target. The analyst citing exposure to China and possible Trump tariffs were down by more than 13% on that name. And finally, Barclays lowering its price target on Yum Brands to 155 as its brands increase focus on value. Turning to Tesla, the stock surging in the pre-market as Donald Trump secures a return to the White House. Speech to supporters. The president-elect praising the carmaker's CEO, Elon Musk.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia painting.
Joining us now for the latest on the West. Stu, overnight, buddy, I want your thoughts on the election and owns.
Well, I was awake, and you know, it's not just the alignment between Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Endorsement of Elon, right, by Trump on stage, the president. Potential policy platform that Trump brings. You just, with your last guess, the winners and losers of this outcome. You know, Tesla's strategy as a global company kind of fits the idea that Trump would want to have conditionality around manufacturing in this country. Tesla, for quite a long time, has had this policy where it wants to manufacture markets that it sells into. In other words, don't build cars in America and sell them into Europe. Don't build cars. But I guess one thing we should talk about is Elon himself. The assumption of sources that I've spoken to, and it's an assumption, it's not known, is that any role within a Trump administration or federal government role would be advisory. And what I heard from people overnight is that the plan internally in all these companies is that Elon Musk remains at the helm of them, which I think is a really interesting idea.
Well, yeah, Ed, and that's one of the main quirks. How much can he be the beneficiary if he has to sell out his shares or freeze them and then leave? There are a lot of issues here. There's one with SpaceX and how much that could take over some of the space programs. And NASA take more of a back seat. And then there's a question about electric vehicle. There is a broad feeling that Donald Trump will be terrible for electric vehicle policy, considering some of his prognostications about it. And yet here you see the shares of the biggest electric vehicle maker surging 14% on the heels of this. How much will the policy of Donald Trump and his next administration help just Tesla or the broader market?
Well, for every winner, there is a loser, right? And yes, Tesla is up significantly lower they are in that European session. President-elect Trump was move forward with the idea of the way that company is organized, Tesla, it would set up to be a beneficiary in that environment. You raise so many interesting points. Space is highly regulated, but SpaceX is the contractor of choice for the US government and its activities as it relates to space. And I think one area that Musk has pushed back on consistently is that Tesla or SpaceX in either context are not that dependent on subsidy. I think we could definitely evidence in periods of this year where the federal tax credit, $7,500 on EVs, has helped Tesla lease a lot more vehicles. But again, they would push back as a company and say, we haven't taken handouts. We've done a lot of this ourselves organically. The forecasters, be it Bloomberg NEF, Bloomberg Intelligence, the sell side, whatever, they all do feel that under a Trump presidency and Trump term policy, very hard to call.
Ed, on the campaign, geniuses, and we need to protect our geniuses. If he had one, he runs 6 companies, what would it be?
Yeah, proceeding on the basis and the assumption that a role in the Department of Government Efficiency is advisory and that this is not becoming some sort of formal US institution. I think that looking at clues, Musk would seek for things to move faster. The belief where I am is that the reason President-elect Trump was the right candidate for technology was that he would deregulate, cut red tape. And if you think about the direction Tesla's headed, robo-taxis, autonomous driving, the biggest barrier right now is rules and getting vehicles on public roads. And as we discussed, Anne-Marie, a few weeks ago, and I've written about, Musk talked about that quite explicitly on Tesla's last earnings call. And that might be one ask. Make some rules or cut some rules for the future of autonomous driving.
Do you speak to these automakers all the time? Do they face federal hurdles or state level hurdles?
Both, but remember, the risk can be a tailwind. It works both ways. That take California, for example, or other state-by-state specific manufacturing policy, that's helped some automakers. Rivian, for example, is highly supported by the state of Illinois. But again, it is difficult. I think one complaint that I hear from CEOs, and honestly, if the CEOs of the automakers are watching and you know who you are, speak about it publicly, is they've been very frustrated with the organs of federal government and how little public officials understand about supply chain. So for all of the legislation, be it the CHIPS Act or the Inflation Reduction Act, actually getting money out of the legislation and into the system has been very hard for them, as has been sort of navigating the ability to access raw materials. China is something we haven't really talked about, but we could talk about a bit more, given how critical it is for supply chain and end market as well. The point is those CEOs are frustrated and have been for the last 4 years or so.
We've got months. We've got 4 years to talk about China.
Sure.
And I just want to squeeze this in just quickly. Where is he going to find time for this? Where will Elon Musk find time to do all this?
Very fair, reasonable question. Simply, he spends a lot of time on his cell phone and on his jet, which is Starlink Wi-Fi enabled. He doesn't sleep very much by all accounts. And you can see that from his social media presence. I think that he's just one of those people.
Just incredible. And thank you, sir. Appreciate the update from the West Coast. I'm looking forward to your coverage alongside Caroline Hyde at 11 o'clock Eastern time on Bloomberg Technology when they go through some of these issues. What a phenomenal character. We're talking about some of the biggest companies on the planet. If you could own one and run one, that would be a win. But we're talking about multiple platforms now.
SpaceX, Tesla, X, the AI company he's starting, and now he's potentially have this advisory role. So here's the question. At what point will the policies just benefit him? What you're seeing right now is auto manufacturers in the U.S. to mean, at least in the market's eyes, that this is going to be a wholesale tariff in the U.S.
I just want to know where this $2 trillion he says he can cut from the U.S. government. Because even if you fired everyone in the U.S. government, you're not saving $2 trillion.
Up next on the program, Torsten Slot. The Fed would pause in December. I imagine he feels pretty good about that this morning. Speak to Gennady Goldberg as well of TV Securities.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech
spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure. Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials
the
accountable.
transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg.
So here's the first upgrade. Chris Harvey, Wells Fargo, raising the price tag on the S&P 500 to 58.30, which is close to where we are, from 55.35. They say sell the news is over, buy the election. The pain trade is a rotation. Let's talk about what's happening on the small caps. Absolutely flying going into the opening bout. The Russell right now up by more than 6% with some movers this morning. Manus Cranny, take your pick. There's so many. Good morning to you.
Jonathan, it really is take your pick for the Trump anonymous trade. You spent a little bit of time on Tesla. I think what you've got to do here is sort of say to yourself, this is the very personification of FOMO. But you need to disaggregate between the emotional part of this trade, in other words, the affiliation between Trump and Musk on the campaign trail together. A new star is born, and the financial. I think Dan Ives tries to do that this morning. He says that this is a $40 to $50 boost for Tesla from pricing and scale. If you've got the president's ear, how much of the EV-related provisions are actually going to be rolled back? And that's about access to conversation, which creates policy. Roll it over. Go to the banks. Why not? It's probably what we do best at Bloomberg. Bank of America, it's a mere representation of JP Morgan, Wells Fargo. This is about capital status quo and deregulation. We don't really know what kind of deregulation you're maybe going to get. Capital status quo, that is very, very different. And what Bloomberg says is you can stave off the 9% capital increase. You get a watered down version of that. That's the bid side. The opposite side is, of course, higher yields. What does that do to your mortgage? What does that do to your customer out there in the United States of America? It certainly boosts your NIMs. And I leave you with a soupçon of Coinbase. Bitcoin smacks out that record high, but I like what the CFO had to say, not what I like, but what he said. Foster crypto innovation over litigation. Mike Novogratz goes for $100,000 on Bitcoin by January. And Bloomberg's brilliant line to close it off, Jonathan. Crypto's political muscles are strong.
Manus Cranny, appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Let's turn to bonds as well. That's an equity picture. Bonds are sliding. I think that understates the move. Yields are higher by 17 basis points. The 10-year, 4.4452. The Trump trade gripping markets this morning worldwide. Tomorrow, attention turning to the Fed rate decision. Torsten Slock of Apollo expecting a 25 basis point rate cut, adding, quote, we don't expect the Fed will cut interest rates in December. Torsten joins us for more. Torsten, good morning.
Morning.
I'm not sure if you've been to bed, so let's start with the election. Good night, good evening, wherever you want to go. I want to understand whether this has changed anything for you or just cemented what you were already thinking.
Well, I think, of course, what always comes with elections is that now we need to figure out what policies are actually going to be implemented. It's clear that yesterday at around just before 9 p.m., we found out what the Trump trade really was, namely that rates were going higher, the dollar was going up, and stocks were going up. So from that, of course, we can derive that, well, if this continues, it does on the one hand mean easier financial conditions because of the stock market going up, but it also means tighter financial conditions because long rates are going up. So now the challenge for markets is to figure out, why are long rates going up? Are they going up because of the economy expected to be better, or are long rates going up because of worries about fiscal sustainability? And this becomes a very important debate, namely what will the term premium, meaning what will happen to the part of rates that in long rates that have nothing to do with Fed expectations. So therefore, the conclusion is that we still need to wait and see what policies actually will come.
Which one do you think it is and why? Where's the tell?
If I look at my Bloomberg screen and the term premium coming both from the San Francisco Fed and the New York Fed, they both say that the term premium in the last 6-7 weeks has been going up more than 50 basis points. So that's telling you that rates in the long end are going up for reasons that have nothing to do with Fed expectations. So now it becomes therefore a little question about, okay, so if rates are going up for reasons that have nothing to do with Fed expectations, what could those other reasons then be? And traditionally, one interpretation has been that markets do focus on fiscal sustainability. And given that both candidates have been scored by the Penn-Wharton budget model and the Committee for a Very Responsible Budget, that we will have more deficits both under Harris and under Trump. one interpretation has been that rates have generally been going up in the last month or a little bit more because of renewed worries about the fiscal situation.
That said, this morning what we're seeing is small caps ripping. What we're seeing is some of the consumer cyclical stocks ripping, some of the lower rated credits actually doing very well, which actually flies against this idea that it's going to be tighter financial conditions that constrains the economy. Instead, it suggests something about growth reaccelerating. Are you saying that this is an inconsistent response from the market, or can you take that as sort of a signal here?
Well, for small cap in particular, absolutely rates higher for longer is negative, because let's remember that 40% of the Russell 2000 had no earnings or negative earnings. So that means the Russell 2000 companies are characterized by having low coverage ratios, meaning very little earnings to pay for the interest payments. So that's, of course, negative for small caps. What's positive for small caps is likely, first of all, we may get more growth, but also from a regulatory perspective, if we now have that the Republicans are going to, at least as the market textbook would say, create an environment that is, in the market's language, more business friendly, well, that would also be a reason then why small caps should now be benefiting. So there's a tug of war going on between tighter financial conditions, meaning higher interest expenses, and at the same time, what could be characterized more tailwinds to the business environment.
I'm trying to get my head around this because I want to understand how the Fed's going to grapple with this tomorrow and how Fed Chair Jay Powell is going to signal about yields going higher on the long end that ostensibly should be tightening financial conditions, but aren't, if you see ISM services like what we saw yesterday, aren't if you see what we're seeing in the employment market. At what point does it become a concern? What are the red flags to you?
Exactly. So that's why tomorrow is easy for the Fed. December is really difficult because now we get to the very difficult situation that we already, before the election, had ISM services going up really significantly, including the employment component. We've all been assuming now for several quarters, employment is slowing down, non-farm payrolls will gradually weaken. But then suddenly we began to see, of course, in September, non-farm payrolls went up. October was distorted by the weather. But if we get a payback from the weather in here, the data for November, and on top of that, we're already seeing ISM services for employment also going up. The challenge for the Fed is that both organically, if you will, the economy is actually still in a good spot. And now you have some questions about, well, what type of policy will come? Will we have more fiscal policy? Will we have therefore more support to the economy? That will then become the challenge for them in terms of what they should be doing in December.
Well, Torsten, the highly regarded Cook Political Report just put out a note saying the most likely outcome now is the GOP trifecta. Former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, just texted me saying the Republicans will keep the House. This is someone that knows the House very well and also knows those California districts very well. So there is this trifecta. What policy can actually get done?
Well, so now we go all back and look at the Penn Wharton budget model, which had a quantification of what would be the implications for GDP of the potential here of a red sweep. And the answer to that is that we will generally see a boost to the economy. We will probably also see some boost to inflation, which will certainly complicate the Fed's job. So that's why it remains to be seen what of the things that Trump has talked about he will be implementing. But if we do get a red sweep, then certainly we should be going back and studying hard what has the quantified models been showing in terms of the implications for the economy.
How does Jay Powell talk about this tomorrow?
Well, it's a very difficult challenge for him here because obviously if we agree that tomorrow is easy with 25 basis points cut, then how do you start to talk about including this in your forecast? I think that one way that he might begin to talk about it is to say, well, we just don't know what exactly will happen. We don't know which of these policies will be implemented. So we have a list of things that Trump has talked about, and they have all been quantified by a number of different institutions. But what of these things will actually come through and in what order of magnitude becomes a very important issue, of course, for the Fed.
We can play around with this a little bit. Does anyone start auditioning to take Chairman Powell's job?
Well, as we all know, his term will run out in May of 2026. So now we will already begin to have in the second half of next year a debate about who should be the next Fed chair. And of course, this
We're going to have it right now, aren't we? Doesn't that debate start right now? Right now.
100%, especially because what we were talking about with Thomas Honig, I think we cannot emphasize enough. The tools that the Fed has are not just cutting rates. They also are quantitative. They also are bond purchases at a time. How long before we start talking about that?
Torsten, just one final question. How similar is this to 2016 when we were waiting for the tax cuts to come from the Trump administration? And we're having similar conversations with Fed officials. I remember the news conferences. I remember the Fed speakers at the time. It was, at what point do you start to bake this into projections? And they had to wait until it became reality. Is it much worse than that? Is it the same? Do you see some parallels here?
This is very different because at the time we had two policies. We had lower taxes, the TCGA, Trump tax cuts, and then we had at the same time tariffs. Now we don't have significant tax cuts, at least not of the same magnitude. So if the tariffs are now going to be even bigger than what we had in 2017, then you can begin to wonder, well, if we don't have the offsetting effect that tariffs will, generally speaking, lead to higher prices and generally speaking, the risk of lower sales, there was an offsetting positive effect to the lower sales part by the tax cuts. And we don't have that magnitude of tax cut potentially. There are some suggestions that he's talked about lowering corporate tax rates to 15% for domestic manufacturers. So that could maybe offset some of it. But given what we're talking about on the tariff side is so much bigger than what we had with 60% on China, than what we had in 2016, that means that the risks are more tilted towards tariffs potentially playing a bigger role.
This is the beginning of a much longer conversation, but just a final word. 2025 rate hikes. You ready to go there?
Well, if we now get a tailwind to growth from a better business environment, from easier fiscal policy, and we might also have a little bit higher inflation because of tariffs. If we deport illegal immigrants, that might also be lifting wage inflation. That would all be arguing for the Fed definitely not cutting as much as the dot plot is telling us at the moment.
Torsten Stark of Apollo, one of the very best. And the market and policy is moving in his direction, that's for sure. Torsten, thank you, sir. If you are just joining us, welcome to the program. In about 50 minutes from now, this market will open up and small caps will rock it. Equity futures right now on a Russell up by more than 6%, on the S&P 500 up by more than 2%, on the Nasdaq 100 up by 1.8%, and in the bond market, we've got to look at that too. Check this out. Yields higher by 18 basis points on a 10-year, on a 30-year up by 20, 464 on 30s, Lisa approaching 450 on 10s.
Just ahead of a $25 billion auction of 30-year notes at 1 p.m. today. A real question, as Priya Misra of JP Morgan says, these are clearing events. They are risk clearing events where we can find out the new price. Does this stick? Do the buyers come in? If they don't, does that change the tenor of how people look at this? It's almost a benign sell-off in bond prices with yields going higher simply because there is the expectation of something of a growth shot.
On the bond market, jumping into the seat, Gennady Goldberg of TD Securities. Gennady, it's good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Bonds are on sale. Are you buying?
I'm waiting until they stabilize a little bit. I think at these kinds of events, you said market clearing event, and it's certainly going to be one of them. We have to wait until this plays out. We have to wait until the market settles down into a new equilibrium. Then we could think about jumping in. I think at this point, rates could continue to edge higher until we know the extent of Trump's policies. And that might take a little time as well, because we still don't know exactly who won the House.
Given that, how unfortunate is the timing that they're selling bonds of 30-year denomination later today?
I'll put it to you this way. I think the Treasury will probably not make this mistake again. That being said, they've done it in the past. Yeah, I'm sure they'll take a note. But I think they'll be still somewhat bought. I mean, I'm not expecting a massive tail at this auction, but if there is weakness here, it could suggest that maybe we shouldn't be scheduling auctions for election days. It is tricky though, right? It's hard to concentrate this series. It is the big one theoretically. So it's, every 4 years you're forced to do it.
There is a real question, especially as the dust settles, about what of these knee-jerk reactions will actually stick. And the point that John was making earlier about the divergence between the European bond markets and the US one is just really surprising. You see bond yields actually declining across Europe. You see bond yields surging in the US. At what point do you buy into that? Do you expect that to widen? And at what point?
I think you always want to wait a couple of days for things. Markets have trouble pricing election risks, period, right? Historically, they will adjust until kind of the right level. I think the issue here is twofold. One, we still don't know who won the House. So we don't know the extent of potential tax cuts, potential fiscal policy. Two, we don't know what the impact is going to be on tariffs, on immigration. These are all things that Trump has said in the campaign. The question for investors now is, how seriously is he going to take them? Tariffs are easy. Tariffs are really up to the president. The immigration part has to take a lot. I think that might involve Congress to some extent. So if he doesn't act, a little bit more difficult. And that is one of the swords that's kind of dangling over the market in this uncertainty. So we still have to wait for these things to shake out before we can actually see the real damage.
But we know what he wants to do on tariffs. And Trump 1.0 moved in quickly on tariffs. Maybe not as big as he's talking about now. Isn't it enough to make moves on?
I think the tariff side is likely, right? So if you're looking at the extent of Trump's policies, tariffs are quite likely. The big question for us is immigration, because that could actually be quite a bit more damaging for the next several years, not just for next year, we're talking about a 10% tariff across the board. We're still not entirely sure whether it includes the USMCA as well. That might just be a threat and might not materialize. But if we're talking about, mass deportations, as Trump has talked about, that could be huge for the labor market, which has actually now come into much, much better balance, and actually could be inflationary for wages. So it could put some long-term price pressures on the economy.
Nobody knows what's going to happen. What we're doing around this table is just pure scenario analysis. Does the Federal Reserve need to do the same thing publicly?
I think it's a little too soon for them publicly. Tomorrow is going to be an exercise in saying nothing for about 45 minutes at a press conference.
And reading the notes.
And really reading the notes and trying to repeat themselves. And to be fair, they also don't know, right? They have to wait for this to shake out. I think a November cut, December still very much up in the air, really depends on the data. And, to the earlier point, Trump 2.0 is than Trump 1.0. We have to see what's coming. There is a risk, certainly, and I think the risk coincides with some of the stronger data we've been seeing. They may want to take their foot off the brakes a little bit.
They've got a bias to ease. We just disrupted that.
I think we've softened it, is the way I would put it. I think the Fed is still moving in the direction of easing. Now we've thrown a major wrench into that major source of uncertainty. They'll have to see how it plays out. All else equal, I think they still keep taking rates lower. But even with the data the way it's been, it's still not as fast as it would have been before.
I'll finish with the same question that I asked to Torsten Slok at the end of the interview, and hopefully you were listening. Rate hikes 2025. You ready to go there?
I don't think so. I think a much more likely scenario is Fed on hold for a lot longer than anybody anticipates. So let's say the first 6 months, the first 8 months of next year, maybe even all of next year, if the economy is still doing well and we're getting inflationary pressures. I still think rate hikes are a long ways off. That would be quite different. The market will start to price in some chance of that, but I still think cuts are.
We make our way into 2025. Gennady, it's good to see you. Thank you, sir. Fixed income and on the Federal Reserve with an update on stories elsewhere with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Hurricane Rafael is gathering strength in the Atlantic Ocean. According to the U.S. National Hurricane Center, the storm has sustained winds of 90 miles an hour. That makes it a Category 1 hurricane. It's expected to make landfall in Cuba later today. The Florida Keys could also see localized flooding, according to the National Weather Service. Bitcoin hit a record high as markets watched votes come in for Donald Trump overnight. The largest cryptocurrency topped 75,000. It's widely viewed as a Trump trade because he embraced digital assets during his campaign. Crypto-related stocks, those are also rising in the pre-market trade. Democrats are holding out hope that they can avoid a complete red sweep and take the U.S. House. Democrats need a net gain of just 4 seats to wrestle the slim majority from Republicans, but with several key races still too close to call, particularly in notoriously slow count in California. It could be days before it's which party has the majority. And that's your brief, John.
Hey, Danny, thank you for this morning and overnight as well. We appreciate it, Danny. Thank you. Up next on the program, we'll say the day ahead. From New York City, you're watching Bloomberg Surveillance.
Suppose you show 1, 2, 3.
And analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action, every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street. We are basically deep in the European earnings season. Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
Right. It will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Minutes away from the opening bell. I'm exhausted already. We've got a full day of this ahead of us and a Federal Reserve decision tomorrow. Equity futures on the S&P up by 2%. Bond yields higher by 16 basis points. A 10-year 443.54. As we count you down to the opening bell, here's the trading diary. The next couple of days looks like this. Tomorrow, a Fed rate decision plus another round of jobless claims plus a Bank of England rate decision too on Friday. UMich consumer sentiment on Tuesday. Earnings from Home Depot Wednesday. US CPI data next Thursday, PPI plus earnings from Disney. Dropping by the studio, Bloomberg's Michael McKee, our economic and policy correspondent. Mike, good morning to you. Can you give me an impression of Chairman Powell tomorrow in the news conference with you? What is this going to look like? What's it going to sound like for 60 minutes?
Well, they only go about 45 now, which is a benefit to him because he's
maybe this one goes 30.
We don't know. Basically told us for this month, and they were never going to really commit to it because they're looking at a lot of mixed data lately, and they could say, we'll wait and see what the data say. Now they're going to have to wait and see what policy is going to be. I mean, there are definitely some Trump proposals that would throw, to British expression, a spanner in the works for the U.S. economy, and they don't know what that's going to mean to them. So it's going to be a lot of bobbing and weaving and ducking and dodging.
So I can do an impression for you. I was thinking about this morning. Basically, we look at the data we have. Moderation in the labor force. We have seen that inflation moderated and seems on a downward trajectory to our 2% goal. So we are on a path to evaluate data as it comes in. Key question I'm curious about. Long end of the yield curve rising so significantly. How concerned if it does tighten financial conditions at a time where you think that this is fragile, and if it doesn't, about where the neutral rate is?
Well, that's going to be an interesting question for the Fed to look forward to. And I think in December, you're going to want to read the minutes because they have a much more deep discussion on that. And then in 5 years, we'll get to see what the team said. But they'll lay out all of their thoughts. And as they go forward into January, they'll be talking about this more and more and trying going up. If you look at break evens, that's what's driving it. It is inflation concerns. And that's one of the key for the Fed is inflation expectations. So we get Michigan Friday, but
I think we got the Michigan.
it's not going to tell us much about inflation because of the limited amount of time in that survey. But that's something to watch.
Marie, that was good. I like that.
Well, we did. I mean, we're waiting on the House, but I'm hearing many people think potentially it's going to be a trifecta, reading the tea leaves. Trump told Bloomberg News that Powell could serve out to the end of his term of May 2026, quote, especially if I thought he was doing the right thing. The right thing from the former president, real estate mogul, is low interest rates. His policies may dictate something else.
Yeah.
How does Powell deal with this?
Well, he ignores it as much as possible because that's the only thing he can do. He can't respond to the president, or he just risks creating a market reaction that's going to be a lot of problems for him. He will get the questions tomorrow, no doubt about it, and he'll say, our job is to focus on the economy, and I'm not going to comment on anything else. But it is a question because I don't want to say you can't believe anything Trump says, but you can't believe anything Trump says. So if he says he can serve out his term, he may change his mind and decide, I want to try to fire the guy. Who knows what would happen then? We all end up in court, but who
I
knows?
refine that point. I don't think you can believe anything anyone says on the campaign trail. And that's the problem that you've got if you're a policymaker trying to set policy on campaign promises.
Yeah, although there is a market response and there is some sort of read through that you have in a knee jerk way. And on one hand, you can say, we look at the economy, but on the other hand, there's like a dumpster fire behind someone and they're like, there's nothing to see here. The data is going to come out. At what point do they feel forced to actually have some sort of comment?
This was a fast and furious Trump sweep. This was 2016. You have to think Jay Powell last night and this morning was thinking, I wish it was 2020. I wish I can go into this meeting and say, we can't comment because we don't know. They do know. And they do have an idea of how Trump 2.0 will be because they can look at Trump 1.0.
Michael McKee, it's good to see you, sir. We've got to leave it there. We appreciate it. Thanks for catching up.
The dot plot's out the window, put it that way.
Yeah, we'll get a new one of those in December. I'm not sure how useful that's going to be. We'll have special coverage of the Fed decision and Chairman Powell news conference starting at 1:30 tomorrow on Bloomberg TV. We're going long once again. Tomorrow morning, we'll catch up with Laurie Cavacina of RBC, Stuart Kaiser of Citi, Binky Chada of Deutsche Bank, and Dana Peterson of the Conference Board. The comeback kid, 78 years old, from Queens, New York City, the 45th president of the United States, poised to become number 47. President-elect Donald Trump. From New York City this morning, good morning. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now. We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
Nvidia is one of the best stories of the tech space. That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
One of the institutions you've been very philanthropic with is your alma mater, Harvard. But recently, you've been very public about your criticism of the way Harvard handled the events of October 7th and their aftermath. Could you talk about that now?
The first reaction of a group of 34 Harvard student clubs on the morning after October 7th was to put out a statement saying that Israel was 100% responsible for the acts of Hamas. And my view on that was, that's ridiculous. You can come out and say, look, I'm very unhappy about Israel's how the treatment of Palestinians in the West Bank, or you can say, we can talk about Gaza Strip. You can't support terrorists, and particularly terrorists that rape and pillage and murder and burn and take hostages. Well, I got a text from a CEO in my industry. He's like, Bill, the people at Harvard, I'd like to know who the students are behind these clubs so I make sure I don't inadvertently hire them. And so I tweeted out and sort of made that point and caused a bit of a firestorm. And I got a lot of pushback. Why are you picking on students? I said, look, you can't hide behind a corporate entity if you're going to support terrorism.
There are many global investors that aren't interested in China anymore, but there's a lot that are. And obviously the local investors have money in China and are doubling down on investing in China. Many of the Asian investors, and in fact, a lot of the Middle East investors the Americans are gone away. Therefore, there's an amazing opportunity to put capital to work and get returns which are excess what you would get in other places. Where there is lack of money, there is usually opportunity. So we continue to build out our business in China. It's just where the money's coming from is different. And so we're raising local money in China for investing and bringing those that choose to be there to invest in China. So it's just a different, where the money's coming from is just different.
We are
going back, and it's risk on for U.S. assets. 30 minutes until the start of trading. I'm Matt Miller.
I'm Sonali Basak.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. Our special coverage of election 2024 starts right now.
And coming up, a decisive victory. Donald Trump stages one of the most dramatic political comebacks in American history.
From the dollar to stocks, everything in between, the Trump trade erupts across financial markets.
And Republicans win control of the Senate, giving the GOP powerful leverage in tax and spending battles. The House, still a question mark. All that and more coming up. But let's take a look where markets are trading and that Trump trade underway. You can see in risk assets, we are just screaming higher right now. The S&P 500 up about 2% pre-market. Big tech participating, but not as much. But even still, the NASDAQ 100 up about 1.7%, 30 minutes before the bell. All the action is in the small caps. It's pretty amazing. You see the Russell 2000 right now just absolutely ripping up nearly 6%. You think about the biggest sectors here. We're talking financials, we're talking healthcare, and that's what's in the limelight today. But of course, it's a cross asset story as well. We go to the bond market and we see 10-year yields of 18 basis points on your 10-year treasury yield. We are knocking on the door of 4.5%. Of course, investors betting that, of course, a Trump administration will mean more spending, more tariffs and lower taxes, and maybe more inflation. Meanwhile, we take a look at the VIX. Of course, we had seen that run up in the run up to the election, but now some volatility coming out of this market. Your VIX below 16, and gold, obviously not a big search for havens right now. Gold down about 3%. Matt, I haven't even gotten to currencies.
Yeah, I think currencies really show the domination of the U.S. dollar against our trading. CRX chart on the Bloomberg. Every single major currency, we're seeing huge moves for the green. The Mexican peso, absolutely devastated. And the euro, by the way, its biggest drop that we've seen since at least the pandemic. So huge moves here, and a lot of banks are calling euro parity soon.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that even with those drastic moves, those banks, trading firms are seeing more pain for the trading partners ahead. In addition to sectors, we're going to talk about certain stocks moving this morning. Watching DJT rising now more than 26% pre-market after Trump won the election. The market cap has been testing that $10 billion mark. Also watching Tesla now up almost 12% pre-market, higher because, you know, it's Elon Musk, of course. I think super genius is what he was called, helped propel Trump back into the White House. Finally, Coinbase up double digits on the hopes that a Trump administration will welcome crypto adoption. Coinbase now up almost 13%. Bitcoin flirted past that $75,000 mark. And Senate also, Matt, has a lot of pro-crypto candidates in it as well as it turns red.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm watching very closely the House races because if the Republicans can keep the House, you have a full red sweep and they can enact the kind of tax legislation that Donald Trump wants to. They can roll back things like the Inflation Reduction Act. And as a result, the long bond right now posting its biggest drop since
Big steepening underway in the yield curve. And it's interesting that you're seeing this big risk on move, even though investors have been telling us for months that they want a divided government, but obviously not holding back any markets right now. And it's interesting. We talked about this Trump trade off at 7 p.m. last night. We know that the prediction markets, the betting markets front ran this move, but even in the traditional financial markets, before we had any clear results, we were ripping.
Yeah, what's incredible to me is you saw that move really take off at 7 o'clock, and then you also saw it extend quite drastically, even throughout the course of this morning, the 10-year alone just hitting almost that 4.5% level. My question is, if you start to hit those levels, how much do you start to have a new narrative here, decoupling here from the realities that we've faced in the past? Why that move we're seeing, I think, is something we should be exploring throughout the course of this show.
And when did you see dip buyers? We had auctions yesterday. I mean, life still goes on, even though it's a presidential week. People showed up, investors showed up at those treasury auctions, but you're not seeing it necessarily right now.
If you were gutsy enough to short the 10-year in September, can you imagine how much money you've made?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have an auction today as well, 30-year auction coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, that will absolutely be.
Is there a meeting tomorrow?
There's a Fed meeting
gathering?
tomorrow. I hear that Fed officials are meeting in Washington right now. Their two-day meeting kicking off a decision tomorrow. But let's get back to the news of this morning. U.S. President-elect Donald Trump spoke from his campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, earlier today.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
And let's stay in West Palm Beach now, where Bloomberg's Felipe Marquez has been following the Trump team. And Felipe, I see you're back in your hotel room right now, but we were talking about how that Trump trade took off at about 7 p.m. last night. When did celebration start in Trump HQ? When was it apparent that they were confident they would win?
I think it was a little later to 7 p.m. People trickled down all night. I mean, I stayed through the end of it, to the end of his speech. I think it was really the turning point when we started seeing some of the results for Pennsylvania. We started seeing him like with a solid lead on some of the on some of the swing states. I think that's when you could feel the room being charged. Also, another important thing is yesterday there were two different parties. There was one party in Mar-a-Lago and there was the Convention Center party. At one point, they unified. So when people are brought together, you can see the temperature in the room change.
All right, Felipe, thanks very much. Felipe Marquez has been up all night reporting from West Palm Beach, Florida. Hopefully you can get some sleep. Let's bring in Jay Hatfield right now. Hopefully well slept and refreshed, founder and CEO of Infrastructure Capital. Jay, what's your take, first of all, on the resounding win from Donald Trump? It's really an historic victory.
Good morning, Matt. It's great to be on. Oh, absolutely. It reminds me of the Reagan sweep. And I think the policy changes will be almost as profound as that development. We, however, were bullish on the election because of the math in the Senate. And so we initiated, to demonstrate that, we initiated a target on the S&P next year at 6,600. But this red sweep to us implies a cut in the corporate tax rate. We're estimating 18% effective, so it might be through deductions. So we're raising our target to 7,000 next year, at the end of next year, which pre-open would be up 20%. So we think it's highly bullish. It's a rejection of the socialist policies that were pursued under the Biden administration, super bullish long-term. And also keep in mind, we do have a Fed loosening cycle and an AI boom. So it's really a troika, and we're hyper bullish on the stock market.
Jay, one interesting thing Katie and I were just mentioning earlier was the extension of the trades as the morning has gone on, and it became more clear that the Senate would be red. The House, of course, is still in balance. But you look at the bulls underpinning the stock market and the bears underpinning the. At what point do those things catch up to each other next year?
Well, that's really our biggest non-consensus call. I mean, it's our view that this is bullish for the market, even super. But we think that after elections, most of the a good example is solar stocks surged when Biden became president and then fell off. So we think this Treasury sell-off is massively overdone. We don't think the Trump administration is worse for the budget deficit because it's pro-growth, number one. And maybe they don't do it, but they're talking about actually cutting things. So we actually think it's better than a Democratic administration. And everybody ignores monetary policy. There's global rate cuts going on. The Fed is super tight. The monetary base is declined actually almost 1% over the last year. And inflation is headed to zero in our models.
Interesting.
So we have a total non-consensus call. And we agree with you, though, if rates keep rising, the housing market's going to roll over, the economy's going to slow. And by the way, our target starts to look ridiculous because our 7,000 assumes, or even our 6,000 at year end, this year end, assumes a 350 Treasury. So at 450, the fair value would be down like 1,000 points.
Jay, let's talk about inflation headed to zero in your models, because you think about the argument for why yields are screaming higher at the long end. It's because inflation is going higher. But an interesting note out from Neil Dutta this morning saying that Gold is down, so is oil. Maybe inflation isn't that huge risk that everyone is worried it is right now. It seems like you would agree with that argument.
Well, absolutely. And we've been far more accurate about predicting inflation than the Fed has. I think Matt knows this because we have a simple model. We look at the 70s. Inflation is almost exclusively driven by loose monetary policy. And I mentioned we actually have a shrinkage of the monetary base and oil price shocks. We also have very low oil prices and ultra low natural gas. Plus, we just mismeasure inflation because of shelter, but that's finally rolling over. So if you mark inflation to market using shelter, market rates for shelter, PCE core is below 2, headed to 0. Autos are rolling over. That's a huge portion of the inflation right now. Last 12 months is auto services. So we think our models is what really works. You normally don't need to focus on monetary policy because it's relatively stable, but during this cycle, it's been highly volatile. It created the inflation, it tamed the inflation, and it's continuing to tame the inflation with the monetary base not growing at all.
I mean, you referenced my knowledge of your inflation forecast because I'm a fan of your index. CPI-R is accessible on your website, infracapfunds.com, and I think it would behoove a lot of people to check it out. What about the policy that Trump has campaigned on, however, Jay? I mean, do you not believe he's going to wrench up tariffs as much as he has threatened? Is that just, a real estate guru's first bid? And do you not believe he's going to have mass deportations, move 15 million workers out of this economy? Because if those two things happen, you've got to believe inflation is on the up and up.
Well, first of all, rally speeches are not policy, so we'll see what actually happens. But particularly with tariffs, I think people are way too negative about tariffs with regard to inflation. Inflation is ongoing increases in pricing. Tariffs create a one-time increase. There is revenue. It's really a partial sales tax, which is very bullish for growth. If you tax consumption and cut investment taxes, that's super bullish for growth. We saw that in 2017. So this whole notion that tariffs alone are going to increase inflation is inaccurate, particularly the proceeds from the tariffs. And mass deportation, immigrants aren't even allowed to work. So I'm not confident I wouldn't assume that that's going to be highly inflationary either. And it's also difficult to execute on. So we think that's all overblown, that I wouldn't ignore 56 trillion of pension assets growing at 5.5% globally. There's going to be a massive rebalance at the end of this month and quarter because the treasury market has crashed really. Stock markets have surged, so that rebalancing will occur. So there's a lot of bull cases for bonds that nobody's discussing, which makes sense because the obvious short-term trading is to trade on the red wave, but we're longer-term bullish, and we've made these kind of calls. We made the call when treasuries were at 5, and we saw the data path, and we see a similar data path where inflation's going to continue to cool. Housing market's probably going to cool if we stay where we are now. So we're confident in that call, but it's highly non-consensus.
Jay, we thank you so very much for joining us today. That is Infrastructure Capital's Jay Hatfield. Now, among many sectors moving today, we're going to check on the banks pre-market because you're seeing some stunning moves in the shares of Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, for reasons that we've talked about before, that steeper yield curve being one of them, but also the prospect of lighter regulation as you see key Senate races flip, as you see the White House also turn red, and the House still in balance, rather. Fascinating, of course, expectation of more M&A as well into next year. We'll talk more about it later in the show, but coming up next, for Congress, Democrats are struggling to maintain.
to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy John.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg.
Our principles and support of the Palestinian people will never change. Our policy in having a two-state solution will never change, and nothing will compromise it. And as long as you are, having the capability to be helpful, we will do it. We did that between Afghanistan, between Taliban and the US. We did that between different parties in Lebanon, in Sudan, and others. And that's basically the core of our foreign policy. It's been built based on mediation, on trying to help in resolving conflicts between the parties. There are countries or people might not like it, but we don't ask everyone to like it, just to understand it.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Top Executives, Global Innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg. After losing the White House and the Senate, the House race is still open in Washington. Here's a look at the races with Zach Cohen. He covers Congress for Bloomberg Government. What is still in the balance, and how long will it take before we know the real outcome?
Certainly the fact that Republicans split the Senate is a major victory for that party. They'll have at least 52 seats in January, with victories in places like West Virginia, Montana, and Ohio, which will give them the power to move any number of incoming President Trump's nominees for the executive cabinet agencies, as well as for the judiciary. A little bit more time to call. There's a number of outstanding races in places. Same goes for Arizona. I've been watching in particular a border district that is too close to call at this, as well as one for one of the tax writing committee subcommittee chairs, David Schweik, waiting to see how that race gets called. And so it could take a couple of days. It took over a week, in fact, for Republicans to learn that they had flipped the majority in 2022, and we could take a number of days before we know, in fact, Republicans have won complete control of Washington next year.
You know, we thought last night would be a tough race to call, Zach, and it was pretty clear Donald Trump was going to win. At least you could see in the betting markets that, you know, buying a dollar. So can you tell in that, see from betting markets, from financial market reaction, where it's going to go?
Well, certainly the presidential race always has a key impact on the down ballot effect. You know, the Senate map has always been tilted toward Republicans. Republicans have been very confident that they would actually flip the Senate because Democrats had the narrowest of majorities and were defending seats in states that Trump had won previously. The House, part of the reason why it's taking as long as it is because some of these races are being called in states or in districts rather that either Biden carried in 2020 or are some of the main battlegrounds in the states. You know, Michigan remains uncalled, for instance. And so how voters go to the polls and then vote has an impact down ballot and ultimately gives the next president either a very wide or very narrow latitude to implement their legislative agenda.
All right, Zach, really appreciate your reporting. I know there's still a lot of work left to do. That is Zach Cohen of Bloomberg Government. Meanwhile, let's talk about where the markets go from here as a result of this election. Well, Manova, Alex, I want to start with the small caps. The Russell 2000 down, of course, to the makeup of the index. You think about financials. But talk us through the small cap trade, the bull case right now.
You know, Trump's
proposals of deregulation benefiting some of these smaller companies. But a really important thing to note as I'm talking to strategists this morning is that this burden of financial costs small cap companies face isn't suddenly going away overnight. So this move is more kind of a temporary reaction to us clearing this hurdle of uncertainty, to investors getting a winner much faster than anticipated. And also small caps have tended to do well in the weeks after elections. Data from Jefferies actually found that the Russell 2000 index has advanced an average 7% in the 8 weeks after an election decision in election years. So,
well, we did that in one day. Not even before the market opened, we've done it.
That's for now, Matt. We'll see what happens though as kind of reality hits, and of course the move higher in yields could potentially be a problem.
Bring that over to the large caps as well, because if you're an investor trying to choose and you're choosing on valuation here, you have those same worries as you mentioned about the small caps, about the leverage, especially when you look at where the 10 year's going. But what about the large caps and maybe a lesser threat here of regulation among them?
Right. So we're seeing actually big tech is performing slightly, not as good as some of the rest of the market is today. It's lagging actually, yeah. And that's because of some of the winners, some of the leadership that we've seen for much of this year. So investors right now, up until recently, tech has of course been a defensive play. Investors have been piling into that sector kind of because they're familiar with it because of the sturdy balance sheets, but now it's more risk on.
Rates. I mean, this rally is fun to watch for sure. But if, just like Jay Hatfield was saying, and just like you just said, it's going to be a real problem for these small caps.
Well, inflation's going to zero in his model, so maybe not higher for much longer.
Exactly. Well, I mean, look, why would we rally this high on an index that has so many money-losing companies? They need to borrow money. Anyway, Alex, great to have you on. Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to continue to focus in on the reaction in market. Huge rally in stocks. We're seeing a massive rally in the dollar. And really, the long end is where you see it the most. So as well, it's been a pretty incredible set of results to watch post-election.
One question I have is, where do those tax cuts matter the most as well? Because that's what people are starting to factor in a little more as well. Now, more on election coverage heading up to the opening bell. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies.
Obviously, hitting the cut. Yeah, that's a different story.
Get the inside track on what
Players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield. Context changes everything. To the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee live every trading day. Balance of Power live around the world every weekday, only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street. We're basically deep in the European earnings season. Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
All right, right, welcome back to our special coverage of election 2024. Of course, Donald Trump is the new president-elect, and you take a look at how markets are reacting, and it's a risk rally. You can see it in the S&P 500 up over 2% pre-market. Interestingly, the Trump trade isn't a big gain for the NASDAQ 100, up by about 1.7%. A lot of bulls that's leading. The star of this show, of course, is the small cap. 6% pre-market. Our conversation, of course, was just on how to see small caps rally after an election, and that's certainly what you're seeing now. Asset action, a lot of action in the bond market, a big sell-off in the 10-year Treasury yield up 20 basis points, volatility draining out of the equity market, and not a haven bid to be found, not in the bond market and not in gold either. Gold down. About all these moves coming up with Stephanie Holt joining us from Robinhood. This is Bloomberg.
In 2015, I was not optimistic because nobody was working on the hard problems. The energy R&D budgets had gone down. The venture investing was completely out of fashion. So I don't know what people are up to. Essentially from scratch. Lots of really mind-blowing level of innovation against emissions. And, you know, in the last 9 years, that's gone better than I would have expected. So only now could you even, you know, plausibly be optimistic about this. And someone who said, hey, nobody's ever scaled things up before, they're welcome to say, hey, I'll believe this when I see it. Sometimes some people who care about this issue are really out, you know, trying to think, do we need permitting reform? You know, do we find what new ideas haven't we found yet? You know, how do we fund people with those new ideas? How do we get the cost on a global basis? So we're even that it'll be easy, but at least.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
A stunning victory by Donald Trump and potentially a red sweep morning, driving assets in a risk-on fashion like you never would have believed it. The S&P futures are up 2%, but we have Russell futures up almost 6%, the biggest move in the 30-year bond since 2000. An all-time high. It hit $75,000. Academy Geopolitical Intelligence Group down on the New York. Down there. In any case, they're ringing the bell there. Down at the back, you've got Tipro ringing the bell, but no one really cares about any of that. It's all about the I felt that we're watching in risk assets.
Yeah, let's put some numbers to that. The S&P 500 up nearly 2%, of course, just 30 seconds into the trade. You can see big tech sort of lagging here, but still up 1.7%. The star show is your small cap space. The Russell 2000 currently higher by about 4%. We got higher than 6% at one point pre-market. This, of course, is a dynamic that started at 7 p.m. last night, clearly maintaining its momentum and building into the cash trade. And as DJT, of course, surging on that Trump win, up 25%. This company actually reported earnings yesterday. They're still losing money, but trading on right now. DJT shares currently up 26%.
Top of a 94% surge this year. Also, as the market opens, remember Elon Musk is seen as a major beneficiary of Donald Trump, has been a huge supporter. We'll talk about that more on the show, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. A focus point, because Elon Musk, donated, I imagine, at least any other massive non-American billionaire to Donald Trump's campaign. And yet Donald Trump doesn't seem to really. I wonder how he feels about weed. Tilray is decimated today after Florida voters rejected a ballot as recreational marijuana. You can see the drop now, almost 10%. Let's take a closer look at some of the election stock moves with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle, because there's a lot to watch, Abby.
There really is. It's stunning in terms of the moves that we're seeing. A real risk-on rally. Markets love certainty, and now they know who the 47th president of the Donald Trump. Stocks higher. The S&P 500 up 2%. Best day in more than a year. Take a look at record high, up 7.4%. And then bond yields surging higher. That means bonds are low. Of course, all of this really not just a reflection of certainty, but that Trump trade, the idea that Donald Trump's economic policies will be helpful to the economy. Protectionism. Speaking of protectionism, let's take a look at the dollar, because as we do have yields going higher, this supports the dollar going higher. In fact, the highest level going all the way back to 2020, which is really way, because that, of course, at that time, at the highs, the most since 2016. This is the highest that the dollar has been. And again, that protectionist attitude from the coming administration. If we take a look at some of the individual movers, the DJT up 24%, the best day since it started trading on the NASDAQ. Tesla up 14.4%. Elon Musk, of course, a big part of the campaign. He could benefit from regulation around banks. Chanel's been all over that. And then, of course, aerospace and defense. There's not a lot of corners of the markets that aren't doing well. Again, a big risk-on rally as Donald Trump is elected the next president of the United States.
And as such, of course, DJT currently for volatility. Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. The S&P 500, of course, your big benchmark up in a big way, hitting an intraday record high. Let's broaden out this conversation right now. Robinhood Financial Head of Investment Strategy, Stephanie Guild, she's with us now at the desk. Great to see you in person. So let's talk about, of course, the trading on Robinhood's platform. You have a really unique view into the retail trader, what they're trading, and looking at your platform, you had your biggest ever overnight session. What were people trading?
So I would say that it was BAU until the overnight session. And then it was the things that we've all just been talking about.
BAU?
Sorry, business as usual. So our customers.
I thought that was an ETF, and I was just wondering.
I just mean our customers tend to, trade sell trim winners and buy things that go down. And they were doing that up until the overnight session. And then you saw a lot of the trading going towards the stocks we just talked about, DJT, Coinbase, Tesla, and we had our election contracts, which we were watching very closely. So we had 11 times the normal amount of volume overnight, and it is an overnight record for us.
Well, those election contracts also quadrupled pretty quickly, didn't they?
Over 400 million election contracts traded. And I will say that by around 9:30, it was 85-15 Trump.
So you knew by 9:30 pretty much. And we were seeing this really, I was seeing it across betting markets, watching a worksheet on the Bloomberg. Where did you see the most action in terms of assets other than stocks, right? Because stocks, I'm imagining, are the most traded asset on your platform.
Crypto, for sure. That was also a record. And then these election contracts were just like a unique, opportunity for our customer base.
And Robinhood got those out just in time here. It seems like risk on the right play here? Where are we getting a little bit over our skis?
I think the one I see is that the fact that 10 years up so much, small caps are up so much. Like those two things tend to go together. Small caps tend to have a lot of debt on their balance sheets.
Yeah.
And while, this is, I think, just a Trump is a domestic president, a domestically focused president. And so that's obviously, they tend to be more cyclical in nature. And so that's why I think you're seeing tech not rally as much. But the one thing that I'm most concerned about is the fact that the 10 years going up so much.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be the single biggest issue for this president is dealing with our deficit.
Well, let's put a little more color on that. The fact that you do have these two unsynchronous moves right now, screen higher in long duration debt, but at the same time, you have these smaller companies ripping higher. Why doesn't that work? And which do you think actually corrects here?
I think it could be small caps that end up correcting here. Because I see a lot of reasons why the 10 years should go up, especially with the fact that we have a $1.8 trillion deficit. And even if more tariffs come into play, like the Trump tariffs from 2016 time period, his last presidency, we made $80 billion last year from that. Like that is not going to necessarily fill a $1.8 trillion gap. And so I feel as though if rates do not somehow pull back, and maybe a strong dollar helps that a little bit from an inflationary perspective, it just feels like everyone has to get their debt in order, including small caps.
I also want to talk about here the difference between the retail trader and the professional trader, because incredibly, if you look at the S&P 500 right now, you're seeing financials leading the market here. You're seeing the KBW Bank Index having its biggest gain since 2020. But when you look at what was being traded on the platform, crypto, that's kind of like anti-bank, isn't it, in some ways? Or, those bigger indexes, SPY, QQQ. That's even different from what you're seeing in the Russell. At what point does the retail trader take a cue from the broader markets, or do they want to do something else on their own?
I think, honestly, overnight, it was really just based on the election, like extremely election Trump, Elon oriented. I think what comes beyond that will end up being a little bit differentiated. I don't know about, historically, if you look at like a Robinhood Investor Index, you haven't actually seen banks be a prominent piece of it ever.
If you Google JP Morgan, people ask the difference between Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan still. Not joking.
Well,
it's one of the top things that come up.
Yeah, but nobody who's involved heavily in trading, right? I mean,
well, that the retail trader, how much do they understand
if you digest financial news, then you aren't Googling that.
Yeah, you're not. But if you're trading, just getting involved in the market for the first time, I think you have to ask the question.
I think they're investing in what they know and what they see for the long term. And I think they see like banks will be here for a long time, but crypto is sort of a new thing. It has a lot of volatility. If you're trading on a regular basis, volatility can be actually a helpful thing. And that's what I think they see. It's us all coming back to like electric vehicles and long-term things I think are not going to go away necessarily.
I'm not sure if this has changed by this point in the morning, but I heard Kriti Gupta, our reporter out of London this morning, saying that most major world leaders have called to congratulate pretty enthusiastically, with the exception of China, Iran, and Russia. I also noticed that, most stocks earlier this morning were up. European market has turned lower, but China was down. And what do your traders make of, the Trump opponents like China? I mean, are they selling Chinese equities?
They're doing nothing with China.
Yeah.
I think the one aspect that they're probably, maybe they'll have to start to think about is the fact that so many of the companies that they do invest in are very global in nature and have a high percentage of their revenues coming from a place like China.
Right.
And so that's something that has to be contended with. And I think that's why you're seeing like NASDAQ up not as strong as other things.
Yeah.
But generally, I'd say that if our customer base is and prior to that, then they're not really like caring about
a crash course in tariff economics. But I'm glad you brought big tech because it is interesting. It's very early, but big tech is the laggard in this market. Of course, there's a lot more focus on areas such as financials, healthcare, more of those. Do you think that that's a sustainable dynamic, or do you think big tech will come back?
Right now, action to the China thing, but I actually think if the general rhetoric of deregulation comes to pass, and that is helpful for a lot of the large companies that are under pressure because they are so big.
Right.
So that'd be great to have you in here. Great to get you trading on the Robinhood platform. 11 times The most you've ever traded overnight. Makes sense after such an historic event. I just want to point out also that if you're looking at European stocks, I was talking with the group this morning about rallying, right? We saw U.S. stock futures up, but we also saw with indexes rallying as well. This could be the pretty bad news for European companies, right? Especially if Trump really enacts tariffs, especially if you see a huge dollar rise over the euro and even the Fed reverse. Take a look at the Stocks 600, which is the broad benchmark index for European stocks. It has now turned negative for the day after being up at one point to 519. We're looking at 509, so a pretty decent drop.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it sort of tracks with what we were seeing in the currency market, for example. You know, the dollar has been so dominant. We're now on parity watch again for euro dollar here. So it took a little bit for the stocks to get into sync here, but as you can see, those gains steadily disappeared, and now we're back to negative.
Now, maybe this is a minor point, maybe not though. If the House does not turn completely red, then how stiff are those tariff policies going to be?
Well, tariff is one thing for which he does not need the House, right? He can enact tariffs as the executive.
Unilaterally.
Yes, and does not need congressional approval. What you need the House for, as far as I understand it, I'm no expert on this, right? But we've been talking about it every day.
Yeah.
Exactly. What he needs the House for is obviously the tax cut package to extend those 2017 tax cuts and hopefully get rid of the SALT cap. And then he also needs the House to do, I think, any major immigration. An historic victory for a candidate that faced tougher odds than any presidential candidate in history. Coming up, what happens to Elon Musk's Tesla and EV markets in the Trump administration? Well, today, the markets think this is a good thing. Maybe he bought some decent policy help from Donald Trump with massive donations. This is Bloomberg.
Do you think it'll be the case where someday you will be an investment or we're not going to be there anytime soon?
I don't think we'll be there in the near term. And investment committees, there's the analytics of the math, and then there's judgment. So analytics of the math, I think AI will help us get way more refined. Now we have analysts building models upon models. Our typical investment memo is 86 pages. So these two pieces. The people aspect go the next mile. So I believe that the background of the entrepreneur, who they are, what they stand for, their values, their family, that's a harder one. I think AI is going to take some time to get there. And then the final piece ends up being judgment. And I don't believe we've seen anything yet that gives us a sense of judgment that we're able to apply.
Weston, join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week. Of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines.
But above all else, it's a mission.
Done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
You're watching the close. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Billions coming out right now. We have take two numbers.
Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
And Moody is one of the best.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching the close.
to close, weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Elon Musk played a crucial role in Donald Trump's return to the White House. The Tesla CEO is arguably the most prominent supporter of Republicans this election cycle, and Trump has called on Musk to slash U.S. spending. Bloomberg Technology co-host Ed Ludlow joins us to talk about, well, how much money Elon Musk gave and what kind of influence, Ed, that's going to buy him. Shareholders certainly think that it's going to help out with his biggest company, Tesla. Those shares up, I think, 15% in early trading. Right. But Donald Trump doesn't seem to love EUVs historically. So what gives?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of math to be done long term. Elon Musk will find out if the $130 million he threw. You know, the tension is in the policy platform, right? That the Trump administration will repeal or pare back the terms of the Inflation Reduction Act and other pieces of legislation that were designed to subsidize or incentivize EV consumer level or at the manufacturing level. Contra to that is the idea that Trump wants to support manufacturing in the United States. If there's to be some policy adjustment as it relates to corporate tax, it will come with conditions tied to domestic activity. But the immediacy is like, Musk picked the right candidate, right? I think that's what the market's telling us. And yeah, we know.
You know, another interesting move in the market here, of course, is when you think about what Musk was saying, not just at Tesla, but how popular X was overnight.
Yeah.
One interesting move I see today is actually of the Mag 7 stocks. Ed, Meta is down today. Is that a direct reaction?
Well, remember Trump's comments throughout this election cycle, specifically as it relates to TikTok and Meta, you know, the assumption, and again, I use the word assumption purposefully, friendly towards TikTok in this country and focus on Mark Zuckerberg in that respect. X really interesting. You know, the company puts out this data set that shows them that there are more Democratic Party affiliated users on the platform than there are Republican users. The company, when it comes to X, you know, it's been very influential. Musk has used it as his platform to talk about this election, right? What I can tell you is that the business is still not back to pre-acquisition levels. Advertisers have come back, but Musk is still actively involved himself in meeting advertisers to try and bridge some differences of opinion. But the advertisers, even if they're back talking with X, they're not spending in the same way. So that's going to be an interesting company to track, even if it's private.
Let's get back, of course, to Tesla and the EV space. It's interesting. You take a look at Rivian shares right now, down about
higher, right?
8%. No, Ed, they're down 8%.
Down, sorry.
They report earnings tomorrow, of course, but it just seems like a nice pair trade, of course. What's good for Elon Musk and Tesla might not be great for Rivian.
You're right, down, and I think I'm right in saying that maybe Ford was higher and GM modestly higher. I think Matt was talking about this with your last guest in the last segment. Look at the European automakers in that session being lower when at the index level, I think Europe had a decent session so far, right? Very hard to unpick what's going on. But again, the calculus is the same. There may be some repeal or pullback on specific features of legislation that are directly incentivizing to the consumer or the manufacturers. The main thing that most accept is that Trump will move to make American industry more competitive. And so Tesla may be the principal beneficiary of that. Then there's the unknown thing. I think we should say this out loud, right? Does Elon Musk being closely aligned with Trump and having some formal or informal role in federal government help Tesla's biggest rivals? Impossible to answer that question. I think that the market would say Tesla would benefit from those policies that we've just discussed and outlined. The EV market as a whole, maybe not.
Ed, we thank you so very much. We're looking forward to keeping up with everything you find out in the Musk universe. That is Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow in San Francisco. Now, coming up, we're going to talk about how hedge funds have been preparing for a Trump return. That's up next in our Wall Street Beat. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Ordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's time now for the Wall Street Beat. Overnight, we saw a historic Trump victory with losing ground in critical counties and swing states compared to President Biden in 2020. The Senate is also going to be red. We're going to take a look at how hedge funds have been positioning for a Trump administration. Bloomberg's Hema Parmar joins us now to talk about it because we were talking a little earlier about how that Trump trade really started infiltrating markets early into the night before you got all the voting data. You've just seen it accelerate quite meaningfully, particularly in bond and currency markets. When you speak to hedge funds really across the globe, I know your team has been, what are they finding? Across the biggest hedge funds trading across all markets, a number of funds were really double and tripling their systems, making sure that they were ready for a spike in trading volume. When it comes to positioning, there was a sense of being a bit more risk off. And from the people that I was talking to throughout the evening, by about 7:30, it was still kind of a mixed bag. People really didn't know where they were going to go. Or people who did, there were multiple people with opposing views.
And talk us through the relationships between, of course, Trump, the Republican Party, and also Wall Street and some of the world's billionaires there. Bill Ackman comes to mind. Have to imagine some victory laps being ran today.
There's a lot of crossover between the Republican Party and big names in finance, of course, and in the hedge fund world. Bill Ackman, staunch supporter of Trump. You see that also in a number of other names. Ken Griffin, longtime Republican supporter.
Not to
Trump. Yes, yes, precisely. Yes, he gave a lot of money, tens of billions of dollars to the party, but not to Trump himself.
Interesting.
We've seen that Steve Schwartzman, a big Republican donor. So you do see that across the board. There are some names that are up for potentially Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, John Paulson. So we're very, very interested to see how that all pans out. Remember, Bessent was the one that floated the shadow Fed idea too. So that will be a big discussion in the coming days.
Right. I mean, we've had a shadow Fed before. I used to interview Alan Melcher on this program all the time, not this particular program.
Right,
but,
right.
Hema, thank you so much for joining us. Will be fascinating to see how this works out for a lot of those hedge fund and how it works out in general for asset managers if you get the rollback in regulation that Trump has promised. Bloomberg's Hema Parmar there. Covering the Wall Street Beat for us. Coming up in the next hour, Ralph Schlosstein, Evercore Chairman Emeritus, is our special guest. We'll ask him his take on when Trump enacts tariffs, what kind of tax legislation we get, and also what happened. Why did the Democrats fail to win the popular vote for the first time, I believe, since the first George Bush. This is Bloomberg.
So what's it like moving from the East Coast, where everything is finance and money, to the West Coast, where everything is technology? Did you fit in right away? And did you really know how to use all the computer things that they give you to use?
So it was fun. There were plenty of times where I would sit around in meetings and literally I would be Googling terms. And at one meeting, Larry Page actually caught me Googling terms. And he kind of pointed that out to other people in the room, which was a little embarrassing, but I figured there were some things that I could do that they couldn't do. And so it was a learning curve. And my dad always, he taught me at a young age a term that I've used constantly with my teams. He said, in his lab at Stanford, if a physicist could not define a quark in under 30 seconds, they didn't know what they were talking about. And so I use the quark test all the time. If somebody's rambling on and they can't get to the point, they probably don't know what they're talking about. They fail the quark test. My finance team knows this quark test. And at Google, I'm working with amazing computer scientists, so they never fail the quark test. They can explain things really.
And what they were talking about from the beginning, or did you have a special tutor that's taught you technology?
Google Public, so I had a little sneak preview.
Middle East and Africa. Resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Donald Trump is making plans after becoming the first president in over a century to reclaim the White House after losing it.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness.
He delivered his victory speech in West Palm Beach before a sweeping victory that included the battleground states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina. A senior advisor is promising unity. Jason.
There's a renewed sense of optimism. There's a sense that we can come together and do this. And we heard from the president last night. He is very focused on making sure that he brings everyone together.
The GOP will retake control of the Senate. McFarland.
The more Republicans can get in that majority, the more it bolsters Donald Trump when it comes time to confirm a cabinet, when it comes time for a possible Supreme Court nomination.
Control of the House still unclear. We expect Vice President Harris to address her loss sometime today. Voters are reacting in her hometown of Oakland, California.
Here in the city where Kamala Harris was born, Santiago was distraught following the re-election of Donald Trump.
I'm kind of devastated. You know, I was really hoping that Kamala would win and take us in a different direction in this country.
Cynthia Yarber, who is African American, also that the vice president will not be the first woman president.
Nobody president, white or black, doesn't matter. Nobody's ready for that. At least in the U.S. of A.
Matt Bigler for CBS News, Oakland, California.
In London.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by congratulating President-elect Trump?
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer among the first of many foreign leaders to offer congratulations, but begun consultations on the security and economic implications of a and the dollar rose sharply on the Trump win. On Wall overdrive. The Dow is up 72 points in early trading. Business analyst Jill Schlesinger expects volatility.
Don't know which policies will be enacted. We don't know how they'll be enacted. And we have to be patient and long-term and try to stick to our game plans.
Tesla and Bitcoin are both soaring. This is CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate.
The M&A that we've seen.
These are two big-time blue chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg. Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Broker studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We're also streaming live on YouTube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. It is the morning after a historic election. Financial market attention. Damien Sassower sitting in for Alex Steele. You picked a good day, Damien.
Yeah, I did. There's some things to talk about here. I mean, strength is really front and center here. I mean, especially versus the euro. Woof, are we pricing in some tariff risks here? So, yeah, across the board, it's red for emerging market G10 currencies. It's all green for the greenback.
Yep, there you go. Very good. Felipe Marquez, we're going to get some details from Mar-a-Lago down at Trump headquarters. Felipe is there, has been there for the last several days. We'll get the latest from the Trump camp. Ed Mills, Managing Director at Raymond James, and a Washington policy analyst. He's going to join us and give us his thoughts on policy potentially coming out of this Trump campaign and administration. Romain Bostic also in the field. He is out in Detroit. He's been covering that swing state of Michigan. We'll get some of the latest reporting from Romain Bostic. So we got a lot coming up over the next couple hours. Stay on top of these markets. Stay on top of the changes in the political landscape. We still have a House where we still have votes ongoing. Most experts are saying we may not know it as late as maybe early next week. So we'll have to see how that plays out right now. Right now, let's get a sense of where these markets are with a Bloomberg Business Flash. Mr. John Tucker.
Well, stocks are higher. This report brought to you by IBKR Financial Advisors. Switch to interactive brokers for lowest cost global trading and turnkey custody solutions. No ticket charges, no conflicts of your answers at ibkr.com/RIA. The major stock averages are surging. Bond prices, they are plunging. The U.S. dollar pushing higher. Bitcoin also surging. S&P 500 at a record, Dow Jones Industrial Average at a record, the NASDAQ Composite Index at an intraday record. You have 8 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. Drag as those yields surge. Tesla most active 15% because Elon Musk, back Donald Trump, his company may benefit. Following the election, this is how John Stolfus of Oppenheimer is positioning his investments.
We still like tech, communication services, industrials, consumer discretionary and financials. So we're going to hold those.
And big tech keeps advancing. NVIDIA continues its push higher today after it surpassed Apple as the most valuable company. Amazon.com shares hit an intraday record, taking out a record that has stood since July. A 2-year yield, 10 basis points higher, 428. 10-year up close to 445. The euro taking it on the chin. Concerns about tariffs against the dollar DXY or DXY up 1.6%. But we'll see the VIX volatility that is plunging right now, 1661 for the VIX. You check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business. And Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Damian Sassower sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. As John is reporting, markets are moving all over the place. Let's check in with markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle. She joins us here on our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Abigail, what are you looking at? There's a lot to talk about this morning.
Yeah, where do I start here? We have stocks surging, as you all have been talking about. The S&P 500 up 1.7%, the NASDAQ up about the same amount. Russell 2000 up more, up 4.8%. The dollar its best day since 2020, at the highs, the best day since 2016. Ooh. Bond yields surging. All of this having to do with the certainty that we now have in terms of who the next president of the United States is, Donald Trump, and the Trump trade. This is a continuation of the Trump trade that we've seen in full effect for, really a month or so, encapsulated by DJT, Trump Media and Entertainment, up more than 30% at one point. It may still be. Actually, it is. Now it's up 12%, halted for volatility. Also, as you both were talking about, all of you were talking about Tesla higher as Elon Musk, a big supporter, as we know, of President Trump, a possible position within the administration, not to mention the fact that regulation could really help his robotaxi and AI efforts. Crypto at a record high, Bitcoin at above close to $74,000 per Bitcoin. So risk on, and risk on.
Shares of DJT, that Trump Media and Technology Group, if you looked at the vols going into this election, it was a completely bimodal outcome. It was either the company was going to zero, the share price was going to zero, or it was going to double. And here we are. 30-40% on the debt.
Traders were actually talking about that a short squeeze would push it to record highs, which it hasn't. It's still, this is the interesting thing. It's still actually below its opening price when it started trading on the NASDAQ, but it's up more than 300% from the lows in September. I mean, the swings that we've seen around this election, really pretty incredible, and all of those showing in DJT for sure.
And Mr. Trump is the largest shareholder there. So it's a good day for the wallet of the president-elect. So very good. Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Abigail Doolittle, she's the markets correspondent for Bloomberg. Let's head down to South Florida. Felipe Marquez, Bloomberg Miami bureau chief. He's at the Trump campaign in Mar-a-Lago. Felipe, give us a sense of the feeling in the Trump camp over the last, 12, 18 hours.
I think there's only one word for it, right? Jubilant. If I ever manage to scrap the YMCA out of my head, I would be a very glad person that played all night. They were dancing, choreographies, they were jubilant, they were cheering. I think the moment it became clear that Trump had a lead in Pennsylvania around midnight, so let's say the party lagged a little bit markets, then I think things really started changing for a very, very, very enthusiastic mood.
Felipe, talk to us a little bit about what's going on the ground in Florida. We know Rick Scott won the Republican Senate, but here I'm looking at Broward County, Palm Beach, where you are. They were leading blue here in this last election. What are you hearing on the ground? And more importantly, the Latino vote, right? Wow, did they come out for Trump this year? What are you smelling down there?
I kept thinking of our conversation, and I think this is emblematic of the inroads Trump has made in the Latino community. clearly placed. I don't think anyone expected Florida to become blue again or to become a swing state again. But the extent of Trump's victory and the fact that he managed to score major inroads within Palm Beach, within Broward, within Miami-Dade, shows his ability of capturing that male Hispanic vote, some of these younger Hispanic votes that wouldn't necessarily vote before. And that was really a propelling force all across the board for the United States. So I think we can use Miami as kind of like a microcosm of what worked in his campaign.
No, I think you're right, Felipe. And for me, I have to look ahead, and I have to just think about what comes next for the Trump, administration. Right? He's got to round out that cabinet. I mean, any color there, the type of people in attendance in Mar-a-Lago. What are you thinking in terms of some of the potential nominees for a Trump cabinet?
I mean, you remember yesterday when we talked about Palm Beach being the center of the Republican universe? Yeah. I mean, that was a cool display yesterday. Every person vying for a position in the cabinet was around him, either at Mar-a-Lago or the Celebration Party. And the minute it started getting clear that he had a decisive lead, I think we already started seeing some of the aides talking to reporters, mentioning who they think would fit in certain positions. So I think we're already going to start seeing the sharpening of knives. People are going to start trying to pounce on some of those positions, right? I think it was a decisive enough victory that I don't think anyone is wasting any time to position themselves.
Exactly. Like Trump, what are you hearing down there?
Okay, so we very clear what he's going to do today. We know he's still around here in Palm Beach, but there's whoever what his schedule for today is. I'm pretty sure after what you just described for the GDT, he's probably going to allow himself some time to celebrate. But I mean, as you said, the race for the cabinet is on.
Yep, very good. All right, Felipe, we really appreciate it. Felipe Marquez, he's a Miami bureau chief for Bloomberg News. He's down there in Palm Beach, the news center of the Republican Party. I guess it has been for a while. Let's go to Skylar Woodhouse right now, Bloomberg News reporter on this U.S. election. Skylar, as you think about it, what are some of the takeaways here that you're hearing from the Democratic side here as they wake up to some very disturbing news?
For Democrats, it is very somber. I think Democrats knew going into this election against former President Donald Trump, now the president-elect, is that it was going to be a very tough and close race. That was never the question, but as the results started flowing in last night, for Democrats, it quickly became a picture of, oh, this might not be going in our favor. I think in some of the early results, as Felipe was just saying, Florida, not that anyone expected the state to flip, but it was definitely a state that was potentially in play, and that if Harris did flip the state, then that would, obviously be a good signal for Democrats. So I think Democrats across the country, it is just a very gloomy and somber time right now. From the presidential side, Republicans have taken control of the Senate, and now all eyes are on the House, and if Democrats can hold on to that control. So it is a very, Democrats are in full reflection mode of what went wrong.
Well, you say reflection mode, but what to reflect on, Skylar? I mean, what catches your attention here? I mean, you look back on this campaign, you look back on what happened. I mean, what's going to happen to leadership within the Democratic National Party? What's going to happen to leadership in the House and in the Senate? What are your thoughts there?
Democrats are most likely going to have to do a rebranding going forward. I think one thing we've seen in the results that are coming in, and as things are still being finalized, is that Republicans, they've made a lot of inroads with with Latino voters. Excuse me. Republicans made a lot of inroads with Latino voters, and the Democratic Party definitely has faith in that with people of color, they might not automatically have their vote, but it will skew more their way. And I think that is a shift for Democrats right now. They're going to have to figure out what their brand is going to look like going forward, especially as they were definitely hit last night with a lot of moments that I don't think they saw coming.
Skylar, real quickly before we go, do we have any news out of the Harris campaign about when she will speak?
So the vice president is expected to speak today. It's just a matter of when exactly. Last night we did hear from one of her aides who spoke at Howard University that we would hear from her today. All we know, I was with Vice President Harris last night in the press pool, and we were hunkered down at the vice president's residence, and we were told that, that we could hear from her today. It's just we don't have any clear guidance to when exactly. I mean, that the day is moving, so it's just a matter of when we do hear from her. But the expectation is that we will hear from her at some point today.
Okay, very good. Skylar Woodhouse, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your reporting. Skylar Woodhouse is a reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us remotely from Washington, D.C., getting the latest reporting here. Again, there's no scheduled remarks from Vice President Harris, but the expectation is that she will speak at some point today. The markets are certainly speaking. Damien, S&P up 2%.
Oh, yeah.
The NASDAQ up 2% as well. The Russell, the small caps, really outperforming here, up about 4.9%. So keep an eye on that. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John. Bloomberg Newsroom. It is Bloomberg Business Flash, being brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Trade over 10,000 U.S. stocks, equity, index, options, U.S. Treasuries, and more on your timetable. Learn more at ibkr.com/around the clock. Stocks hitting all-time highs. Bond yields surging. The dollar seeing its biggest surge since 2020. S&P 500 heading toward its 48th record this year. Then you have a gauge of the small caps that, Paul, you mentioned earlier. The Russell 2000, that's a 4.8%. The speculation that's going to benefit from Donald Trump's protectionist stance, because those are domestic stocks. Wages on lower taxes and reduced regulation, lifting the banks, financials, in fact, best performing industry group in the S&P 500. And Wall Street's fear gauge, this is the VIX, tumbling the most since August, right around 16.2. Treasury yields climb across the curve, and the move led in particular by the longer-term bonds. Here's the rundown. S&P 500 up 115 points, 2% higher, 58.98 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 3%, 43,564. The Nasdaq 100, 430 points higher. That is up 2.1%. Two-year yield, 10 basis points higher. 10-year up 18 basis points. The euro taking it on the chin, down 1.9%. And this isn't the only election. Puerto Rico's Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, a Donald Trump supporter and lifelong Republican, leading the race for governor there, bucking an attempt by superstar Bad Bunny, remember him, to try to sway the vote against her. With 91% of the precincts counted, Gonzalez Colon, a member of the ruling New Progressive Party, was winning 39% of the vote. So let's see election update there. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. What are you laughing at?
I'm just laughing at you.
Damian and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Damian Sassauer laughing at John Tucker. He's sitting in for Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. All right, we've got a Republican in the White House, got a Republican Senate, and the House is yet to be determined. What does it mean for policy? Our next guest has got some thoughts here. Ed Mills, Managing Director and Washington Policy Analyst for Raymond James. Ed, okay, it's kind of a red wave. The House is still to be determined. Now what? What policies should we expect from a second Trump administration?
So I think one of the questions we've been answering for folks here at Raymond James is, what is different this year from 2016? So first and foremost, Trump did not expect to win in 2016 and didn't have a transition team. That's not true this time. He's going to have a lot more personnel to start off, a playbook that they've been developing to implement. And so I do anticipate a lot of robust policies to start off 2025. That's on taxes, on tariffs, on trade, on immigration. Now, to get taxes done, you probably need the House of Representatives. As we're speaking right now, it's starting to inch towards that complete sweep, and Republicans are slightly better positioned to have a majority in the House than Democrats, but there's a big difference between having a majority and being able to govern.
Ed Mills, I'm looking at the S&P. We're up 2% on the day, led by the financial sector, the banks, 4.7% on the day. We are up. Talk us about financial regulation under a Trump administration. I mean, is Barr going to step down? Who's going to replace Powell at the Fed? I mean, who's going to be controlling the Fed here? I mean, we know deregulation is good for the banking sector. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, Damien, you mentioned the two people that probably are the only ones that stay. With a Trump victory here, every single federal financial regulator will lose his or her job. This is the largest transition in U.S. history. This has become some court cases in the last couple of administrations because of precedent. But we've been in what I've described as a regulatory supercycle. We've talked about higher capital standards for big banks following the bank crisis last year and the implementation of what's known as Basel III capital standards. The regulators came out with new restricted merger guidance in September. Throw all of that out the window with the Trump victory. And so that's what financials are reacting to. not only are their capital standards not going to get higher, we could see significant regulatory relief because there is a deregulatory bent, and we're probably likely to see a considerable amount of consolidation in the bank space, which has been almost non-existent, lower than it was during the financial crisis. So the financials are being viewed as a clear winner this morning.
Well, Paul and I are thinking about allocating to merger arbitrage. I mean, talk to us a little bit about antitrust regulation here in the U.S. I mean, can we expect that to lighten up under a Trump administration?
This is where it gets a little bit more interesting. First and foremost, at the antitrust regulators, I look at the FTC and Chair Lena Khan.
Mm-hmm.
Well, her term's actually already expired, but she gets to stay on as chair or as a commissioner in a Democratic majority until the president appoints and the Senate confirms her replacement. We'll be watching to see if she steps down and goes on to a different job, but in that case, it's still only a 2-2 tie. So Donald Trump is going to have to nominate someone to replace her and elevate maybe one of the existing FTC commissioners to chair before we have that change. At the Department of Justice Antitrust Division, Jonathan Cantor will be gone on January 20th at 12:01. How long does it take for Trump to make that change? That's something that we'll be watching. Who is his attorney general? That's something that we need to watch. That said, a lot of antitrust activity started when Donald Trump was president. The lawsuit against Google that we've been talking about in recent weeks, that's finally gotten to the point where we might see some action by the court to implement remedies. That was started under Donald Trump. So populism is driving antitrust. Populism drove Donald Trump. We will see some changes, but it's not as clear cut of a change as we discussed with financials.
And markets have been looking to, for example, comments by Scott Bessent, ex-Soros, of, equivalent barrels per day. People are looking at Elon Musk. I mean, who's going to be in cabinet here? I mean, is Scott Bessent really a candidate for U.S. Treasury Secretary? Is Elon Musk going to be running the Department of Transportation? I mean, talk to us a little bit about what we can expect in the weeks ahead on Trump's cabinet.
So when I look at one of the bigger surprises of the election results was the size of the victory for Republicans in the Senate. And the more that Republicans pick up those seats, it could be a 55-seat majority when all is said and done from Republicans. The higher that is, the more Trump is going to be able to get anyone that he wants, and we wouldn't have to worry about one or two senators denying that nomination. Scott Bessent absolutely could be Treasury Secretary. There's others leading that role. I'm a little bit more skeptical as it comes to Elon Musk. To be a confirmed individual, you have to divest a lot from what you own. I just don't see that happening. The question I get a lot from Elon too is he going to drive all of these cuts? Call me skeptical of Congress actually passing significant budget cuts. We get asked that after every election, and our federal budget just continues to go up.
Ed, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate getting your perspectives. Ed Mills, he's a managing director and Washington policy analyst over there at Raymond James, joining us from New York via Zoom. Let's head out to Detroit, Michigan, swing state of Michigan. Romain Bostic, Bloomberg Television anchor, is in Detroit. He's been there for the last several days, monitoring the campaign and the voting there in Michigan. Romain, thanks so much for joining us here. The day after, what do you in the state of Michigan?
I did get a chance to walk around a couple of neighborhoods here. But I should point out, Paul, I mean, like other cities, I mean, I feel like in other elections, whether in New York or DC or even a place like LA, you see a lot more activity around these elections, whether it's the watch parties or just people on the street celebrating the victory for Trump. And you just did not really see that. And part of the reason, too, was shock to a lot of folks here in the state of Michigan. Remember, the polls coming into this race had Kamala Harris margin, but ahead. And more importantly, Paul, a lot of the congressional races, including that key Senate race between Slotkin and Mike Rogers, that was also polling in favor of the Democrats. That race now still undecided. They're basically in a statistical dead heat right now, and that's a race. That's really just a couple of thousand votes or so.
There's a huge. What are you thinking from that perspective? I mean, we saw that Bibi was one of the first four. Any talk about what's going on from that camp?
Trump spent a lot of time in the state of Michigan, and he specifically spent a lot of time enclaves of Dearborn and Dearborn Heights. Kamala Harris, J.D. Vance, as well as making trips to that area. A huge voting bloc here in Michigan. Keep in mind, you're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of about 300,000+ Muslim and Arab Americans that call Michigan home. The only state more a higher concentration is the state of California, but here they're much more concentrated in one specific area. The demographic breakdown of exactly who voted for who last. I think when we finally do get that data, we are going to see that a lot of those Muslim and Arab American voters had a hard choice to make. Do you stick with what, in their view, was an extension of the Biden administration in Harris, a Biden administration that they've been upset with regards to its handling of the situation in Gaza? Or do you take a chance on Trump? Or do you make a protest vote for someone like Jill Stein or even RFK?
Romaine in the Bloomberg Terminal headline, Harris will deliver her concession speech around 6 p.m. Eastern time. That's according to Reuters. So we'll bring you continued reporting on that. Romaine, both parties spent a lot of money in the state of Michigan. I think the Democrats maybe even spent more than the Republicans. Let's hindsight here. Maybe it doesn't seem like it was worth it. What's the feeling there?
This is really the big question that has to be answered, Paul. And I'm glad you asked me that, because that's the question that I'm posing to everyone today. It's a question that Kamala Harris and her campaign is going to have to answer. I'll just give you one example. That Senate race between Alyssa Slotkin, who was a former representative in the 7th District, running for that open seat that Debbie Stabenow vacated, running against Mike Rogers. Slotkin spent upwards of $45 million on her race. Mike Rogers, by comparison, spent less than $10 million. So basically, by a factor of 5 to 1, she outspent him. And yet, as we speak today, 10,000. She cannot. Not only can she claim victory, but there's a very good chance here that she could actually lose.
Amazing. There's only a 10,000 vote difference between Slotkin and Rogers. I'm looking at that right now in the Bloomberg Terminal. Romaine, unbelievable stuff.
Yeah, just all right. Hopefully, get home safe there, Romaine. You spent a lot of time out there, and we appreciate all your reporting from that swing state of Michigan. Romaine Bostic, television anchor. He's co-host of The Close on Bloomberg Television, joining us remotely from Detroit. And talk about a questionable return on the investment there.
I mean, totally. There is going to be a lot of, people are going to have to look themselves in the mirror here about the way they spent those campaign funds. And there was a lot of money raised in recent months. And it's just amazing. Where did it all go, Paul? I mean, certainly red Republicans have figured something out here in the United States, and it's working for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and it's working in the markets here today. Continued strength here. S&P 500 up 2%. That's 117 points. The Dow, got to quote this in points, up 1,300 points to 43,500. That's a 3.1% increase. That certainly gets your attention. NASDAQ up 2.4%. And again, the Russell, the small cap stocks, presumably benefiting from a Trump administration, up just about 5% here today. So big move. Yields also higher. 10-year Treasury up 17 basis points, 4.44% on your 10-year. We're going to have more coming up in just a moment. Wendy Schiller, professor at Brown University. She'll join us. This is
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash, and we are being brought to you by Wells Fargo Advisors. Consider Wells Fargo Advisors financial network where you can run your business with true independence, supported by unrivaled resources. Learn more at wfa.com/resources. Let's this time start with Treasury yields. The surging 30-year rising the most since the global flight to cash in March 2020. Investors piling back into bets that Donald Trump's return to the White House is going to boost the rate of inflation. Now, as for stocks, major stock averages, they're at records on an intraday basis. Financials, the best performing industry group in the S&P 500. Real estate, the weakest because of those rising rates. Domestic stocks captured by the smaller caps in the Russell 2000, they may benefit from tariffs, so we're seeing the Russell up to 4.7%. S&P 500 up 110 points, a rise of 1.9%. The Dow up 1,313 points, that's a rise of 3%. The Nasdaq 100 is up 412 points. That is a 2% rise. And then there's the dollar. Derek Halpenny at MUFG Bank says a strong dollar will be the story as Donald Trump's election win sinks in around the world.
Tariffs, possibly 10% across the board. Then verbalize his plan to do more. And therefore, I think the FX markets price in quite quickly the idea of the full tariff agenda being implemented.
Dollar DXY at 1.7%. Look at the euro down 1.9%. And of course, the Fed meets Thursday with its policy decision. And I just asked out loud in the studio, can the Fed be preempted? Not this meeting. Expect 25 basis point rate decline. But after that, it's anybody's guess.
You were told that.
I'm going to hold you to that, by the way.
You know what? I don't know. I mean, I think 25's cooked. I mean, certainly the market's priced for a 25 at least, but I don't think that's at all set in stone there. And I think that's what the market's going to have to come to grips with here over the near term.
Right, 24 hours coming up. We'll get that. Actually, a little bit more than 24 hours. 2 p.m. Wall Street time tomorrow. We'll get the statement. John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Damien Sessauer, sitting in for Alex Steele, streaming live from our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Donald Trump was elected the 47th president of the United States, pulling off a political comeback in one of the most polarized contests for the White House in U.S. history while attending his supporters, he said this will truly be the golden age of America.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
All right, that was President-elect Donald Trump addressing his supporters last evening. The question, I think, for the Democratic Party is, where does it go from here? Let's check in with Wendy Schiller, professor at Brown University and interim director of the Watson Institute, joining us from Providence, Rhode Island via Zoom. Wendy, we've had a few hours here to digest the news. If you're the Democratic Party, how deep do you really have to look inside the party to get a sense of what needs to be done?
Well, you have to ask yourself why, popular incumbent senators have been reelected before, Sherrod Brown, Tammy Baldwin, Casey in Pennsylvania, could not withstand the red wave. And so you can attribute it to Trump charisma, the Trump followers. We can do that if we want to as observers. But, this ran deep. This reaction across voters, across different kinds of voters from different backgrounds, different ages, this ran deep. And it was a signal that said, we don't like the policies that you're enacting. So what can they do? I think it's curious to go back to, or I'm sorry, not curious, informative to go back to Obama. Obama had a much stricter border policy than Joe Biden. And I think he did that because he sensed there wasn't enough support in America for something more liberal and more open. So you can say to yourselves, the Democrats closed the border far too late. The Democrats didn't push hard enough to get those interest rates down. The Democrats didn't pay attention to the price of eggs. And that's unusual for the Democrats, who usually care a lot about the price of eggs. So I think this is not necessarily a reboot completely, but they have got to meet the voter where the voter is. And last night, the voter was not with the Democratic Party.
Wendy, you mentioned the border, and let's look ahead here. Trump is about to embark on what many believe to be the largest deportation program in U.S. history. How does he expect to round them all up, and where does he intend to send them?
Well, Trump always surprises us in the sense that he'll sort of go off the ranch and then he'll kind of moderate. The idea is, how long does Trump want to be president? He's constitutionally prohibited from being elected and serving, not from running. And so, does he want to last a long time? Maybe get rid of the 22nd Amendment. I don't know what he plans, but I think he will scale this idea back, especially since the border has been shut down and, undocumented migration has slowed so much. Does he really have to do this? Does he have to disrupt the country this way? He could do some of it, but I don't think the pressure's on him to do all of it. He'll keep that policy in place.
Wendy, you mentioned the 22nd Amendment. You're not the first interested in, and John Tucker mentions it's the Fed, right? And Trump has made greater say in monetary policy here in the U.S. My question for you is, what legal mechanisms can Trump take advantage of in order for to give the Oval Office more control, more say in monetary?
Well, the Federal Reserve Act, literally the act creating the Federal Reserve and all the bills that have come, after that and reauthorizing it, that's something that's been sort of a partnership with private monetary institutions, banks, and the federal government. Right? You can't crash the government running out of cash. So there is a symbiotic relationship between the Federal Reserve itself and the success of a president. So there's going to have to be negotiations there, but I don't think the heads of big banks are just going to hand over the keys to the kingdom to the president of the United States, no matter who they are. And so that will be a negotiation, and Trump fancies himself as a very good negotiator.
Wendy, does Kamala Harris have a future as a leader of the Democratic Party? I'm thinking maybe in 4 years' time.
I think all things considered, she ran a good campaign. What she was given, the time frame that she had to work within, and her balancing act of trying to separate from the Biden record and also present some sort of plan for the future and bringing in and solidifying particularly younger women, even older women. I think there's still a block in a constituency that she can tap if she wanted to run again. I just don't see this as a Kamala Harris failed campaign. I see it as Trump being a former president and energizing their base and not making the same campaign mistakes they did in 2020. And the Biden record, those numbers from exit polls yesterday on the wrong track. Those were extraordinarily high numbers, and I don't know if anybody could have won in the face of those numbers.
Wendy, I wonder if you could shift your attention here to what's going on in Ukraine. Obviously, Zelensky was the firebrand who rejected Trump's request for information on Hunter Biden's dealings back during his first tenure. And look, the battlefield's changing. Just yesterday, right, Ukrainian forces had their first run-in with North Korean troops in the Kursk region. What comes next for the Ukraine, for Zelensky, for Central Europe, and for Russia under a Trump administration?
Well, I think Trump is a fan of Putin, and I think Trump has said before that he thinks there's a deal that can be reached. So my guess is Trump says, listen, we're not going to send you the same kind of weaponry. We're not going to support you the same way. Go to the table, cut a deal, give up Crimea. I mean, literally, these are the things that he'll say. And maybe we'll make sure that more of your people don't get killed. I mean, I think that's what we'll do. And in the Middle East, I think people who think that he'll be a diehard supporter of Israel, maybe. But he may go to the Saudis and say, what kind of deal you want to cut to get this thing over with against Iran? I mean, he wants to make deals and be the hero. And that's something we've seen before and we'll see again. So whoever's dealing with him has to be able to give him some sort of victory he can walk away with.
Wendy, thank you so much. We appreciate that. As always, Wendy Schiller, Professor, Brown University and Interim Director of the Watson Institute, joining us from Providence, Rhode Island. Geopolitics, I wonder what the heads of state, around the world are thinking these days. It's like, okay, I think they know the playbook now, so they probably have a better sense of their relative position.
Well, I mean, I'm looking right now at dollar peso, right? And I mean, it's come all the way back here. I mean, Paul, we're just only to levels we witnessed on Friday, right? I mean, we expected the Mex peso to blow out something on the order of 5% on this news. It's basically unchanged since Friday of last week. It's unbelievable.
Yep, very interesting. I'm looking at the Bloomberg Dollar Index, up about 1.3% today against a major currency. So we'll keep an eye on the currencies. WTI crude oil just above $72 a barrel, pretty much unchanged on a day. Bitcoin, let's call it out, folks, up 7.7%, 74,500 for Matt Miller's Bitcoin. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, we got Damian Sassauer sitting in for Alex Steele on Paul Sweeney studio, and we are also streaming live on YouTube as well. Sitting here with John Tucker. John, looking at these markets moving higher here, it'll be interesting to see how the Trump administration kind of plays it between now and inauguration day. How does it play that interim period here?
Well, in addition to the surge in stocks, records all around for the major averages kept getting drawn back to the Treasury yields and the surge there. And I keep asking myself, is Ed Yardeni right? Are there the vigilantes out there waiting to pound? This kind of shifts in the bond market, I suspect, to fiscal deficits.
Well, it's been a move in both break-evens and real yields, which is growth and inflation expectation. So it's hard to parse out the difference. I think we need
maybe it's several reasons, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, nominal yields are going up. It's carrying the rest of the world. But in the next few sessions, is the Trump administration as inflationary or good for growth?
Well, probably both.
A little bit
of both. I mean, if you believe that tariffs could in fact be inflationary
and
stimulative, so probably have a lot of both or some of both.
Yeah, no, I mean, and you're right. I think the bond vigilantes are certainly out here. I mean, the steepening of the curve speaks volumes. And just look at financials. I mean, when have you seen Wells Fargo move it? I mean, like, these are some big moves. So, and certainly small cap banks, I haven't looked at them, but I'm sure they're rallying as well.
Yeah, so Wells Fargo, just to call it out here, this is what you think is a big consumer bank, big corporate lending balance sheet, lots of mortgages. Percent today at a 52-week high.
Wow.
Lots of mortgages, but you look at the state, and as somebody who wants their kids to own a house one day and get a mortgage that they can afford, this is not promising right now.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I mean, you're absolutely right. And look, I mean, this does not volatility, which was a huge issue. I mean, let's be real.
All right, let's go to our next guest right here, Patrick Murray, director of the Polling Institute at Monmouth University, in my backyard, Monmouth University branch. Exactly right. Beautiful campus, by the way. Spectacular.
Right, country club.
Yep, exactly. Patrick, thanks so much for joining us here. You've had a few hours to kind of digest this. What did we learn over the past 24 hours here from the electorate?
A few things. I mean, one is that a lot of voters just couldn't get over inflation. Even though inflation rate is down right now, there's still, it's a problem that they're still paying more than they were 4 years ago. And 4 years ago was when Trump was president. And I think that, benefited him. We also saw low turnout among Democrats in Democratic areas. In some cases, it didn't matter for the Electoral College. But take the Northeast. The entire Northeast probably swung 11 points towards Trump. When we add up all the votes from, New England down to Virginia. And that, depressed the overall number for Harris. The other thing that we saw was a big swing in Latino vote, particularly among Latino men towards Trump from 4 years ago. So you combine all those things together, and it was just not in the cards for Kamala Harris.
I mean, Patrick, do you really, should we expect to pursue a maximalist policy? And let me kind of characterize that for you. I mean, he has threatened that because of student safety, on university, to remove the tax-exempt status of universities that just can't at university. Talk to me a little bit about some of those maybe not so outlandish policies. Do you expect to see some of that here in the early going?
Well, I think, one of the things that we heard from a lot of people was that they heard Donald Trump say that, and certainly the Harris campaign focused on that in the last couple of weeks specifically, and they just kind of dismissed it. I think in some cases they don't think that he would follow through and all that. They think it's a lot of bluster. I mean, we did ask a question in our polls about some of his more extreme pronouncements about what he would do as president in terms of power and basically going after his enemies. And most of them, particularly most Trump supporters, said they didn't believe, they just thought it was an exaggeration. That was just part of his act. But they also said they're not necessarily sure they would be bothered if he actually followed through with that. So it's, for Trump supporters, that's something that's not really an issue for them. I don't think they care if they saw stuff like that happen.
Well, Patrick, I mean, very similar, very reminiscent during Trump's first term when he found out that tariffs actually can have an impact and that he didn't really need to somewhat, I don't want to say complete, but as tremendous.
Yeah, well, that is out. That's outside of my the exercise of presidential power.
Fair enough.
All I can say is you're going to have if he does something equally divided on whether you're going to. But you're going to have half of the public who feel that what he's doing is a threat to democracy if he follows through on some of those promises.
One last question I have for you here is, we mentioned inflation being front and center and, going into this election, specifically for the 7 swing states, everyone was saying Roe v. Wade, that was the number one issue. That was going to dictate what happens there. I mean, what did Roe versus Wade, what impact, if any, did it have in those 7 swing states?
It brought out some voters, but not enough. I mean, that was really what the key is. We saw 2 different electorates. An electorate focused on abortion and rights in general and democracy. Yeah. They voted Democrat, but the other one voted Republican. They weren't concerned about that.
Right.
The economy outweighed these other issues.
All right, Patrick, thank you so much for joining us. Patrick Murray, Director of the Polling Institute for Monmouth University, giving us the 2024 markets moving.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across
The M&A that we've seen.
These are 2 big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Another strong group of guests that a sense of what kind of we've experienced over the past 24 hours with this election. Impact on the financial markets pronounced. We're going to kick it off at Abigail Dool to break down the market activity. Mark Niquette, Bloomberg Real Economy Reporter, get his thoughts on this election as well. Anna Edgerton, Bloomberg Politics Reporter, she's joining remotely from Raleigh, North Carolina. That had a big impact on this election. She's going to join us from North Carolina. Tucker, get a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, Paul and Damian. The Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with a 2-to-1 advisor to staff ratio. Small firm attentiveness, big advisor impact. Go to commonwealth.com to learn about our consultative support. Right now, they are hitting record highs. The dollar's 2020 and Bitcoin, a record on bets that Donald Trump's pro-business stance is going to boost the economy in the U.S. Yields for safe haven treasuries surging as Republicans will also control the Senate. Most actively traded shares of NVIDIA as it adds to gains to become the most valuable company ahead of Apple. And you also have Tesla. That is up 13% right now because of Elon Musk's support for Donald Trump. Mohammed El-Arian, Chief Economic Advisor at Allianz, says, what, investors are reacting to the election just the way they should.
I totally understand what we're seeing in terms of reaction. When I look at markets today, be it at the broader level, at the headline level, or be it in, they are behaving very rationally.
Well, the S&P 500 right now, 1.7% higher, 5882 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up right now, 1,256 points. That's a rise of 3%. The NASDAQ 100, 351 points higher. That is up 1.7%. The VIX right now, that has fallen just 0.6. The euro taking it on the chin, down 1.5%. 2-year yield surging 10 basis points, and the 10-year also 18 basis points higher. The credit markets rallying signal investor support for anticipated tax cuts and relief. There was at least a clear outcome so far for the election. And we check the markets view all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. got your Bloomberg business flash. Did that make any sense to you at all?
A little bit. I was with you. I was
A little bit. Yeah, it's honest feedback, John.
Thank you, Dave, for your honesty.
Very good. All right,
Candor.
John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. So we are here. Alex Steele is out. Damian Sassauer sitting in for Alex. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, and we're streaming live on YouTube as well. So go to Bloomberg.com. I'm sorry, YouTube.com, and search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you'll find. As John was just reporting, big moves higher in the equity markets here. So we need to break down what's happening with this. Abigail Doolittle joins us here. She's Chief Markets Correspondent for Bloomberg News. Abigail, what are you looking at?
Well, after John's excellent breakdown, there's not too much to look at. I have to say. What am I going to talk about here? But, clearly we have this risk-on rally after there is certainty around the presidential election. In addition, we have the Trump trade in full of the idea that Donald Trump is going to be in office in January. Policy, tariffs, that dollar surging, as John was talking about, the best day since 2016. Yields higher on all of this. So DJT is one stock that I don't think I heard him talk about. At the highs, up more than 30% right now, up more than 7%. That's a quick way of taking a look at how the markets feel about Donald Trump. Tesla, he did mention, John. That's a super interesting one in terms of Elon Musk and what will his role administration, what will the benefits in terms of regulation and AI and those robo-taxis and other things that I might not be thinking about. The banks super high. This is interesting. The idea that there could be less regulation there. Real estate, on the other hand, utilities, those dividend-rich sectors, those are down because yields are higher, so they look less attractive. I would also argue, though, that there are some that think that in the 2024, 2025, that regulation for real estate could come back because there isn't a presidential election. Whether or not it'll be true in a Trump administration is unclear, but the knee-jerk reaction is those stocks are down.
Facts.
Also down, interesting, is China. So this is a true inverse of the trade. It is a part of the Trump trade because the expectation is that he will lob new tariffs at China. The NASDAQ Golden Dragon Index down 2.1%. Earlier, oil had been down more than 1%. The Bloomberg Commodity Index right now down about 0.75%. China is the world's largest user of natural resources. If more tariffs are lobbed that way, will that mean there's going to be less demand for those natural resources? So it's rare that areas of the market align in one risk on, and it is truly a Trump trade.
Trump today as well. Halliburton, Baker Hughes, Schlumberger. I mean, Joel, let's go pump some oil.
We've seen volume higher today on the equity markets. They're just using the WEI function well above average. So it's really conviction buying out there.
Well, it's interesting you're mentioning that. I'm pulling up the AVAT function on the Bloomberg terminal. So right now, at the highs, it was 180% above the 20-day moving average, the 20-day average. Right now, 110%. The interesting thing is technically, we gapped down last week on those negative Meta and Microsoft earnings, and now we're gapping higher on the presidential election. It does appear that we are going to go a little bit higher, but all of this is in this range of uncertainty, this ascending range of uncertainty. Something is going to need to push it higher so that the range, which is this battle between the bulls and the bears, clearly goes to the bulls. As strong as today is, that has not happened yet. And from a technical perspective, a chart technical perspective, it probably would not happen for a little while. And let's not forget the Fed. I mean, it's not as though this is that there's nothing happening ahead. In addition, we're waiting, of course, to see how the House goes because of the entire, all the executive branch and the legislative branch are both red. You're going to believe that it's going to be easier to get certain policies going forward. So, yeah, still lots to watch going forward.
All right, Abigail, thank you so much for joining us. Abigail Doolittle covers the markets for Bloomberg. And again, a lot to talk about today with equity markets moving higher, yields moving higher, the Bloomberg Dollar Index up 1.25%. So movement out there in the market and some good volume as well. What we've been, I think, so fortunate to be able to do here at Bloomberg is have a lot of reporters out in the field, key battleground states. And that includes Mark McKett. He is a real economy reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Again, another one of those Midwest swing states that are so important. So it's really good to chat with you, Mark. Mark, what's the feeling on the ground there in Milwaukee, in the great state of Wisconsin? It's been a busy 24 hours.
kind of in shock. They thought that Kamala Harris would be able to hold the blue wall, if nothing else, on the strength of the issue of abortion and the ground game. She clearly invested a lot of money in the get out the vote effort. The Democrats in Wisconsin in particular thought that was going to make the difference in a close race, but obviously it didn't come to pass. And one of the things that struck me in talking to voters, not only in Wisconsin, but in Michigan and Pennsylvania during the course of this campaign, is just how the folks who were not committed to a particular issue, like abortion, or if they weren't already dug in supporting Donald Trump or supporting Kamala Harris, how much they were affected by the economy. I mean, the analysis of this election is, folks, voted on their pocketbooks. It almost sounds cliche, but I think it's really true that, if you did not have like a committed position, if you were not already a hardcore Trump supporter or, hardcore voting against him or voting for Kamala Harris, or you weren't dug in on a position like abortion, you were swayed by the idea that, your financial situation was better under Donald Trump than it was under Joe Biden, and trusted Trump more than Harris to handle the economy and bring down prices. And you were being affected by high prices, even though the inflation rate was coming down. So it seems like, if you were that kind of voter, you defaulted to support Trump.
Well, Mark, I mean, I'm looking at an electoral map of the state of Wisconsin, and it is a sea of red outside, the few counties around Madison, Wisconsin. I mean, they flipped it. I mean, Donald Trump flipped the state relative to the 2020 election. I mean, talk to us a little bit about really what does that mean for the state? What does that mean for its finances? What are people thinking going forward?
Well, I think it's going to force the Democrats, maybe come to grips more with the realignment. And, rural America now is hardcore Republicans now. And, the cities and suburbs, the Democrats thought they had a foothold there, particularly on the issue in this cycle, but, on other issues in other elections. And, that's not so clear anymore. There's got to be some soul searching, I think, about, what does the party really stand for, and how does the party reach out to voters who feel like the Democrat Party in particular has left them behind. And for the Republicans, I think that there's going to be some, new they cater to their new coalition. Republican Party anymore, obviously. Republican, and it does include folks who are not entirely comfortable with the MAGA agenda, and maybe even voted against Donald Trump in this election. But they're Donald Trump Republicans now.
We have an international audience here, Mark, but I just really want to know from your perspective on the ground in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee, what issues do you think really voters were voting with? I mean, we know there's immigration, there's national security. What really motivated the voters in Wisconsin?
I think it really was pocketbook. The idea that the price of gas and groceries was higher is 4 years ago, pre-COVID, for sure. In the sense this man and all that, and better able to, particularly the casual voter, like I said, who's not dug in, or a hardcore political person, and I think was swayed by the idea that Trump.
For Bloomberg News, joining us from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Appreciate another swing state. Anna Edgerton joins us, Blue Politics reporter. You're down in Raleigh, North Carolina, the capital of the great state of North Carolina. Anna, what's the feedback from your reporting today about the results of Carolina, which went to Donald Trump last evening?
Yeah, it was interesting as the results rolled in. Donald Trump outperforms even the Republican strategists that I was talking with late last night. They were anticipating a really close presidential race, and we ended up getting that call just before midnight. Down ballot. I was at a Democratic watch party last night, and the mood was very strange because we had that early call for Josh Stein, who took the gubernatorial race. And Democrats also performed pretty well in all of their other down ballot goals. They also won races for attorney general, for school superintendent. They broke the Republican supermajority in the state legislature here. Got that call in that North Carolina had flipped to Trump. It was just kind of a resignation, and some quiet groups of friends talking in the corner by the time we left. But it's a really interesting night for both parties here in North Carolina.
Anna, we just had Mark McKett from Milwaukee on the line talking about what motivated voter turnout in the state of Wisconsin. I'm going to ask you the same question. What issues really motivated voter turnout in the state of North Carolina?
Yeah, the two things I heard over and over again were illegal immigration. People really worried about securing the border, worried about the number of immigrants who had already come in under the Biden administration. And talking to women voters, I heard a lot about transgender policies in schools. I heard that over and over again, that they were worried about kids being confused by what they were being told, the way that children should be educated about sensitive issues. And I think that's something that really bothered a lot of women, whether or not they were understanding the Democratic position on that. I think that was something that people actually really cared about.
And what about foreign policy? I mean, just in your own view, what comes next? I mean, was there any talk down there about some of the things happening in the Middle East or in Eastern Europe?
Honestly, it didn't even really register. I might have heard more about that if I'd gone to some of the colleges, but I did talk to a professor from the University of North Carolina who was at a different event for the Democrats, and he said that it hasn't really come up on North Carolina campuses the way it has on other campuses. Foreign policy seemed to be one of the least important issues for voters here that I spoke with.
And I think North Carolina is like a lot of other southern states where they have some big cities like a Raleigh and a Charlotte, but a lot of rural areas as well. I think about Georgia with Atlanta, and then the rural parts of Georgia. What is the makeup here? Have you learned anything about the makeup? Is it a solid red state, or is it purple? Where are we with this, with North Carolina?
I mean, it is a mixed bag. I mean, at the presidential level, it looks solidly red. It looks like it will be for the foreseeable future. But underneath that down ballot, it's like pretty blue. So I think part of that, and I've seen this in other states where I reported in this election cycle, is that it's hard for a national Democrat to want to run the same kind of campaign that a North Carolina Democrat can run. Josh Stein, the Democratic candidate for governor, North Carolina campaign, he could speak. That's hard for a national Democrat to do when they're trying to balance competing risks from different parts of the Democratic coalition.
And I thank you so much for reporting, Anna Edgerton, politics reporter for Bloomberg, joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. So that's interesting in North Carolina how that split, the presidential ballot, unique.
And Josh Stein winning a Democratic nod for the Senate. So I'm sorry, for governor. So, it is kind of an interesting state. But I mean, my goodness, if you just look south of Fayetteville, north of Wilmington, it is a sea of red. And I'm just looking at the map now. And look, I mean, you're right. Focus now shifts. It shifts to monetary policy. It shifts to the Fed. And it shifts to the other central banks. I mean, we've got the BOE, we've got Brazil, we've got Norges, Riksbank, a lot of people announcing over the next 24
hours. As we always do, Michael McKee from Bloomberg could be down at Washington, D.C. tomorrow for the Fed announcement, which again is going to be, as they all are, important announcement, but it'll shift away a little bit from the politics and more back to monetary policy. And again, markets generally looking for the 25 basis point cut tomorrow.
Yeah, one asset that really I'm surprised is falling in this environment is gold. Gold's just not performing well here.
Yeah, so I mean, all right, let's take a little money off the table here. But Bitcoin, over $74,000 per token, 1.9%. The Dow up 1,300.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg News. What is climbing around 2% right now this year for the broader index. Events a lower tax right now. Financials, in fact, the best performing in the S&P 500. Insurers focused on the Medicare market jumping. There's expectations the government is going to pay higher rates to those companies. And Wall Street's fear gain since August, right now just above 16. And then trading volume. Here's a conviction trade on stocks. That's spiking the S&P 500 volume 5% above the average of the past month. And then you have the treasury yields are climbing across the curve and traders slashing wagers. The scope of interest rate cut. The Federal Reserve Fed officials widely, though, expected to lower the benchmark rate percentage point. Right now, the S&P 500 up 100. The earlier gains right now at 58.89, down to 63 points. Yeah, that's a rise of 3%. The Nasdaq 100, 381 points higher. That's up 1.9%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Damian and Paul.
Hi, John Tucker. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Damian Sassower sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live over YouTube as well, so check that out over there. The world is reacting, trying to make sense of kind of the political elections we held here last evening in the United States. New president, new Senate, and still to be determined a House of Representatives. So we're trying to talk to some smart people around the world about kind of the views of what might change going forward. Our next guest, Gautam Mukunda, he's a professor, a lecturer of management practice at the Yale School of Management. So, Gautam, a big surprise for a lot of people waking up this morning to find out that Donald Trump is the president-elect and that the Republicans have retaken the Senate here. What was your takeaway? What do you hear when you talk to people?
Hi, Paul. So first one is, if you were surprised, that kind of means you weren't paying attention, right? The polling was very clear. This could go either way. Right, maybe you're surprised by the magnitude of Trump's victory, but this was a 50-50 going in, and 50-50 elections have to get resolved one way or the other. For what's going to happen next, I think there's some things you can kind of bet on. It looks at this point increasingly likely that Republicans are going to get House of Representatives too. If you have Republicans in the House, the Senate, and the presidency, you can expect a tax cut. It'll be almost certainly a deficit finance tax cut because that's what always happens. Second, I think Trump has committed himself to tariffs in a way that I suspect he's not likely to back off from right away. But once he does that, you're going to see economic impacts within the United States. You're going to see retaliatory tariffs. Like the way in which that trade struggle escalates is going to shape the political dynamic going forward in ways that we can't predict right now because we just don't know what the reactions are going to be. That's all domestic policy. On foreign policy, I think we can pretty quickly get some insight. And there, I would be really concerned. If I were the Ukrainians, I'm not sure Ukraine's position is tenable anymore. They will essentially have to rely on Western Europe to supply them for their defense. I just don't know that that's within Western Europe's industrial capacity. And I for my friends in Ukraine, I don't know what to say to them right now. And second, the basic underpinning of international politics since the Second World War has been that a lot of different countries were willing to bet their survival on the reliability of the United States as an ally. That is not an overstatement. North Korea has nuclear weapons, and they do not have nuclear weapons. Japan has China, not too far away, that has nuclear weapons. They do not have nuclear weapons. They have said that we trust the United States so much to protect us that we are willing to risk our national survival on that. If you are a defensive, you're part of the defense establishment in South Korea or Japan, I don't see how you make that bet anymore. I don't see how you could possibly do that, given Trump's expressed. Right now, I'm sure there.
Gautam, I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit about the timeline. The picks. I mean, any color there?
So, because the cabinet picks will determine, a huge amount of what happens next. Democrats were obviously deeply concerned by rumors that Steve Bannon and Michael Flynn and Stephen Miller would have very, very senior roles in the Trump administration in shaping its policy. But it's also possible that we'll get the second term version of Steve Mnuchin and Jim Mattis and people like that. And I know when you talk to people, very senior people in the financial sector, some of their peers will go into this administration and act in the same way that they. Which one of those happens is entirely up to Trump. And my guess is what we'll start to see is if we look at the people around him, the way I would say is they are all ambitious and they don't play well with others. That would be a characteristic that describes a lot of these people. And so I think we're likely to see some really intensive, what you might call court politics. I was just telling a bunch of students earlier today that if you want to understand what's going to happen next, you need to go back and read histories of the Byzantine Empire, because that's kind of what we're thinking about, is lots and lots of different people ear of the king, and to get his support for what they want to do. Power. And given what we've seen about Trump and how fast he goes through staff, we might see that shifting from moment to moment. Because if you look at sort of what Stephen Miller wants to do and what, say, Elon Musk wants to do, there's not a lot of overlap between those two.
Gautam, talk to us about the idea of checks and balances here. Trump in the White House, and Senate, perhaps a Republican House. Is it up to the Supreme Court to act as a final check on a presidency? Because there are some concerns that how the Supreme Court has evolved over the last several years, that even that may not be an effective check.
Well, I think that's right. I mean, it'll be the Supreme Court because there's no one else, especially if Republicans, right? That'll just, for the next 2 years, the center of power significant enough to stand up to the White House. And I agree with you. The Supreme Court has made a series of rulings that no major legal scholar would have predicted, giving sort of the Trump presidency levels of authority that are unprecedented in American history. But the other half of that I'll say is 2 years is not that long. This is deeply reactive. Political scientists refer to it as thermostatic. Basically, what it does, the average American starts to oppose it. And so we might, 10 years later, maybe they support it. The classic example of that is Obamacare, where when Barack Obama passed it, it cost him an enormous landslide defeat in the next set of elections. But 10 years later, it's actually quite popular. So what we should expect is whatever Trump does, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, everything we know about political science says that the average American is going to disapprove, because that's just how Americans respond to change. If that is strong enough, then you'll see 2020 in 2026, and then might start to see some real checks and balances. But for the next 24 months, I expect him to have essentially a free hand.
All right, Gautam, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Gautam Mukunda, professor, lecturer of management practice at the Yale School of Management up in New Haven. Again, we want to build here another swing state, Georgia. Head down to Atlanta. Brett Pulley, Bloomberg Atlanta bureau chief, joins us here. Brett, what's the feeling in Atlanta? Played out last evening and this morning.
Well, morning after, right? In the immortal words or lyrics of Maureen McGovern, finds that the state of Georgia is once again solid, a Republican presidential candidate, and that candidate happens to be the same one who lost narrowly here in 2020 and is still facing criminal charges in the state. And how did he do it? Well, it appears that he did it much in the same way that he did around the country, gaining more support from Latino Black voters than expected, as well as, I think, more support from. But the president here, or the president-elect, I should say, also really shored up his conservative base in those rural counties around the state than it had been in the previous election. And that no doubt made a difference. Worked on his relationship in the waning days of the campaign with the governor, Governor Brian Kemp. That has been fractured over the years. Of course, the governor in 2020 and the Secretary of State refused, I guess, to cooperate as the president-elect wanted, and that relationship is fractured ever since. But in recent weeks, the governor did get behind him and, more importantly, put his very strong ground game in the state behind the now president-elect, which no doubt helped. Remember, the governor's ground game was strong just when he dispatched the president's choice to replace him for governor, Perdue, and that no doubt has been was very effective this time.
Brett, a lot of issues on the ground in Georgia that are going to, curious to hear which of those issues were most focused for Georgians.
I think that, some of the issues to the conservative base clearly were advertising. It was immigration. It was transgender rights, and of course the economy. And those issues, I think, were overwhelming here, just as they were around the country, and that those made the difference. It'll be very interesting to see what the exit polls show us as, are as they come out and hear the ground.
Well, I mean, Brett, one of the few states in the country that really have flipped, and obviously this was one that was one of the 7 swing states. I'm just curious, was it really just pocketbooks and inflation that were driving people, at the booths locally? Or, what role did some of these other immigration, for example, Roe v. Wade, abortion rights, foreign policy, national security? Talk to us a little bit about some of those issues. Any of them come into play?
Well, I think they did. I think, and again, I think a lot of it really was ground game here in the state. There's no doubt those issues were evident, in much of the campaign rhetoric and in much of the advertising. I think that here in the state, we'll see that as it plays out, to what extent people, the expected voters, the expected groups, whether it's women who were getting behind women's reproductive rights, actually supported the president. In the waning days, that last weekend before Election Day, the president had surrogates here on the ground who were speaking to women. His daughter-in-law had a meeting, a rally here in Atlanta, I think on Saturday or Sunday. So those issues were front and center, and I think they no doubt played a role. The president-elect, I should say, got overwhelming support from men here in the state. It heavily, not just at Black men, but at white men as well.
Thanks for joining us, Brett Pulley. He is the Atlanta bureau chief for Bloomberg News. Atlanta bureau, another swing state that went Mr. Trump's way. So we have more coming up. This morning, we have markets continuing higher. S&P 500, that's at 5,900. We are officially on 6,000 watch for the S&P 500. The Dow up 1,300 points. That's 3.1%. Small cap Russell Index, that's up 4.5%. Risk on day in the markets for sure. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg. Emerging bond prices, they are plunging, and it's pushing, also pushing higher. Bitcoin getting a big lift. The S&P 500 intraday record there. Dow Jones Industrial Average at a record. The Nasdaq Composite Index record. You have the 8 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500. They were up. The financials in the lead, and the biggest drag right now that was coming from real estate as the most actively traded stock. That was pushing higher because Elon benefit. Steve Chevron at Federated Global. Long-haul election results don't matter a whole lot for the overall market.
The line moves up and to the right. That's what markets do over time. As long as population growth, if you're having babies and you're making new things.
Right now, the S&P 500 2% higher, 5902 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 1,367 points. That's a rise of 3.25%. The Dow's at 43,591. The Nasdaq 100 444 points higher. That's a rise of 2.2%. As yields, the 10-year, we'll call it 11 basis points higher right now at 420. 10-year, that is a 19 basis points ahead of the Fed meeting on Thursday right now at 445. And if you look at some of the M&A deals, shares of both Capital One Financial and Discover Financial Services soaring as Donald Trump's return to the White House kind of eases lingering doubts about the proposed deal there. And we check markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Damien and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Damien Sassower sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. As Damien, John is just reporting about the bond market here. The 10-year off 1 and 17/32, pushing yield up 19 basis points. What's that doing to the bond? I mean,
yeah, no, I mean,
they were in the green this year.
That's right.
Across the board for fixing them. Today's a tough day.
Bloomberg Global Aggregate Bond Index was up 40 basis points year to date. It's going to be down after today's numbers are included, but for sure it's going to be down on the year. But you're right. I mean, look, we've been down. If we end 2024 in the red here in the Bloomberg Global Ag, that'll be 3 of the last 4 years where bonds have lost money for their investors. So the whole thought that bonds are ballast for a well-diversified institutional portfolio goes right out the door all over again.
And what are you seeing in the?
It's largely a sea of red. I mean, certainly not one G10 currency is up versus the dollar today. Pound sterling was up. I mean, but yeah, I mean, look, it's what's interesting though is some of the deeper losses that we saw on the heels of come back a bit. So it's not like things are all that bad.
Peso. All right, very good. Let's see about policy from global policy here in the Trump administration, particularly one Republican in the Senate as well in the leadership roles. Monica Guerra, Executive Director and Head of U.S. Policy for Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. Monica, thanks so much for joining us here. I see huge political news over last evening and into this morning. How do you frame that out for your Morgan Stanley Wealth Management customers as it relates to?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. One of the things that we are really focusing on is what does the president have control over, especially since we don't have the full outcome on Congress. So that's what we're talking about right now. Tariffs and energy policy really being the most sensitive from second term. So, for example, you could have higher tariffs on China and potentially negatively drag on growth, inflation in the short term. But we're also focusing on some of the other fact winners to come out of his executive branch.
Drill, baby, drill. I mean, Monica, talk to us a little bit about what we're seeing in the commodity complex here. I mean, I see it off 1.5% year to date. It was just up a few weeks ago. You would think maybe perhaps with some of the policies that Trump is floating here on the energy sector, certainly, minerals that are hard to get, et cetera, that we would see something bounce back here. But it seems like things are kind of rolling over. Curious to hear your thoughts there.
Yeah, and the Department of Energy, that's a great example of where Trump has a lot of control to act unilaterally. On the drilling side, positively because more supply pricing. If you're thinking about from the market's perspective, energy broadly inclusive of a clean energy agenda, there's a real risk there to clean energy from a policy perspective, from a rollback of potential Inflation Reduction Act tax credits. But one of the things we want to highlight here on clean energy is that even though you could have sort of a constructive approach to tax credits, clean energy policy, et cetera, what you're really focusing on here is rates, the rate environment. Clean energy as an industry functions like growth stocks. And so when rates are low and markets right now are currently pricing in 4 cuts through the end of 2020. And so that's what we're focusing on in the energy sector, is that much movement on traditional. You could see movement sort of negative. The real story is the rate story on clean energy.
So I'm looking at the VIX here, as my colleague Paul Sweeney, rightly points out. We're back down to 16, off 22% day over day. Off a third since the 4th, since Monday. Talk to us a little bit about expectations for volatility on the first term. It was jump risk, right? Doing one thing and all of a sudden he says it and the markets kind of react to that. I remember for the better part of the last 4 years, Monica, where it's been all about rate differentials, all about monetary policy. Is there any chance that the Fed, that rate differentials can retake control of the market narrative here, or are we just in Trump's world and everyone's just living in it?
That's a great question. I mean, I think the drop off in the VIX that we're seeing, that's just election year activity. Once you have the set, you have a sense of what's happening with Congress. Granted, we don't really know what's happening with the House. Volatility plummets. Yes, you're going to see headline response. One of the murky areas around Trump is, which Trump are we going to get? Does that mean that we get more disruption, or is it really a story all about Congress and what they do with taxes? In that case, if it's focused on taxes, things are likely to remain more stable, especially as we watch the play-by-play as they debate each provision under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You could get an extension of most of it, but what's important here is that even if you have that a shallow red wave in the House and you have that unified government, those thin margins mean that there's still room for the GOP to play. So we are going to be watching that for a while, and I think that yes, Trump is the disruptive. We're thinking about headline reaction, volatility that's short-lived. But over the long run, what we're all going to be focusing on is that tax agenda and what happens in Congress.
All right, Monica, thanks so much for joining us. Monica Guerra, Executive Director and Head of U.S. Policy for Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. Again, with the Republican-controlled Senate, and we'll see how the House plays out, but presumably Republicans can move a lot of their agenda over at least the next 2 years.
Yeah, no, I mean, the spending is definitely something that's front and center for a lot of people here. And look, this time it could be different because if you remember during Trump's first term, it took a while for him to catch on that tariffs are actually having an impact. I think he's, most fiscal stimulus is going to be not too far behind it. So it can be, I mean, out that is a real risk. There's upside asymmetry, and the Fed.
Absolutely. So we'll have the Fed tomorrow. Let's not forget that 2 p.m. Wall Street time tomorrow. We will get the statement from the Federal Reserve about interest rate policy. Then at 2:30, Fed Chairman Jay Powell will deliver some remarks, Q&A press conference with the media. Our own Michael McKee. He is down there, or hopping on the Acela today to get down there, and he'll be reporting for us. Looking at the markets here, holding on to the gains here. S&P 500 up about 2.1%. The NASDAQ up about 2.3%. And the small cap, the Russell 2000 up 4.7%. Looking at the commodity space, WTI crude oil pretty steady here, just under $72 a barrel. Brent is also lower. Gold lowered here sharply on a little sell-off off that recent strength we've seen over the last several quarters, probably.
Yeah.
This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right. Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming as well. YouTube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast. Policy changes. A lot of folks are highlighting the financial services industry to benefit from a lot of policy changes. The absolute author on all of the Bloomberg Intelligence work on this is Nathan Dean, Senior Policy Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. Nathan, I know you guys have gained this financial industry, some of the regulations that are now and that are still kind of on the table. What do you think here with what we've seen here with the elections?
Yeah, so with the financial services industry, it all came down to this rule called the Basel III Endgame. As outlined by the Fed, you're talking about a 9% increase for the G-SIBs, the Bank of America, JP Morgans, if you will, about 3 to 4% in terms of the winning. The Office of the Comptroller of the Currency is likely 1 of next year. So this rule is effectively indefinitely delayed. You would need the Fed, the OCC, and the FDIC to move forward. Now, we think a 30% chance of it being finalized by 2026. The reason why we're not down to zero is because there is potential out there that a Republican-led regulator may try and move forth with it, but the idea is going to be completely different. So if you're talking about capital requirements on a global scale, remember their version of this, there could be some questions here on if the Americans aren't going to do this, what should the Europeans on the same side? So certainly a lot to play here in terms of the deregulatory efforts amongst the investment banks.
Nathan Dean, you're the consummate Washington insider. When I need to get my what ifs answered about what's happening in Washington, I call you. So I have a question here. What name should than others? Bill Ackman, Elon Musk, Scott Bessent. Talk to us about what the potential for a Trump cabinet may very well look like.
Yeah, so obviously the big question here is: you going to get the Wall Street President Trump, or are you going to get a populist President Trump? And that's the question that I don't think anybody really has an answer to, because for example, at the SEC, you have Commissioner Hester, popular SEC chair, coming from more of the conservative wing. But then there's also going to be folks like former Jay Clayton. Obviously his name's been in there for Treasury. But somebody like a disciple, if you will, of Commissioner or Chairman Clayton could be also named at the SEC. So the question that we have, and we should find out about this more over the next few weeks, is: are you going to get the populist Trump or the Wall Street Trump? And I think you're probably going to get a combination. If President Trump cares about your issue in terms of he be involved, you'll get a populist Trump. If it's something where he's happy to delegate to other folks in Washington, then I think you may get a Wall Street Trump.
Well, Nathan, it took a long time for Trump to pick his cabinet and his players back the first time around. Apparently, he's much more prepared this time. Talk to us about timing around some of those selections. When can we expect to hear something there?
Yeah, so I think you're going to hear it probably before weeks. I mean, to your point, they've been talking about this. Also note that the Republicans have somewhere between 52, potentially as much as 56 seats in the Senate. And as a result, the Republican Senate is going to be able to confirm a lot of President Trump's appointees on a much quicker basis than if you were to have a Democrat-controlled Senate or even a 50 or 51. Now, why do we care about this? Well, because the faster that those regulatory leaders come in place, the faster they can start these deregulatory efforts. A regulatory leader, for the most part, can't just come in and say, right, this regulation, we're going to just completely roll it back on day one. It's going to take even 2 years to move forth on that effort. So the quicker in place, the quicker the deregulatory effort can take place.
Red headline: crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Harris to deliver remarks at Howard University at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So we will have more reporting on that. Nathan, is President-elect Trump, is he a lame duck president? Is that a fair way to look at it?
No, so generally, and I say this generally, in the second term of a presidential term, if you will, think President Obama or President George W. Bush, you usually have about 8 political capital. First 100 days of the presidency is critical. But as soon as Congress midterm elections, and then as the result, when they come back, why should they stick their necks out for the president who's going to be gone? So what do presidents tend to do? They tend to go internationally and they tend to travel because the power of the presidency is more powerful there. So, we do think President Trump is going to be spending a lot of time abroad, Ukraine, Middle East, for example, China. There's a lot of stuff that he can do there, but I wouldn't call again, the power of the presidency is more powerful there.
Nathan, 32 a.m. Eastern time this morning for China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs to congratulate President-elect Donald Trump. You know that China tariffs are coming. You're a betting man. What kind of tariff regime do you think we're entering into? Is it going to be that 10% broad? Is it going to be 60% on China? What are you hearing?
So this is where I think the process of tariff is key. Now, 20th president comes in, you see a red line over the terminal, signs an executive order saying tariffs are coming. In the language of that executive order, however, I think you'll see language that says the tariff is not coming for 270 days or 365 days. Why? Because tariffs are negotiation tools. President Trump doesn't know what the reciprocal tariff on China from China will be, and President Trump wants to use this as a negotiation. So I think there's going to be language in there allowing flexibility, allowing President Trump to come back and say, maybe not 60%, something like that. So what we're saying is, watch out for that quarter of next year, but then you're going to get probably 6 months to actually truly understand what that tariff will look like before it goes into fruition.
All right, Nathan, as always, much for your analysis. Nathan Dean, senior policy analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. You can find all of his research at BI Go on the terminal. He really boils down the minutia into something that like real people can, you know.
I mean, look, I'm an emerging market guy when it comes to the U.S. When it comes to Washington index, he is my first port of call. But I'm going to go back to my hole and I'm going to wait for the Brazilian central bank to meet in a few hours' time, see whether or not they're hiking by 50 basis points. I mean, think about that, 11+% in Brazil. So if you're looking for yield, there it is.
All right, Damien, thank you so much for sitting in for Alex today. We appreciate it. Coming up, Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines. They are breaking it down with their panel. That's coming up right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from New York.
From Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York, to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power alongside Kaylee Lyon and Joe Matthew. It is the day after. Donald Trump, while the votes are still being counted, is now President-elect Trump once again. And Kaylee, we still have some major races to be called as we try to figure the balance of power on Capitol Hill.
Well, that's absolutely right. As we look at the states that have been called for Donald Trump, it includes 2 of the 3 bricks of the blue wall, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. He, of course, has 277 electoral votes called for him right now. That is more than enough to secure the presidency. But in those very same states, the Senate races remain too close to call, as the Democratic incumbents there and in Michigan, even in Nevada, are still in very, very tight contests. And we, of course, might be days away from knowing who ultimately wins the majority in that.
True, a lot of conventional wisdom busted over the last 24 race aside for a moment, and that was a remarkable, if not historic, comeback in political history here in the United States of America. But the Senate, remember, was supposed to go just barely Republican, more seats than expected, it appears. We don't know what's going to happen with the House. It's supposed to be job of the night for Democrats to turn the House, but whether this is a red wave or, as I think Mike Allen called it, a red shock, we're dealing with a very different set of circumstances today.
Well, and certainly many people may find themselves shocked in the aftermath of this. I would point out we do expect to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris this afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern time, when she will speak from Howard University. We have yet to hear of a formal concession from Harris, but again, the presidency has been called for Donald Trump, and frankly, he called it for himself even before the networks did, addressing supporters.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. The Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
To Kaylee's point, that was before the networks called the race. The Associated Press at 5:34 a.m. Big prize last night. That's where we find Bloomberg's. David, how do you do it?
Oh, there was so much faith placed in Philadelphia, where I'm standing, in the suburbs around here. When you look at the numbers of those who turned out for Kamala Harris yesterday, they were much lower than they were back in 2016 when Hillary Clinton was the candidate. And I think that's going to cause a lot of soul searching within the Democratic Party. This is a bulwark of support for. I think that Kamala Harris and her campaign were really counting on many some deep contemplation here in the postmortem. Entire ground game in this state. It's something that they trumpeted so much over the course of these last few days, how much money and resources they pumped into getting out the vote here in Pennsylvania and moving beyond Philadelphia and the suburbs and exurbs to other parts of this state. Didn't have the turnout among Democrats that they thought that they would, didn't get the kind of votes that they thought they would. And so I think of what we've seen in a number of other Rust Belt states across this candidate. I don't know if you want to attribute it to bad polling necessarily. I think it's more just that they had this sewn up more than they did. Yes, there was cautious optimism about how this was going to go, but I think that they felt more confident what the results are going to be. And If I could, I'll just talk about the Senate race here as well. I mean, that's it had been on a razor's edge. It seemed like it was leaning toward Bob Casey, the incumbent Democrat. We saw that narrow in recent weeks, and now it seems like Dave McCormick has this all but sewn up. He has not declared victory yet. I'll note that in Wisconsin, we had Tammy Baldwin kind of following in the footsteps of Donald Trump going out before that race was called by the AP. That's not happened here. So we're waiting on votes here from Cambria County. That is due east of Pittsburgh. Still just 35% of those votes are in. But I think if I were to guess what the McCormick campaign is thinking here, they think that the path forward here looks pretty good, and they're well on their way to declaring victory in Pennsylvania.
All right, Bloomberg's David Gura in Pennsylvania. Thank you. The Senate race there, as you mentioned, still too close to call. The same goes for the Senate race in Michigan. Alyssa Slotkin right now up by 1/10 of a percentage point against Mike Rogers. And of course, the state of Michigan overall hasn't been called in the presidential race, though it doesn't need to, as Donald Trump has already had the Electoral College called for him. Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick is in Detroit, Michigan at noon Eastern on the East Coast. Romaine, what's going on?
Yeah, about in that Senate race, only about 10,000, fewer than 10,000 votes right now, separating Republican Mike Rogers from Democrat Alyssa Slotkin. Of course, this will take some time to sort out. This was a hotly contested race. But there's really a big issue here. And Joe, you started off the program talking about this red wave or red shock. I think a better sort of descriptor, at least here in Michigan, is the red wake-up call, at least for the Democrats here. Because in that Senate race, Slotkin outspent Rogers by a factor of almost 5-1. In fact, Democrats overall, in most of the races, outspent their Republican counterparts. And, well, as you already know, they don't have a lot to show it. Of course, Slotkin hasn't technically lost the race yet, but the fact that it's even this close says a lot here about, well, just how little that money actually did. As for Trump and Harris, that was also a very contested election with a lot of the campaign spending being directed towards very specific areas. Trump spent a lot of time in Dearborn, the heavily Arab and Muslim American population area. He also spent a lot of time in Novi, as well as in a few others in the western part of the state. Those areas really helped him to close the gap with Harris, not just in this election, but more importantly, Trump actually outperformed his performance from 2020 and in 2016, and that's got to give the Democrats a bit of pause as they try to figure out what exactly happened here last night.
Romaine Bostick on the ground in Detroit, Michigan. Your reporting has been indispensable, Romaine. Thank you so much. As we consider, as Romaine said, the red wake-up call, Donald Trump had any number of economic policy proposals that we've talked about over the past couple of months that brought us to this point. Here's a taste.
What I'm going to do is something that nobody's ever even thought about doing. No tax on tips. As part of our additional tax cuts, we will end on overtime. I want to cut taxes on Americans while putting tariffs on to bring our jobs back home. My plan is to make massive tax cuts, biggest ever, permanent, and to cut taxes even more, a reduction in the corporate tax rate from 21% to 15%, no tax on Social Security benefits. Restoring the SALT deduction, saving thousands of dollars for residents of New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and other high-cost states. We will make interest on car loans fully.
Joining us now, Joe Lavorgna, Chief Economist of Securities America, the former Chief Economist of the White House National Economic Council in the first Trump administration. Nice to see you at the table here. I bet you've been up all night. I can only imagine what the last 24 hours have been like for you.
Thank you for having me. I was on earlier in the week sitting over there.
Absolutely. Well, nice. You know this table very well, and you've been generous with your time over the course of this cycle. Beginning with this market reaction, this is a monster move. The Dow's up over 1,000 points. The S&P 500 is up some 2%, but the bond market is moving in the other direction. We're looking at a 4-5 here as of this moment on the 10-year. What do you make specifically of the reaction in the bond market? This is clearly in anticipation of some sort of inflationary event.
Well, here's the thing. When I was talking with that's most of my day job. The simple question is, what happens if Trump wins? And my initial read in very simplistic terms was Harris, bad for equities, good for bonds. Trump, good for equities, bad for bonds. And that related to the fact where I see growth and also how the market initially would react to things. So, for example, with Trump, equities are up because the market's more excited about growth, lower tax rates, less regulation. It gets worried about more spending, tax cuts, etc. For example, they're going to initially probably score a Trump budget as being, more deficit related spending. The Tax Foundation found that. The problem with it is that we don't know the specifics yet. And I'd argue if you look back at the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, and you see what CBO scored, the revenue numbers in 16 and 18, in other words, the tax cut paid for itself. So I think these are actions, and then we'll see what happens once we get some meat to the bone.
Well, so as you consider the timeline you just said there, knowing that there was $8 trillion in deficit added during the first Trump administration, the Committee for Responsible Budget says there could be another $15 trillion, if not all of it pays for itself. But it is a question of time, especially knowing these markets are ahead. So when we consider sequencing here, that could potentially hit the economy first before the actual beneficiary impacts of lower taxes is fully felt and recognized in corporate profits and the like, right? How should we think about the way in which this plays out?
Right. So you're absolutely right. Markets are forward looking and they may fear or they could stay one-off price adjustment. But again, it would be how are the tariffs implemented? And what would the U.S. be getting in return? I think there's this misperception that day one of Trump, we're going to have tariffs across the board, X%, and this is my guess, and China's going to get at least 60%, maybe higher. To me, it's going to be more nuanced. It's going to be very transactional. In other words, tariffs are going to be used in large part as a tool more fair trade. So, for example, the U.S. has certain environmental regulations and certain rules against child labor. Some of our trading partners don't have those same rules, and we're at a disadvantage. So, to the extent tariffs can level the playing field and make trade fair, I think that makes sense. Also, it would depend, too, what happens with energy policy. If we have a significant amount of drilling and energy production, that will offset the tariffs. For argument's sake, were implemented across the board. The energy bigger than the import share of the economy. So it really depends how it's going to be put into place. And I always tell people, look at things, the broad policy set. Like, don't focus just on the tariffs.
Sure.
Don't focus just on the tax cuts. Look at the holistic approach in terms of trying to increase productive capacity.
I guess a simpler way, though, of asking my question would be inflation before we feel the growth.
No. I don't believe so, because if energy prices stay low, that will immediately hit people's pocketbooks in a positive way. Prices will come down. The general rule of thumb is every 1 penny change in gasoline is worth about $1 billion in terms of an energy tax cut. So if you get prices down 50 cents, may not seem like a lot. Economy, that's basically like a $50 billion tax cut immediately.
What do you make of the moves in the banks today? This is wild. Goldman Sachs up 13% right now. I could go down a long list of them. Is Basel III dead, if it wasn't already?
Yeah, I think Basel III is dead, or like in The Princess Bride, it's mostly dead.
Yeah.
But look, the financials is a great movie. A high beta on the economy. So if you believe, and again, I'm trying to be objective here, looking at the equity market's up on the expectation of stronger growth, and the financials are a high beta to GDP. So if we sustain 3% GDP or higher, and inflation does moderate, as I think it will, then the banks are doing what they're supposed to do.
Well, so as we consider potential policy here and regulation, some of the other policy ideas that have been put forward, like on immigration, for example, around mass deportation and the economic impact it ultimately could have if millions of people who are contributing to the labor force right now, who are paying into things like Social Security, were to leave the country. How should we be gaming that out, and the realism of trying to get that many people out of the country in an expeditious manner?
Joe Livornia, private citizen, doesn't expect mass deportation.
Okay.
My strong sense and gut instinct is that we're going to enforce the laws. We're going to make sure, the administration will make sure that there is more legal immigration that comes through. However, there are a lot of potential bad actors, as we know, not to get into details, that need to be removed, and I think law enforcement will do so. But I do not personally, this is me, Joe Livornia speaking, do not expect mass deportation. The other factor I want to mention is that if you look at labor force participation, we're about 3/4 of a point below where we were pre-COVID. That's over 1 million workers. So if the economy can grow and we can get labor force participation to rise further, that would offset any modest effect that we may not be getting through immigration, and would clearly be benefiting the U.S. workers that are here.
This would be a very different FTC than we have right now. When I mentioned Goldman earlier, I'm thinking IPOs, I'm thinking mergers and acquisitions. Is that what we mean when we say animal spirits?
Yeah, animal spirits, confidence in the outlook, yeah.
What's the M&A situation going to look like in Trump 2.0?
Well, certainly there will be much more M&A activity. I don't think... to me, it's going to be more entrepreneurial. I mean, I always would tell people, and I highlighted this when I was in the administration, if you look at small business sentiment, it was the highest under President Trump than any administration. So there is, I think, a dynamism and an animal spirit that is reflective in an entrepreneurialism a type of role, and that is going to be, I think, beneficial to activity that allows people to transact. And by the way, unlike tariffs and things like that, this sounds pretty basic. I don't think this is insightful, but President Trump's a businessman, and I think you have to look at the transactional nature of how he approaches things. And there was a great quote from a reporter of the Pittsburgh Gazette, I believe, 8 years ago, said, don't take President Trump literally, but take him seriously. And I find too often we get caught up in the rhetoric and get caught up in things that divide us. I don't really believe that to be the case in the second term, at least I hope.
As we consider entrepreneurialism, being able to jumpstart things, we have to look at the cost of capital. And that brings me to something that's coming up tomorrow, as if we all haven't had enough this week, a Federal Reserve decision. They're expected to cut 25 basis points. The market is now pricing in fewer cuts over the course of the next year, Joe, in part maybe due to the outcome of this election. What do you think about that?
No question. Faster growth. I think it's perhaps incorrectly expecting inflation is going to be higher, but inflation, and because the president's going to try to make permanent Jobs Act of 2017, there's no big tax hike coming in 26, and therefore there's no fiscal cliff, which means there's less pressure on the Fed to cut. So I think initially the Fed will probably cut less. They'll cut 25 tomorrow. And to me, December is probably a pause, and they'll reevaluate, and we'll see, where personnel is in the Trump administration and what policies are advocated, because right now this is still guesswork.
Pretty interesting to consider what will happen over the course of the next month. Your phone's going to be ringing. What job would you want in a Trump administration? Again.
I said this the other day. I said, look, I'm very happy. Well, we'll just play it by ear. We'll see. I love coming on. I like having a nice conversation with you guys. And certainly if the president called, it would be hard to say no. But right now I'm happy, and we'll see what happens. And I feel like, I like to think I've got some options, but we'll see.
So we'll see you on the North Lawn at some point soon.
Hopefully not cut. Well, I won't say it. Thank you.
Either way, you're always welcome here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We appreciate you joining us on this day after the election. Joe Livornia, of course, formerly of the Trump White House, now at SMBC Nikko Securities on this day after. In the S&P 500 at a fresh record high, in the bond market seeing big 17 basis points. We'll have more ahead on the markets and the politics with our political panel next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. We come from very high numbers as high for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%, and the latest for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources from more than 120 countries. The moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Wilson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's a industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? The splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's implications.
You have machines that say, I love you, I care about you.
I'm a human, not an AI. You can't just shut me down. Who do you think you are?
I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Post-Human. Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers. Top stories. Insights with Haslinda on Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the booming U.S. sports betting industry. CFO Alan Ellingson knows the company must stay focused on change and innovation to succeed.
We're evolving, making our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different.
Chief Fisher Officer, only on Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV. Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons at Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. They are still counting votes. We still have some important Senate races to be called here, Kaylee, but the transition on the presidential level has already begun. Donald Trump is now officially the president-elect.
Yep, having won 277 electoral college votes at this point, but it is expected he could win many more than that. For all of our months of discussion about going to be decided by very close margin, Donald Trump was able to put up over the last 24 hours have been pretty remarkable, adding to what he experienced in 2016 and 2020. And it's not just the electoral college we're watching here, but the popular vote, which he is currently winning by roughly 5 million votes. He did not get the popular vote in the first two cycles he ran it.
Defying most predictions that we described here on the air, talking to various pollsters who do this for a living, confounding us to the point where it's now being called the red wave, or as Romaine Bostick called it, up call. Things went late into the night. You probably nation is bleary-eyed this morning. J.D. Vance got up to the podium while Donald Trump was delivering his victory speech last night in West Palm Beach. Let's listen.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Joining us now for more, our political panel, Democratic strategist and partner at Rock Solutions, Kristen Hahn, alongside Republican strategist and Westfront Strategies principal, Ashley Davis. Thank you both for being with us on this day after. Ashley, just to begin with you, J.D. Vance calls it the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States, and he is not alone in characterizing this in that way. After a loss in 2020, after January 6, 2021, Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president.
He's also going to be a very decisive. I mean, the win, which I think is probably good or bad, is good for the country in regards to there's no question about who won. And that's really not a political statement. I would say the same thing if Kamala would have won. The fact that it's not hanging on chads or anything else is a good sign. But yeah, it is a huge political comeback. I mean, who would have thought, how many times was he indicted?
convicted on 34 felony
yeah,
counts.
and indicted more.
Yeah.
And so able to do this and come back. I actually think it shows, one, how he does talk and resonate with parts of this country that a lot of us don't talk every day, and also just how upset the country was. And I think that's what it shows. And I think that we, a collective, we probably need to like take a look at the people that have spoken about how unhappy they are and want them change in our country.
Kristen Hahn, a lot of Democrats are feeling bruised this day after. It's not just the presidency, it's Congress. You spent quite a good amount of time on Capitol Hill as today.
I think you've already seen kind of finger pointing. I think, you know, as Democrats, we need to take a look, like what Ashley said. Why were the people not happy? What are we talking to them about? How are we talking to them? And really think about that. You know, this automatic, some of the talking points I've seen out there from some Democrats into the progressive, the liberal side enough, I think is the wrong. There were no more votes to be got from there. We need to think about how we are listening and talking to the American people all across the country. I think there was a lot of fear mongering. There was a lot of misinformation out there, and I think it'll take us, if not years, to figure out what we need to do, particularly heading into the midterms.
Well, and I wonder how you're reacting to the demographic breakdown we've seen in exit polls, Kristen. It's looking like Kamala Harris, who would have been the first female president in the United States if she had won, is going to win fewer female votes in 2020. For all of the talk about momentum, what does that say to you?
Well, I mean, I think there's also, like, she had, you know, one of the shortest runs for the presidency, and I think that probably hampered her ability to really define herself beyond, Joe Biden. I think also, you know, we were fresh off of 4 years with President Trump, and people were sick of it. So I think it's not necessarily her. I think, you know, you look at the, you know, what's happening at the time and when it's happening. And I unfortunately think that we're going to get 2 years with the midterms and 4 years down the road, and people are going to be reminded of how exhausted they are with having to wake up and listen to President Trump every day.
Ashley, your thoughts on the gender battle? This had really devolved into a men versus women election. Democrats are asking today, a lot of women are asking, why is America not capable of arms around this idea of electing a female president?
I wish I knew, because I mean, I obviously believe in that a lot. I actually think, though, that what people thought was going to get her across the finish line, though, was the abortion issue or the Dodd's ruling. And I think what happened, and obviously there's going to be days to come, which looks like many women, even in the suburban areas, the border, the economy, than they even did kind of these rights. And also, I do believe the American people, as a pro-choice Republican, understand that now this is in the States, right? I mean, I don't think that people are, the rhetoric that went around about the Dobbs decision, how no one's ever going to be able to have, you know, female rights, is just not, aren't believing that message. Yeah. But listen, I think that the biggest demographic that came out of yesterday is 1 in 3 of color voters voted for Trump. I mean, that was high in 2004 when Bush won re-elect, but it hasn't been that high since. And I think that that's pretty.
It's remarkable.
It's remarkable.
We should remind our audience as well. You did support a woman for at the beginning of this campaign. Is there a place for you in this party?
Listen, I'm just like her. I mean, I'm a conservative. I believe in conservatism in regards to financial conservatism. I'm very socially liberal, but I do believe in Republican policies. And so at the end of the day, am I happy that there's a Republican Senate? Absolutely. Would do I not believe in some of Kamala? Absolutely. But I do believe in a woman. That's not going to happen. But at the end of the day, I'm a Republican. I'm going to support Republicans.
Well, as Ashley raises the Senate, Kristen, we already know that the Senate is gone for the Democrats. It has been flipped. The question now is the margin. And the bigger question is the House. What races will you be watching that have yet to be called?
I'm watching a lot of races where people are doing well. Always does well. Henry Cuellar won in Texas. You look at people who are really strong, like Mary Peltola out in Alaska. Lisa Murkowski said she wanted her to be back in the House. So races like those, I think, there are a number of them that were flipped last night. It'll be several days, if not weeks, before we know who has control of the House. But I think at the end of the day, House person, those members, candidates who really know their districts and really speak to the voters on a local level will be the ones who ultimately pull out the win here. And for Democrats, obviously control the House is really important so that we don't have Donald Trump as president completely unchecked.
You know what the loudest question I'm hearing from Democrats is Kristen Hahn. What would have happened if she picked Josh Shapiro?
I'm not sure it would have made that much of a difference, honestly. I think we had a really strong team and a strong vice presidential candidate in Tim Walz. So, I think that the party about what if is not productive at this point. Down at the table and being like, what happened here? And what do we need to do differently?
Well, and then there's the question of what happens next. Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, we know, Ashley, but who is likely to be in this cabinet as this transition gets underway?
I think you'll see a lot of governors and you'll see a lot of senators, especially if the Senate does end up being Republican, say. Obviously, McCormick's winning in Pennsylvania and maybe Nevada or maybe not, we'll see. But I think that those are going to be easy to confirm. And I also think that it gives you a little bit of room to have a vacancy in regards to other votes if the senators are going up for some sort of confirmation. Stay this close one way or the other. And going back to Kristen's comment, I think there's 9 races in the House, from what I understand, about, what's going to happen. And I think no matter what happens, it's going to be very close. But you can't take very many House members out of, no matter, if you're a Republican, unless we're in the minority. I think you see Elise Stefanik go somewhere.
Interesting.
She wants what, UN ambassador?
Nice to have you in New York today. We're lucky.
Thank you.
And Kristen Hahn, our panel today on balance of power, the day after the race. The market reaction has been wild. A lot of talk about animal spirits here as we turn to Bloomberg markets reporter Abigail Doolittle with the latest. Abigail?
Animal spirits is a good way to put it. The risk rally, Trump trade, lots of good ways to talk about today's move for market. Rallying in a big way. The S&P 500 up more than 2%. August, you also have that Russell 2000 rallying more, up about 5%. So what we have here, stocks rallying on certainty, but there's also that Trump trade truly in effect showing with that Russell 2000. Those small cap companies tend to be more domestically based. So his anticipated protectionist policy, tariffs, that would be good for those. W Bank Index, banks really higher, and that has to do. Perhaps there's going to be less regulation, but it's not just stocks. If you go cross asset, you can take a look at bonds. They are selling off. That is risk on. It means folks are not looking for haven bonds. You could also make the argument it has to do with the anticipation of more spending. So those yields higher. And then it's also the dollar, the best day since 2020 at the highs, the best day since 2016. Again, having to do with protectionism, putting the U.S. first. Bitcoin, a record high. Trump media and Tesla not to be left out. Of course, Elon Musk, a big part of the campaign, but Trump media up 7%, Tesla up 14%. Lots and lots of green on the screen.
Yeah, pretty incredible to consider. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. This market reaction began early in the evening last night, even before the race was called for Donald Trump. And certainly we're only seeing these trades intensify. But when we look at crypto, which Abigail just mentioned, a record high for Bitcoin at 74,500 and change dollars right now, up about 8 percentage points in this session. It, of course, has been a real proxy for the Trump trade, perhaps was out in front of his now apparent victory long before we actually understood that's what it would be. And crypto has played a massive role in this cycle. When we look at some of the other races we got outcomes for last night in Ohio, the Senate Banking Committee chair, Sherrod Brown, ousted by a crypto entrepreneur in Bernie Moreno, a race in which there was a ton of crypto money in play.
Yeah, there's been some wild moves here as well. And to see the VIX dropping to 16 here, down 21%. gives you a sense of not only animal spirits, but a sense of relief in the stock market. It's the bond market that confounds us a bit, as we discussed with Joe Lavorgny, and you wonder to what extent this is a first-day knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, certainly you're seeing a lot of upward pressure on yields. And the bond market, of course, is also bracing for a Federal Reserve decision tomorrow and a press conference from Jerome Powell. I don't know if I feel like it's going to be easier for Powell to navigate that press conference because there is a clear winner in the presidential race, or if this is going to make it all the more tricky
the whole news
to
conference
forecast
about politics,
future policy.
Yeah.
Certainly Jerome Powell would prefer it not be about politics.
Well,
but
Michael McKee will be there.
yeah, exactly. All right, we still have much more ahead here on Balance of Power. Frank Luntz will join us to help unpack the results next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Technology.
We are very focused on playing one game and one game only, and that is being free, frictionless entertainment for consumers. But what I will say is we are doubling down on the strategy. We believe it's working. We think the tailwind's in our favor, and it's on us to continue to deliver.
Whenever you're doing something innovative that hasn't been done before, there's a lot of trial and error and iteration. It just always has these zigs and zags along the way, and I think successful is really being reactive.
Hollywood is the history of technology. Like, we are here because of technological breakthrough, right? And so we sometimes forget that art and technology kind of like come together always. And for us, it's like this modifying a little bit the technology. Again, if you understand AI as a tool for humans, then it's about hearing it and more about embracing it.
Technology live every weekday.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Asia is a continent of contrast. The region is a nexus of rich culture, hub of trailblazing innovation and will it push the limits of technology even further?
Going to space should become as easy as taking a flight.
If NASA is designing a lander, their approach is they're designing a Formula One car. So we take, say, a Jeep approach.
Then, so give us a sense of how you translate current architecture for the rest of the world.
We call this Madam. In general terms, ourselves where we belong.
There is an old saying in Korea that says, "Call me blue, white bridge." It means simple but not humble. So it has a tremendous impact on Korean architecture.
People tend to think the robot AI taking the job from them. We want to use the robot as a basic asset, meaning people have an income through the robot.
From space tech in India to robotics in Japan, Asia is driving the future, reshaping industries, societies, and the way we live. Join me as I take you through the bold innovations. Discover Asia's next-gen technologies on Momentum.
Asia is at the biggest stories. I'm Sherry Young in Tokyo. Here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Everything.
Strong momentum from Wall Street.
We're basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
A lot of things we've done which I think are bad, whether you're Democrat or Republican, often done in the name of good, have hurt the lower 20%. They're dying younger, their incomes didn't go up for 20 years. They're the ones who have more crime in neighborhoods, their schools don't work. I think we have to be very clear-headed about how we can accomplish what we want to accomplish to lift up all of America.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lines, and it is the day after, the day in which we now know Donald Trump is the president-elect, will be the 47th president of the United States after winning at least 277 electoral college votes. It is not just an electoral college victory we're looking at, but in all likelihood, as well as we await the final tally. However, we don't have the final tally for the ultimate majority in the Senate, as there are still a number of races to be called, or the majority in the House of Representatives.
That's true. We do expect to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris a little bit later, which is an interesting element of the optics on our election night. She will be speaking at 4 p.m. Eastern time. We'll, of course, bring her remarks to you. It's unclear to us if she is conceded on a personal level to Donald Trump. We have, but I was struck following our coverage time here, Kaylee, to see law enforcement surround Trump Tower on was clear, even if you were just walking the streets of New York, that something had changed. The transition is underway now, even as we wait for many other races to be called, including some key Senate races. We want to get into this with Bloomberg's Michael Shepard, who joins us now from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Shep was up all night with us, and it's great to see you, Mike. Your thoughts as we wait to hear from the vice president. Why are we waiting so long?
Well, I think one of the reasons for the delay, Joe, is just how difficult this is for the vice president and her campaign. This is not the speech they had been anticipating giving. Even yesterday afternoon, over the weekend, the campaign had seen some polls that suggested the race might be breaking a little bit more in her direction. And of course, now we know, based on the results, that was not the case. It's also going good for her because you remember that for weeks, on the campaign trail and on the stump, she was warning voters that her opponent, Donald Trump, was unfit for office. So how she frames this speech, conceding to somebody she didn't think deserved presidency, will be difficult to do, and to do graciously as well.
Well, this also may be a speech she wasn't prepared to have to give so soon. Whether it is a final result would take a lot longer than it did to would be president-elect. Can you just talk about briefly how much more it seems the votes were counted, how this election was won by all? This was secure, this was safe, the democratic system worked.
Yeah, Kaylee, I'm glad you brought that up because you know that for weeks we've been talking in the newsroom, and everybody out there observing this election ahead of time was anticipating that it would be delayed the way it was in 2020. But what we've seen since then is state officials and state operations really tightened up their, and they tried to prepare to ensure a faster, cleaner count that would be much more difficult to challenge. And we saw that. Another factor also was that it actually ended up being a much wider margin of victory, including in some of those battleground states, ultimately handed the presidency to Donald Trump.
Well, Michael, I don't know exactly, as we said, what we're going to hear from Vice President Harris a bit later, but we have heard from Donald Trump. How did the optics strike you on this last evening in West Palm Beach when the likes of Dana White joined the president on the stage, along with the Speaker of the House? When you consider the contrast, truly, of what we saw, how does it inform your expectations of a Trump 2.0?
Well, it highlighted the way that the former president has tried to cement the so-called modern Republican Party, and now for good. This victory in the presidential election seals it for many years to come. And certainly the House Speaker, Mike Johnson, part of the Trump camp. And the other thing of the wrestling fame, convention stage in July, that points to how he had, we called it in a way the bro campaign, and it worked. It helped push his numbers with male voters, and including with black men yesterday.
All right, Bloomberg's Michael Shepard reporting in DC for us. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And of course, we have been touching base not only with Mike Shepard and the rest of our Bloomberg team throughout this as well. Frank Luntz, famed pollster and founder of FIL Inc., joining us now. Frank, thanks for being back with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. We have been talking about this entire cycle, how tight margins were likely to be. Turns out they're not as tight in most of these battleground states as they were in 2020. And I just wonder your take. Polls were adequately reflecting the reality in America. Once again, doesn't it seem like polls underestimated Donald Trump?
To a small degree, yes. And that is about turnout. That every Trump supporter became a Trump voter. But that is not the case with Kamala Harris. And that's one of the reasons why she fell short. Certainly the idea that Trump would get a majority of the popular vote is a surprise to a lot of people right now. And is the Iowa poll, which I want to draw attention to because that changed the last 48 hours. Trump, a dozen points or so, that the poll had Harris by 3. It was not only beyond the margin of error, it actually changed how the race was covered, which is really one of the rare times when survey research actually becomes part of the narrative. I think that there's a lesson for Americans in the future, which is spend a lot less time talking about who's winning and losing and a lot more time talking about what the candidates say they're going to do and why either we should believe them or distrust them.
Sounds like people were wrong about a lot, Frank. They were wrong about the protesters showing up at the DNC. They were wrong about violence around polls, wrong about poll watchers, wrong about, in some cases, even though our polls were tied, the idea that there was momentum behind Kamala Harris as well. Overcorrection in the sample, and what's going through your mind today?
Every show is, this is the media. Pollsters did get it wrong, but the media went all Iowa survey, went all over trying to see some trends, some movement in one direction or another, and that they're the ones who drove this. I tend not to talk polling when I do shows like this. I talk about policy. I talk about language here, and whether the politicians are doing it is actually driven by those who ask the question, answer them. Because we won't answer them if we won't ask them. I don't want to take this so seriously. And I so approve of the way your show handles politics. It's one of the best shows in all of television for politics. But I do think that there needs to be a reckoning for what we choose to focus on and how we cover it, because in the end, it becomes misleading or even detrimental to the political survey clearly was.
Well, Frank, and of course, there always is room for critique when we consider how the narrative is shaped in America, and media plays a role in that as well. I think we can all agree. Earlier on in this cycle, there was a few conversations that happened in quick succession, one being whether or not the media was putting too much focus on the age issue for Joe Biden, then whether or not the media was complicit in covering up how deep those issues may have run for the current president. And I just wonder, as we consider the role of Joe Biden in all of this, his late withdrawal from his reelection campaign, if ultimately you think that made a difference, if the timing mattered, or if it was never going to be possible for an incumbent administration, given the kind of inflation experienced during it, to keep hold of the White House.
I don't believe the narrative which has been put forward now for a week. President Harris had one of the sharpest, fastest rises in history. She went from 5 points down when she got into the race to 3.5 points up in a matter of a few weeks because she was joyful. She talked about the things she wanted to do instead of the negativity, which she decried again and again. She was hopeful and optimistic and talked about all the things she wanted to get done. But then after the convention, she turned dark. She turned negative. It sounded as much like a Trump campaign as it did a Harris campaign. And that was when she hit her ceiling. And then and by changing this, by being harshly negative, calling Trump a fascist, voters started to wonder, who is she? Is she authentic? Is she genuine? How do you go from being joyful to damning your opponents? And then Biden, of course, made the comment about Trump's voters. And it didn't ring true. That's number one. And number two is she never articulated exactly what she wanted to do in the first hour, in the first day, first week, first month, first 100 days, and so on. If she had done that in the CNN town hall, where it's done live, if she had done that in the 60 Minutes interview or the Fox interview, any of these, if she had done that and told voters exactly what she wanted to do, she would have done much better, because then she would have been about policy, and that's where she was weakest. But instead, she got driven around. She never answered the questions that voters had, and so she never crossed that threshold. Whereas Donald Trump, we knew him. There's nothing more we can learn about him. We knew his weaknesses, we knew his strengths, we knew his record because we saw it for 4 years. So her anything to her did not detract from him, and I think that it's
Analysis from Frank Luntz on Bloomberg TV and radio. Frank, what did we learn about our nation last night, particularly if this in fact was about men versus women?
I love that question. And that's a question that we need to be talking about over the coming weeks and months, because there's some things that are more important than an election. It's the next generation. And what do they learn? It's okay to tear your opponent apart. They're learning that there is no negativity, that there are right and wrong ways. But they need to learn that there are right and wrong ways to approach politics, to approach economics, to approach day-to-day life. And I'm just afraid that what we now learn is the wrong thing, which is anything goes at any time for any reason. And that frightens me for the future.
Well, okay, so if we keep looking at demographics here and what the future may hold, Frank, I look at Donald Trump's victory in Miami-Dade for decades. It obviously is majority Hispanic. We did see a side for Donald Trump in a way we haven't seen in the past, obviously movement for Black voters as well. And I wonder if you think those demographic shifts are unique to this candidate, or if that may be something more permanent.
But also to this time, that it doesn't matter whether you're white, black, brown. If you have trouble affording food, to put food on your table, to put gas in your car, or the health care you need and the housing that you want, then it doesn't matter what your ethnicity is. What matters is you're struggling. You're living paycheck to paycheck. And that's what's happening right now. And Donald Trump articulated an empathy to that much more explicitly than Harris did. She tried to run away from it. Now, Trump's greatest weakness is he didn't focus enough on prices, on costs, on affordability. That instead he got sidetracked by issues that did not matter. And in fact, I want to acknowledge something. I'm going to go back to that presidential debate that clearly did well, and he did relatively poorly. In the end, it did not his candidacy. And instead, it actually did not. Another learning that America has to face, that even when you put two candidates side by side, the outcome does not necessarily matter in who wins for president.
Really great to have you back, Frank. Frank Luntz, founder, CEO, FIL, and just the voice of this throughout this entire campaign here on Bloomberg TV. In New York at Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines here in Manhattan this day after, with votes still being counted, and we could see some Senate races still be called even as soon as today, because the votes are nearly counted. Some of the blue wall states we've been looking at. As we mentioned with Frank as well, we're going to be hearing from Kamala Harris a bit later on, 3 hours from right now on the East Coast, and we'll bring those
Yep, she's planning to speak at 4 p.m. Eastern time, right around the time that markets will close. The equity market, at least, which we would remind you is ripping and roaring today in the aftermath of this declared Trump victory. The S&P 500 at a fresh record high, north of 5,900, up 2. The NASDAQ 100 up 2.3%. Big move in the bond market as well. The 10-year yield up to 443, a record high for Bitcoin. Associated Press just now calling Michigan for Donald Trump. It'll add to his electoral count, but of course this race was already over. He is the president-elect, and we'll have more in the next hour on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Which is part of your 2 billion. It's a massive amount.
Yes, because we focused a lot on automation and upgrading our quality standards so that we can adhere to the US FDA and Europe standards, because some of our vaccines now are going even to the West, which is a fundamental shift in our strategy, from back in the day when my father started the predominantly in India and the developing
India country.
Yes.
So you're about 8,000 strong in the
Yes.
facility? All Indian nationals?
Mostly Indian, yes. I would say 99%. We have our own internal skill building center where we site.
Serum started with just producing vaccine for tetanus, but it's producing a lot more vaccines now. What is the next big thing you think?
A global pandemic flu vaccine is something that we're working on, and I think the world will need that, not only for the annual flu cases. I think we are very well poised to make one to protect the world. And we have, of course, the other vaccines, HPV and malaria, that we've just launched, and we're going to scale that up as well.
Earnings season here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell. Earnings from Caesars, Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going. With
20% growth rate when your comps get.
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context change everything.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. From New York.
From Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York City to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lines. It is the day after Election Day. And Donald Trump is the president-elect, will be the 47th president of the United States after already having the Electoral College called for him. But we are seeing him add to his total electoral vote count. The Associated Press just calling the state of Michigan for Donald Trump, bringing his total tally to 292 electoral votes. And Joe, that is the final brick in the blue wall. All three of those states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, called for Trump. In addition to North Carolina and Georgia, we're still awaiting the final results from Nevada and Arizona, but it looks like this could very well be a full sweep of the swing states.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be calling this the blue wall for a lot longer here based on what we're seeing here, and Donald Trump creeping ever closer to 300 electoral votes. Let's bring you to Florida now, where, of course, this all culminated last evening with Donald Trump's victory speech. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall was there with us in West Palm Beach. She's still on the ground this day after. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. I was there at the Palm Beach Convention Center where now President-elect Trump declared victory, addressing his supporters, calling this the, quote, greatest political movement of all time. As you have been covering, this is widely considered to be a political comeback for the former president. And I just want to take a step back and talk about some of the events that led us up to Election Day. We did talk about how the former president, now president-elect, didn't necessarily shy away from some of his more controversial rhetoric. It did appear clear that his campaign was crystallizing around what he called a simple question in the run-up to the election. He started all of his rallies in that week before election than they were 4 years ago. And I can tell you our most recent that 68% of likely voters in those critical battlegrounds was on the wrong track. This was clearly something that the Trump campaign was able to tap into, because we often talk about how despite some of these more bright spots when it comes to economic indicators, for example, 6 out of 7 of those battle states have unemployment below pre-pandemic levels. Price pressures and the economy remain the top issues in some of these places, like Michigan just called minutes ago, and Wisconsin early. The issue that we see probably and likely helped propel. Just quickly, I do want to add that when we talk about an economic, who is the president, they need congressional buy-in. That is why it was so critical to Republicans to win the Senate last night. Joe and Kaylee, the House, of course, still too close to call, but I tell you that I saw House Speaker Mike Johnson up there on the stage last night, and he remains here in Palm Beach.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall doing great work down in Florida. Thank you so much. And Tyler giving a shout out to our Bloomberg News Morning Consult swing state polling that we had going for the last year of this cycle. And spearheading that for us here at Bloomberg is senior editor in Washington, Wendy Benjaminson, who is joining us now. Wendy, obviously you and the team have done great work on this, and our poll consistently indicated that this thing was going to be close, that the swing states were going to be very difficult to call. Then at the end of the day, it does look like Donald Trump may have picked up every single one of them. What do we take away from this?
Well, that analysis is exactly right, Kaylee. And what happened was, I think the poll was actually pretty accurate in that it and Donald Trump in each of these 7 states was within the margin of error, which was, depending on the state, 4 points for some of the smaller states, like the results. I mean, Trump won narrow margins. The idea was, though, that he wasn't going to win all 7 swing states. So that was the big surprise last night, was that he actually won all 7 of them, bringing him that big electoral prize you were just talking about. So the poll was accurate. The theory that she would have picked up some of those states is what turned out not to happen.
Wendy, Vice President Kamala Harris is about to perform a very... We'll carry her remarks here on Bloomberg TV. She sent her supporters home without hearing from Rick in this campaign. Kamala Harris has made clear that another Donald Trump administration would be the end of democracy as we know it. Now, I don't know if you think she has a political future beyond this campaign, but what must she say today?
Well, I believe that what her staff will be guiding her to, what she will know from her own political instincts, is to today tone it down a bit. The worst thing she could do is come out there, angry and resentful. We saw a little of that in 2016 at Hillary Clinton's first appearance on election night. I think if you recall, she looked like she'd been very upset. Sort of angry speech about losing to Donald Trump, and then Harris waited a day. It was probably a wise move. Begin to say that it's, he's been elected and it's time for Democrats to do their best to perhaps, if she wants to say something like this, stop his worst instincts, and to try to govern, as best they can in the government we're going to have.
Well, that then becomes the question. When you have checks and balances, the Senate will be there with Donald Trump. It is a Republican majority. The question is the House. How much does the majority in the House and the size of the Senate majority, which is still in question at this hour, ultimately matter to how much of Donald Trump's agenda comes to fruition?
It's the ball game, Kelly. I mean, if Republicans maintain control of the House and you have a comfortable margin in the Senate, even though we believe Senators Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins will stand as sort of the try to be the guardrails against some of the more extreme policies that might be proposed. But this means all of Trump's nominees for cabinet posts and such will be confirmed. He will probably be a little strategic. There are some people whose names are being floated around who might have too many skeletons in the closet, even for the Republican MAGA Senate. In the House, that means he can get priorities through, his immigration policies through, if Republicans control the Senate. What does often happen, and what happened in 2018, one-party government for 2 years, and then the midterms will having some kind of buyer's remorse. This happens when they start thinking, did I really vote for that? And then sometimes in the midterms where congressional elections are held, that is when you can get a new Congress that might, take a different tack.
It's great to have you with us. Bloomberg senior editor in Washington, Wendy Benjaminson, with us on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Either way you cut it here, Kaylee, we've got news that is Michigan has gone for Donald Trump, and we're important Senate races there. It's not just the top of the ticket here, Kaylee. It's amazing to see what is largely a red wave wash over Capitol Hill as well. Could be in a world, and we don't know this yet, that Donald Trump has a true sweep.
Yeah, of course, we're still awaiting results in the West for some of those swing states, and we're also awaiting the results of the Senate races in the blue wall states. Right now, as we speak, 99% of the vote count in total is in Michigan, and Alyssa Slotkin is up against Mike Rogers by just 0.3 of a percentage point. The margin is incredibly tight. Then you go to Pennsylvania. Dave McCormick is up 49.1% to Bob Casey's 48.4%, with 97% of the votes in. And in Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin is holding on to about a 1-point lead, 49.4%. Eric Hovde's 48.5%. All three, Joe, still too close to call right now.
Could drop off. Opportunity to bring in quick political reports. Senate and Jessica, it's great to have you back. You've probably been up all night. Is expectation now that we've seen Michigan be called by the Associated Press on the presidential level? What happens to this Senate race?
I think that when I look at, like you said, almost all of the vote count is in. I was talking with my sources, both Democratic and Republican, this morning. They were waiting on Wayne County to come in there, and they expected that would break pretty heavily for Slotkin. If I'm on 1 hour of sleep, so it looks like being ahead by about 18,000 votes right now. And that's probably hard to overcome at this point. As you mentioned, it's very close, but I think that she's probably going. That's a hold there in the Senate race. In Wisconsin, we don't have that race called yet either. But again, based on what I'm seeing and talking to my sources, they expect a close race there, even as, again, Trump has won the state. The one you were mentioning, another very close race David McCormick is in. Democratic Senator Bob Casey there. When I look at where the outstanding vote is, there were some vote tabulation machine malfunctions and that's a very Republican stronghold. There are some still out and in Philadelphia, but once we get that Cambria County vote in, I don't think it's going to be enough for Casey to make up the difference in those bigger population centers. So again, not called yet. We don't know what the results are going to be till they finally come in. Races, I do think that Democrats are going to hold on.
Well, and then there's Nevada, Jessica. Right now, are in Sam Brown, the Republican challenger, is up 1/10 of a percentage point right now against the incumbent Jackie Rosen. We're talking a margin here of less than 1,000 votes. I don't know if you have a strong feeling about what way this goes ultimately when all the counts are in. But for this race and some of the others we were just talking about, what's the likelihood and potential legal challenges here?
I think in Nevada, I think Democrats were always sort of preparing for, and Republicans were for, I think, some very late counting because they have to sort of cure ballots. There's absentee ballots that could certainly face legal challenges and things too. Again, when I look at sort of the outstanding vote, Rosen is leading there, and most of the vote is still left in Washoe, which is Reno, and in Clark County, which is Las Vegas. I would rather be her in this instance, but again, I think it's going to be very, very close. This was a race I was hearing from Republicans that they felt like was breaking their way pretty late, largely because of the presidential race there, even though Rosen had a pretty substantial lead for much of the race. So again, this is another one. So I think by my count right now, Republicans have at least a 52-48 majority. That means they flipped West Virginia, which we knew, they flipped Ohio, and they flipped Montana. Those were the ones that we had more. They flipped Pennsylvania like I expect that they will. That's 53. So Nevada, maybe that could be 54.
Wow. Well, Jessica, if a rising tide lifts all boats, Carrie Lake sprung somewhere. And I'm wondering what you thought about this. Ruben Gallego, the Democrat, on a night like that, taking a lead over such a well-known Republican associated with Donald Trump. Where did she go wrong?
Very high negatives from that 2022 gubernatorial race. McConnell gave a press conference on Capitol Hill earlier today. They asked him what his takeaway was from the Senate races. He said candidate quality. That's why they feel like they got strong candidates there in Pennsylvania with David McCormick, and races there in was not a strong candidate. We knew this going in, that she was a very and high negatives, was never really able to overcome them, never really sort of, in that race for governor, she insulted sort of McCain voters and those swing voters there in Maricopa County that makes up over 60% of the vote. Gallego ran a very smart race. He was able to spend early on. He had the spending advantage. He was able to introduce himself there, even in a state where he was more progressive than the state's other senator, Mike Kelly, that ran as more of a centrist. So he was able to tell his story. Single mother going on to be in the Marines, do better with the types of voters that Donald Trump was doing better with the split ticket voters, but also those independents broke. And I think it's because she was sort of the wrong candidate for the moment in Arizona.
Well, as we consider the idea of split ticketing, you look at a state, considering you follow gubernatorial races as well, like North Carolina, which of course Donald Trump won by a margin of about 4 points or a little under that. Josh Stein, the Democratic candidate, for 10 points in North Carolina. What's the takeaway?
Again, the candidates matter. And you had the lieutenant governor there that Republicans, many of them knew early on was a very controversial candidate. And then you had a scandal that came out about allegedly posting on a porn site and talking about being a black Nazi. Republicans largely abandoned him. He didn't have much of a He was off air on advertising for the last 2 months of the campaign. But I think also voters do look at a vote for governor and a vote for Senate very differently. Actually, in the last 100 years there in North Carolina, they've only elected a Republican governor 3 times. So they are used to splitting their tickets. And in fact, even as 2016 and in 2020, Roy Cooper won both times. But actually, apart from the top of the ticket at the presidential level, some North Carolina Democrats were having a pretty good night. And I think that was sort of Stein helping them. They've broken the supermajority in the state legislature. They won the attorney general's race. Democrats have kept that seat. And then they also instruction, basically the secretary of education there, that was also with a very Republican Republican candidate.
All right, Jessica, I want to talk leadership with you here. Now that we're looking at a red Senate here, and I guess to your point, we could still add a couple more to the list. Thought with Donald Trump on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue that this is not the race we thought it was to replace Mitch McConnell, that Steve Daines could even be drafted out from this. What's about to happen?
Before, where he did say again he would not be drafted. He was not interested in doing this. I wouldn't be surprised to see him in leadership in some position, especially after having a very strong showing for Senate Republicans. He was my dark horse, but like I said, he gave that interview to Burgess Everett there Semaphore last week and said that he would not be there. So we have the two of the Johns, John Thune of South Dakota and John Cornyn of Texas. Now they have had a rockier relationship with Trump. Rick Scott of Florida has also thrown his name in there. Now, he had a bigger than expected victory after having sort of very narrow wins for governor and for Senate. But he also had a very controversial year at the top of the National Republican Senatorial Committee in 2022 when they actually lost a seat. So I think it's going to be a lot of jockeying behind the scenes. I think probably still Thune or Cornyn have the inside slot. But again, you said, is there another candidate that emerges? Perhaps two.
All right, Jessica Taylor, the Cook Political Report Senate and Governor's editor. Thank you much for joining us on this day after. I would reiterate the Senate majority has been decided. Republicans will be in control. There will be a new Republican leader. We just don't know the size of the majority that person will be leading, as we're still awaiting the results from a number of these contests that remain too close to call in some of these battleground states, the Blue Wall and in Nevada. And of course, we could still be days away at this point from figuring out who controls the House of Representatives.
That's a whole different animal here. Have to pick a replacement for J.D. Vance. That'll be another puncture that has yet to be fulfilled, and we'll be talking about that along with the leadership battle in the weeks ahead here. I am big on Wall Street, if we can call it a wave. My goodness, to see the S&P Dow's up over 3%. The VIX is gone. 16 handle today as investors breathe a sigh of relief.
Small caps here as well. Obviously, a proxy for Trump-oriented trades. The Russell 2000 index up 5.25% on the day, now at the highest we have seen since November of 2021. So we're talking about 3 years here. And of course, a lot is being pushed through this bond market right now. Not only the results of this election, but a waiting and Jerome Powell press conference tomorrow. Yields are up all 10-year Treasury yield right now at 4.41. The markets are reacting in. We'll continue to keep that covered here on Bloomberg.
You said it. Interest rates down. Pretty remarkable to see with stocks up today, and we'll keep tabs on this for you as we work our way through this afternoon with still races to be called in the Senate, as we just discussed with Jessica, but another state falls Trump just this hour, Michigan to Donald Trump on the way forward. For foreign policy, Hagar Shamali of Greenwich Media Strategies will be with us next with our eye to the Middle East. This is Balance of Power, Bloomberg TV and radio.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jamana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights. This exciting region.
We're scaling up at incredible.
Growing so rapidly.
The opportunity is really huge.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. Names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
At the moment, we are not totally unhappy with what we see. It looks very much that inflation is on the right track of disinflation. You know, we come from very high numbers, as high on average for the whole of the euro area as 10.6%. And the latest reading we had for the inflation in September was 1.7.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta, and I'm morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street. Welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
There's a lot of fears around AI. AI is not technologically neutral, right? Splitting of the atom is not technologically neutral. There's simply
I am a friend. I'm a human, not an AI. I'm Emily Chang. Welcome to Post-Human. This is Balance of Power. Live from World Headquarters in New York, alongside Joe is the president-elect, having won the Electoral College. That is, but he, of course, picked up the state of Michigan, according to the Associated Press, just within the last half electoral votes. Even before that full count has come in, Joe, obviously we've heard from Donald Trump himself, who spoke in the early hours from West Palm Beach in Florida, thanking his supporters for his victory. We have not yet heard from Vice President. She is expected to speak from Howard University in Washington, D.C., just about 3.5 hours from now at 4 p.m. Eastern.
That's right. We'll take her remarks, of course, live and unfiltered here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We understand she has yet to phone Donald Trump to concede the race, but will today. And as Kaylee mentioned, 4 p.m. Eastern. So we're just a little more, couple of hours out now for a speech that many thought should have happened last evening. But of course, there was so much noise in the numbers and not enough states officially called in the waking hours, at least. We got into the hours. By the time we came off the air at 3:30 a.m., it was pretty clear what was happening. Donald Trump delivered. And there are questions, Kaylee, not only about domestic policy, but what this means for Ukraine, what it means for Africa, with so much tough talk on the campaign trail, and a president who approaches foreign policy in many ways as he does business. To that end, we're joined by Hagar Shamali, the former director for Syria and Lebanon, CEO and founder of Greenwich Media Strategy. Safer or more dangerous place under a Trump 2.0?
There are going to be pros and cons on foreign policy from either candidate. Region. In the Middle East, to be perfectly frank, I expect them to be safer. And that is because Trump is tough with Iran and tougher with Iran. Iran is more afraid of Trump because of his unpredictability and is at the root of all the problems in the Middle East. But when it comes to Ukraine and Russia, it may not be the same because prematurely is going to take more land grabs and things of that kind. And with China, it could, when it comes to Taiwan, I'm not as worried. But when it comes to a trade war and what that could do to the global economy, I am. So it's a little inconsistent. I'm sorry, it's not a straight yes or no answer.
Okay, so let's take each of these one by one and dig in a little bit more, Hagar. We, of course, have heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu last night, put out a statement congratulating Trump, going on to say your historic return to the White House offers America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. What do those words, recommitment and a new beginning, mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a little bit, to be honest with you, slightly offensive from Prime Minister Netanyahu because President Biden and the Biden administration in general really, after October 7, really invested in the relationship, was really there for Israel. And Netanyahu should not try to imply that it wasn't good and that now there's some kind of restart or renewal. The U.S.-Israeli relationship has always been strong. Surely there are going to be differences from any candidate and any administration. That said, Trump was very pro-Israel when he was in office the first time. He pursued policies, for example, that no administration, whether Republican or Democrat, had pursued. For example, moving the embassy to Jerusalem, observing the annexation, recognizing the annexation of the Golan Heights, and also declaring that settlements in the West Bank were not. And that is what Netanyahu is looking at, is that those are very in line with Netanyahu's views as well. And that's what he meant, was that he views support Netanyahu's policies and moves no matter what they are.
Well, so does this mean the tit for tat between Israel and Iran, the military tit for tat, is over for now, or could this be a dangerous lame duck session until Donald Trump takes office?
Trump's talking point to Israel has been that he wants the war, quote, wrapped up by January, by the time. By that is, do what you have to do. He doesn't seem to care get it done because he doesn't want to have to handle this or. And the reason for that, by the way, is that in the order of national security, the Middle East might feature as number 3 or 4, and he doesn't want to be distracted by that. He wants to focus on China, he wants to focus on North Korea, he wants to focus on AI or technology and advancement into space and things of that kind. That's how Trump views things. And so he wants it wrapped up. But when it comes to Iran specifically, Trump is, as you recall, the Trump administration the general of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And by the way, the reason for Iran's foreign policy across the Middle East that seeks to destabilize the Middle East by supporting militant groups and terrorist groups. And Iran is very aware of that. That is a language they understand, and that is a red line they understand. And so they might go back on their heels. And so if I sum it up, my view is that Trump is thinking, I don't care what you do, just wrap it up, finish this so that we can focus on the bigger problem, which is Iran, which is at the root of all of these issues.
Well, he wants to see things wrapped up in Ukraine as well, by all accounts. Hagar, we did hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky put out a statement of his own congratulating Trump, saying he looks forward to an era of strong United States of America under President Trump's decisive leadership. Then says, we rely on continued strong bipartisan support for Ukraine in the United States. There are pro-Ukraine Republicans, as there are Democrats. Voices collectively can outweigh the voices of Trump and the Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance.
Yeah, so you have a few more concerns, and that's really largely because of the NATO alliance, because Trump is not a fan of NATO and NATO is not a fan of Trump. And that is why this year, summit, they sought to Trump-proof NATO by announcing the intention of Ukraine to become a member. That was why it was in anticipation of a possible Trump administration. The and J.D. Vance have been very clear on this. They don't want further Ukraine aid. To strike a negotiated settlement as soon as possible. And Trump always says he could do it within 24 hours. He could do it before he even takes office. Trump's argument is that I'm not going to give you more aid, and therefore you're going to be forced to strike a deal, and that he would tell Putin, if you don't strike a deal on your end, I'm going to give more aid to Ukraine. And that's, and by the way, Trump is going to pursue this type of business-making, deal-making behavior with every kind of
doesn't Vladimir Putin know that if we have a Republican Congress, it's not...
That's my view. I think that there is already saw it with House Speaker Ryan and how he withheld Ukraine aid, and he did so successfully for several months, and it had a very big impact on the ground in Ukraine. I don't have a lot of hope for Congress and J.D. Vance. Maybe there might be some more September, but we're going to charge ahead with his effort to limit Ukraine aid and force some kind of negotiated settlement, which in the grand scheme of things is extremely concerning because that kind of throws a bone or gives a win to Russia for sure.
Well, so as we consider the actors here, Russia, Iran, which we've just discussed, obviously we've had extensive conversations on the connection between those two, and a third actor, which is China. Hagar, what worries you? China policy, potentially the decoupling of an ship, or what could happen in the Taiwan Strait?
So this is a fascinating one because Biden actually continues Trump's side. The message is China is the biggest threat we face, and we want to decouple completely. And from the Democrat side, it's we're in competition. We want a diversified trade war. Trump's policies seem to go more toward that route of a war, especially since he has said that he intends to impose 60% tariffs on all imports from China. I'm not sure he's going to be able, to be honest with you, to reach 60%, perhaps on certain things like pharmaceuticals, things of this kind that he has talked about. But at the end of the day, our biggest markets for our U.S. exports. And a trade war could really undermine many different economic aspects and also increase inflation significantly here. So that said, I do think he's going to charge ahead with. He has said so, and that could have economic ramifications that are global beyond in general. By the way, if it harms China's economy, also it harms China's ability to buy from our neighbors. Anyway, so that's on that front. But on the part about Taiwan, again, as with the Iranian regime, all dictators are as erratic and unpredictable. And even Trump himself said that. And so they are very careful to take moves that could trigger U.S. military engagement. And on Taiwan in particular, Mike Pompeo, who remains of Trump, is a very loud supporter of Taiwan, even going so far as to call for Taiwan's independence. And so I don't expect things to get hairy on the China-Taiwan front, albeit Trump's motive is and the economy here. I think that these moves
of Greenwich Media Strategies, formerly of the National Security Market, try to price out what the future of the relationship with China. Overnight, we saw the biggest move for a weaker yuan since October of 2022, weakening, of course, against the dollar, as we've seen a lot of currencies do in the aftermath of this result. And it's not just the dollar on the move, it is equities, bonds, cryptocurrencies as well. So let's get a look at the markets with Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle. Abigail?
Well, that is true, Kelly. It really is an overall risk rally. Markets responding very well to President Trump, Donald Trump being elected the next president, the 47th president of the United States. We have the S&P 500 right now at session highs, a record high, in fact. And from a technical perspective, it really made up a lot of lost ground because the near-term trend had actually been broken. That's a long way of saying that in some ways the impossible has been done. Now up 2.4% after yesterday's greater than 1% rally. It has to do with the certainty, anticipation around what his policies are likely to be. The tariffs, lower taxes, all of this has different sectors trading higher, in particular banks doing very well. That KBW Bank Index up more than 10%, the best day since 2020. Real estate and some of the dividend sensitive sectors, those are, whatever way you go, for the most part, you do have the idea that a rising tide of an economy that could be protectionist policies could in fact help most stocks.
Interesting to see what's lower today, Abigail, in our remaining moments. First Solar stocks are taking it hard. First Solar is down 11%. The idea of undoing parts of the IRA, and the MJ ETF, the cannabis ETF, is down 18%. Apparently, we're turning away from legalization.
It is pretty interesting, and what really caught trade China. You and your last guest were just talking about China, the possibility under tariffs, that NASDAQ Golden Dragon Index down about 2%. Hang Seng had been down, plus Bloomberg Commodity Index, that is down. China, the world's largest user of natural resources. Overall, this is a piece of the Trump trade. The markets are being very clear in terms of their messaging around the president.
Been a wild day on the markets, going back to the wee hours. Thank you so much for the insights. Coming up, Bloomberg's The Close, Maine Bostic in Detroit, with Michigan now in the Trump column. It's next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Do you think it'll be the case where, say, you would be an investment committee or I'll be an investment committee and we just apply AI, decide whether it's a good deal or not, or we're not going to be there anytime soon?
I don't think we'll be there in the near term. And David, because, on investment committees, there's the analytics of the math, there's the people, and then there's judgment. So analytics of the math, I think AI will help us get way more building models upon models. Our typical investment memo is that down very, very seamlessly to pieces. I believe this entrepreneur is going to go the next mile. Do I believe entrepreneur, who they are, what they stand for, their values, their family? That's a harder one. I think AI is going to take some time to get there. And then the final piece ends up being judgment. And I don't believe we've seen anything yet that gives us a sense of judgment that we're able to apply.
Earnings season is here.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
A leader in technology for as long as you have been. Do you think AI is just as landscape changing as everyone else seems to think it is?
Sometimes things are overhyped. I don't think they're hyped.
I think Etsy's uniquely positioned to benefit from AI. Finding that needle in the haystack is tricky. That's part of what makes being able to serve the good stuff to the top fastest is really benefit us.
Our mission is keeping commerce human, and actually we talk about AI as helping us to be superhuman. It's really the partnership between AI and humans that makes Etsy work.
AI can help Etsy's customers personalize their searches and steer shoppers more directly to items they may want to buy. It's also helping improve reliability by predicting delivery times more precisely. But that doesn't solve a larger challenge, getting more consumers to think of Etsy more often and ultimately become repeat buyers. To this end, Etsy invented gift mode.
Getting in the top of mind consideration when you're thinking, I have a gift, I'm going to go to Etsy, just getting that to be more habitual. Gift mode provides a perfect know the gifter, but we also get to know the recipient. So it's a viral way to bring in more, introduce more people to Etsy.
Are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. DraftKings has become a top performer in the. Alan Ellingson knows the just on change and innovation to succeed.
We're an evolving business. We're constantly evolving and tweaking our expectations for how things should be performing. We're constantly looking at things in different ways.
Only on Bloomberg. Markets and the political events that influence your world. And Anne-Marie Ordern only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwell here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg VA Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute technology news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Annabelle Brawlers in Taipei, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from world headquarters in New York. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. And Donald Trump is the president. According to sources familiar, has recognized that Vice President Harris has called President-elect for a presidential election. They say she discussed the importance of a peaceful transfer of power and being a president for all Americans. And of course, we will hear the words from Kamala Harris herself just over 2 hours from now. She is scheduled to university at 4 p.m. Eastern time.
That was supposed to be the venue for her speech and celebration last evening. And thousands of Kamala Harris supporters did gather at her alma mater home, saying they were still counting votes, and the vice president breathing on the presidential race. By the time Donald Trump spoke Eastern time from West Palm Beach, Florida, it was clear that he'd be the president-elect. Since we've taken air today, the state of Michigan has fallen into the Donald Trump category. We still have a couple of more states to call here, specifically when it comes to Senate races. But of course, Kaylee, Michigan was almost as big a prize as Pennsylvania in the blue wall.
15 electoral votes, of course. And yes, that is the third brick in the blue wall that went for Donald Trump. He swept Pennsylvania, add Georgia and North Carolina to that list, states of Nevada and Arizona. So it is entirely possible that he wins Senate results, as you mentioned, Joe, in some of those very same states.
As these races are called, of course. Romaine Bostic joined us earlier from Detroit. He's been on the ground in Michigan for the close of this campaign, referring to the red wake-up call.
Absolutely here. Detroit, it's a beautiful day here, though the mood not so much. Of course, it's the city of Detroit, but Wayne County, the county that encompasses the a lot of time in this county, but they did it in two very different ways. While Kamala Harris made the rounds, big rallies, and of course stopping by the local diners and local businesses, Trump actually flanked out to the edges of this county. The predominantly Arab and Muslim populations in Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, Hamtramck, and a few other places. The Jewish enclaves a little bit further north of here. And he really there, not just in big rallies, but really going into barbershops, going into local communities and talking with people one-on-one. I had a chance to talk to a major Democratic pollster here in the state of Michigan, as well as one of the main surrogates for Donald Trump. I just got off the phone with them. And I asked them both what actually went wrong. And both of them had an incredibly similar, unprompted response. They said it wasn't so much about what went wrong with the Harris campaign, but it was about what went right with the Trump campaign here.
Romaine, I just want to break in here with some breaking news. According to the Associated Press, one of these Senate seats has been called. The incumbent Democratic senator in Wisconsin has won her race against her Republican challenger, according to the Associated Press. So that is one Senate seat in which Democrats have held, as we consider the size of the Senate majority here. Romaine, Eric Hovde has Tammy Baldwin. In Michigan, though, where you are, is too close to call. The Democrat Alyssa Slotkin is only up by about 0.3 of a percentage point right now against Mike Rogers, her Republican opponent, with 99% of the votes in. Where should we watch for those remaining votes to come in as we figure out who won this thing?
There are still some mail-in absentee ballots, an accurate count of exactly how many are out there, but the difference Slotkin is only really just a few thousand votes here. I was also told by that same pollster that I talked to on the Trump side that they are anticipating that there could be a legal battle over this, no matter what the state declares, whether it's today or in the days that follows. And he meant when he said legal battles, he doesn't just mean from the Republican side. The Democrats could also challenge the results too. So it's quite possible that we might not know the full outcome of this particular Senate race here in the state of Michigan. Of course, if Mike Rogers were to win that race for the Senate seat, he would be the first Republican senator from since 2001 and only the second since the 1960s.
All right, Bloomberg's Romaine Bostic.
How's that for a blue wall?
Yeah, the blue wall not looking very blue at this time. Live in Detroit, Romaine, thank you so much. Of course, another element of that is the state of Pennsylvania. The Senate race there, too, remains too close to call. 97% of votes counted. Dave McCormick, the Republican challenger to the incumbent Democrat Bob Casey, is currently up by 0.3 of a percentage point. If we get a call in that race, we will, of course, bring it to you. But the state of Pennsylvania, Joe, has been the one that has been in focus this entire cycle, not just because of this Senate race, but because of the 19 electoral votes it brings, which now have gone, obviously, to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump last night, when speaking in West Palm Beach, Florida, gave a little credit to someone, perhaps, for the performance in Pennsylvania. That person would be Elon Musk.
Let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning
Let's go to Pennsylvania right now. Michael Berkman is back with us on Balance of Power. He's director of the McCourtney Institute for Democracy and Political Science, professor at Penn State, co-host of the Democracy Works podcast. Professor, welcome back. Last time you were with us, I asked you what it was like if you drove 50 miles in any direction from your campus. Your answer might lead us to what happened in Pennsylvania last night. How did Donald Trump do it?
Trump won everywhere, so far as I can tell. I think there's going to be a lot of emphasis on his strength in rural areas, which was clearly there, and he increased his, I don't know where he found them, but he found more people in rural areas, or at least he did much better than Joe Biden did. But, looking at the map, he did well everywhere.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at the parts of the map that we consider to be bellwethers. Northampton County, of course, has selected the statewide presidential winner in Pennsylvania in every election for, 80 years now, I believe, Professor. And Northampton County, of course, broke for Donald Trump. So, too, did Bucks County. And when we consider Pennsylvania as being part of the blue wall, I wonder if looking at the results in these margins in the state, if you would still consider blue wall something that we should be saying right now.
Well, maybe not. I mean, my sense has been that the blue wall will probably break down over the next, 10, 15 years as these states kind of age out and Sunbelt becomes a more vibrant area and Democrats see some strength there, which has clearly happened over the last several cycles, even though they didn't win today. But I'm not that surprised to see it all go this way and to see all the states run in basically the same direction in the blue wall.
Tell us why. There was a thought that many pollsters had that if even there was a 1% error in each direction, that it could lead to a landslide. Help our listeners and viewers understand that.
Oh, right. I heard that from a lot of people, too. And I think there was a lot to it, that if that the battleground states were not going to split 4-3.
Yeah.
That they were either going to go 6-1 or 7-0 for one person because a polling error would likely be across the board. And I think that's what we've seen, although, not that far off from the polls. They had her directionally it was off because they had her up by 2 points or so. I don't know what his final number will be. So they picked the wrong winner, but the percentage that he's going to get is not that far off from where the poll is showing.
Amazing.
Well, so as we consider that, there's obviously among Democrats right now, Professor, a lot of Wednesday morning quarterbacking going on, a lot of pointing the fingers of blame as to where exactly this campaign for Kamala Harris went wrong. And there's questions around whether one of those wrong turns was in the selection of Tim Walz as her vice presidential running mate, as opposed to Governor Josh Shapiro. Do you think that would have made a difference?
Not really. I think I read this election as a whole-scale rejection of the Biden administration. And, Biden needed to get out earlier. He needed to allow a primary process to operate so that Democrats could create an identity separate from Biden. That was not going to be possible with Harris, and she can never get out from underneath, I think, namely the effects of inflation.
Okay, hold that thought. Josh Shapiro could also be a major contender 4 years from now. Was it actually good for him and his own political fortune to not be part of this?
It's a long time off. I think the thought was that Josh Shapiro could win Pennsylvania even by not being on the ticket. Had he been on the ticket, I'm not convinced it would have made that much of a difference. But had it, I don't know that it would have made a difference in Michigan and Wisconsin as well.
Well, that's a fair point. Pennsylvania was only one piece of this puzzle. And as we keep reiterating, this puzzle does look a lot more red than it does blue when you're looking at the electoral map, with a few states still have left to be called and a few Senate races still to be called as well. It is very tight between McCormick and Casey, the incumbent Democrat. Professor, what will it mean, though, if someone, and Joe says this frequently, with the Casey name loses in Pennsylvania?
The Democrats lost several statewide races in yesterday's election. So I'm not surprised Casey went down. I thought maybe his name was gonna keep him afloat, but it could be a sense in an anti-incumbent election or an anti-establishment election that somebody who's been around for as many years as Casey and his family have been, the voters tell him it's time to go. But keep in mind, he is running a bit ahead of Biden. So there was some strength there for him, but overall, it was just overwhelming in the state, everywhere.
I'm supposed to ask you, Professor, what Kamala Harris is going to say or should say when she delivers, I guess, her concession speech later on today. She's going to talk at 4 p.m., and we do have reporting now that she has called Donald Trump to concede. I'm more curious what you're going to tell your students when you get them back in class and what you expect to hear from them.
Well, that's tomorrow. I'm going to emphasize the peaceful transition of power. I think that's what Kamala Harris is going to model. I think she already has by calling Trump and graciously conceding and wishing him the best. It didn't necessarily happen last time.
Yeah.
So I'll emphasize that. I do think there will be, a fair number of students who are somewhat grieving over losing their first presidential election, including one that they probably didn't think they were about to lose. Sure, we'll talk about that, but mostly I want to put up this map that shows the changes from 2020 and emphasize that this was a victory across the board. So in other words, I don't think you can point to any particular demographic group. I don't think you can point to any particular campaign decision that Kamala Harris made. I don't even think you can point to the Kamala Harris campaign. This was a wholesale rejection of the administration. There was no way for her to get out from under that, or at least she couldn't figure that out.
And finally, before we let you go, Professor, there were obviously a number of House races we were watching in Pennsylvania as well. Many of them have not been called yet, as the House has not been called in its entirety right now. Given what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, what we've seen across the map, would you bet on a red sweep when all is said and done?
Oh, with all the House races, it could well be. I have to tell you, I haven't looked carefully enough at the ones that are still outstanding. I fully expect the House is going to go red. It seems like a pretty narrow path for the Democrats to retain it. Pennsylvania may end up losing all of its blue seats. Except for inside of Philadelphia. They'll retain those seats. Yeah.
All right, Penn State political science professor Michael Berkman, thank you so much for joining us on this day after the election as we're continuing to get news in and races called. The Associated Press, having just in the last 10 minutes or so called one of the remaining Senate seats that was in question. The incumbent Democratic senator in Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin, will hold on to her seat. But again, as we've reiterated, Pennsylvania, that Senate race too close to call. Wisconsin too close to call. Nevada still too close to call.
With the eye on Michigan, we're going to be joined in the late edition of Balance of Power by Congresswoman Haley Stevens, Democrat, who stumped hard for Kamala Harris in Detroit and throughout the state. Of course, someone with close ties to the auto industry following the recovery out of the Great Recession, a conversation that will bring us another view in this day that continues to evolve. And we'll also speak with the former ambassador, James Jeffrey Kaylee. We can't underscore the geopolitical implications. This is a huge domestic policy story, but the geopolitical implications are massive. We're going to touch both of those themes tonight.
And of course, we'll have reaction to the expected concession speech of Vice President Kamala Harris at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Again, a Harris aide has said she has already called Donald Trump to concede this race and congratulate him on his victory. But this market saw Trump victory long before she acknowledged it. And even the map looked that way before this race was called. As we're seeing stocks higher across the board, big move in the small caps, the S&P 500 at a record, the 10-year yield up 15 basis points to 442, and a headline just crossing the Bloomberg terminal reporting from ABC that President Biden will speak with Trump today and plans to address the nation on Thursday. That is tomorrow. So clearly still a lot more for this, for these markets and for us to look forward to, Joe.
Yeah, but as Kaylee mentioned, before we get that far, we'll hear from the vice president. That's set for about 2 hours from now, 4 p.m. Eastern time. So do join us then. We'll be with you for each turn as this election night 2024 turns into election week. In some cases, that will be the case for the House. More Senate races falling today as we speak. We'll have a lot more for you later here on Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics post-election on Bloomberg TV and radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Wednesday, the day after the U.S. elections, and one that we thought might go on for days, but, Tim, not the case.
No, we have a winner, and that, of course, is former President Donald Trump, now the president-elect. And we're seeing stocks react to the upside. Good for people who are along this market. Stocks hitting an all-time high, bond yields jumping, the dollar set for 2020. Investors, Carol, are really mapping out return to the White House actually means for the markets.
Yep, and volatility is down. We had the VIX tumbling the most since August, down to 16. We'll have more in the trade in just a moment. Ahead this hour, though, as U.S. financial markets react to the election outcome, we look at the so-called Trump trade and then get into the fundamentals and the trends behind perhaps the broader trade that we are seeing in the equity markets.
Well, speaking of the surging higher, part of the Trump trade, we're about to find out what $130 million gets Elon Musk.
We got lots of questions. Plus the changing composition of the U.S. Congress. And oh yeah, another market moving event tomorrow. How could we forget? We've got a Fed decision tomorrow.
All that and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, stories. Here's Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much. To the upside, as in 4 digits on the Dow, 1,445 points higher on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, up right now by 3.4%. The S&P surging 2.4%. NASDAQ, the day after the election, up 505, up 2.7%. NASDAQ 100 index outperformer by far, the Russell 2000 shares up now by 5.1%. S&P on track for its 48th record this year. Stocks gaining. Investors mapping out Donald Trump's return to the White House and what his policies will mean for markets. 10-year right now at 4.42% with the 2-year, 4.27%. Spot gold down 7.8%. West Texas Intermediate crude down at 71.73 a barrel, and again the S&P, to put it all in context, up by 2.4%. Shares in Donald Trump's media company surging after the Republican was elected the 47th president of the U.S. Investors touted the stock across social media platforms right now. DJT up by 5.3%. Stock right now pushing higher. Tesla up by about 3%. Shares are surging as investors wager that the car maker run by Elon Musk will be a major beneficiary of Donald Trump's return to the White House. So again, S&P 500 index up right now by just about 2.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg. You get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So we know both Vice President Kamala Harris and now President-elect Donald Trump spent a lot of time and money in the all-important state of Pennsylvania, which President Biden won by a slim margin back in 2020. I want to just get to how it laid out last night. Let's head back to Philadelphia. Bloomberg News correspondent and host of the Bloomberg Big Take podcast. He is again, David. We know it's been a long 24. First up, though, just remind everybody the issues, what issues and who drove the outcome when it comes to the vote in Pennsylvania.
Well, going into this race, Kamala Harris's campaign was very confident that the money and the infrastructure they put in place here to get voters to the polls would work. And I heard that as recently as the night before the election at this big rally that right in downtown Philadelphia. They were proud of how many commitments they got from people to go to the polls. When you look at the numbers of who actually showed up, there's a lot to disappoint the Democrats. And I think chief among them is what we've seen here in Philadelphia, where I am. This has been kind of a bulwark of Democratic support for a really long time. And you look at the numbers who turned out, it's actually smaller than the number who turned out when Hillary Clinton was the candidate. It's going to cause a lot of soul searching. And to your question, Carol, just about the issues that we heard a lot of things going into this race besides the economy. There was talk about reproductive rights and healthcare. Talk of tariffs, but I think fundamentally it came down to inflation and prices and that really clear message that at least the Trump campaign was offering, which was prices down, bring the price of gas down. That was really when you look at the playbook, not all that much different from what happened in 2016, a very similar playbook that Donald Trump used then quite effectively here in the state.
David, certainly a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking happening right now. And we're going to talk about that a little later on Bloomberg Business Week. But just in the few hours that you've had to reflect on this, has about Kamala Harris, but more about Biden? Is that what it was? That she was unable to separate herself from that administration?
I think that she was in a really difficult position, and we saw that over these last 3 or 4 months. Candidate, somebody representing a new generation, all the while incumbent vice president tied to the incumbent president. And I think that there was a huge degree of difficulty there for her trying to separate herself from that while still being really quite closely tethered to him just because of the role that she was in. I think, as you're right, Tim, there'll be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking about, how would he have done here in Pennsylvania? Could she have picked another running mate, perhaps the governor of this state, who for Democrats a couple of years back under improbable. But yeah, I think you raised something really fundamental here, and that is she was younger, she represented something new, but she was still seen by a lot of voters as somebody who was really tied to the policies of this current administration, especially when it comes to the economy. I think that was really hard for her to shake.
Hey, David, more broadly, the close margins overall for Donald Trump, traditionally blue states. I mean, we just saw Trump doing than maybe somewhat expected and Kamala doing less, even in those traditional blue states. What's going on across the country? It's hard not to look at the map, the final map, and just see, it's all red. What is going on around the country?
I think everybody's seen that video now of Jake Tapper and John King at that magic screen of CNN.
Yeah.
It's the one county in this country where she delivered more than Joe Biden. King says there's none, and you can just hear Jake Tapper's exasperation or disbelief in that. But that is in fact the case here. I think her performance really underwhelmed, and I think a lot of Democrats are going to wonder why that is. And I think again it probably goes back to that economic message. But it's a worrisome sign for Democrats going forward here, of course. And you mentioned those close margins. There were a number of House races in the country. I think there were north of 50 of them this morning. For clarity on some of them here, and that's really Democrats' last hope for exerting some sort of control or pushback against a Republican Senate and a new Republican president, is having the House of Representatives under their control. But again, I think that there's just a huge level of surprise here. And I've been thinking, is it because the polling was off? No, I don't think the polling was off. I think there was just the Harris campaign from Democrats that just didn't match the reality. And again, I think that how much money and energy and infrastructure was put in place, and this feeling that was going to yield better results than it did. I keep thinking back on this memo that we got from the Trump campaign just a couple of days ago, so right before the election, and they were really highlighting some of the issues that we've seen borne out here. A big one was the Trump campaign thought the Harris campaign had real trouble with turnout and turnout with urban voters specifically. And the point that they were making is, why on earth, if Democrats were so motivated, would they have such difficulty getting them to vote on ballots here in this state? Why did they have this belief that they'd be able to kind of capitalize on getting people to actually come to the polls on election day? So again, I think that broader strategy is going to be really scrutinized as well, because to be frank, at that rally that I was at rallies leading up to this, there was so much pressure to get people to the polls. And really, in this state in particular, tens of millions of people voted through those mail-in ballots. We've seen the voting. Interesting just to think about sort of how different the kind of energy and momentum was going up on election day.
What about when it comes to demographics, David, and the improvement that Donald Trump made, specifically with voters of color here in the United States, a group that he outperformed this time versus his previous runs?
Yeah, it's radically different. And, I think that there'll be a lot of study of that. The core groups that ushered him into power in 2016 supported him in 2020. He got more Black support, more Latino support, and I think that'll surprise certainly a lot of Democrats who thought that would be an impossibility, especially that Latino vote, given some of the things that Donald Trump has said about immigration and his plans for immigration going forward here. He that as kind of a way of extending his mandate, giving him more of a sense of momentum than he might have had in those past elections. So again, I think it's just a hugely worrisome sign for the Democratic Party here that he was able to pick up some of those votes. But again, I think, and look, we'll look at the exit polls, we'll look at the data in these coming days to see if this is borne out. But I think that if there really was one driving issue here, and that was the economy, and I don't mean to diminish the things that are motivating voters, I think that crossed demographic lines in a way perhaps Democrats didn't expect.
And just to tag on that, you did see in some instances, right, where people voted in favor of reproductive rights in terms of a ballot issue, but then voted for Donald Trump. So there were separations out.
Does that say to you, David, that the social issues don't carry as much weight, at least for Democrats?
I think at this moment, and again, that'll surprise a lot of people as well. And I think that as a result of what's happened with those social issues, we'll see sort of how the electorate reckons with that in the years to come. I think that what Donald Trump was promising a lot of voters against lower prices, an economy that was analogous to the one that he presided over for most of his term. There was this amazing thing that he did, which was to say, look, things were great before the pandemic, just ignore the pandemic and ignore how he handled that and sort of what happened as a result of that. I think that there was just a level of kind of economic nostalgia, if I can coin that term, that I think was really appealing to a lot of voters.
Case study in political science, you can just see students from now on, just kind of studying this race in a big way. Hey, David Gora, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Bloomberg News correspondent, David podcast joining us there from Philadelphia. White House decided much sooner than many had predicted, and that has resulted in a definitive Trump trade, at least for today.
And that's where we go right now. The S&P 500 climbing more than 2%, heading to its 48th record this year on bets that the newly elected president will enact pro-growth policies that will boost corporate America. A gauge of small cap percent at its high today amid speculation that they will benefit from protectionist stance, while wagers on lower taxes and reduced regulation send shares of banks higher.
I mean, we're seeing it play out. Let's get to it, because I'm curious what she thinks about the Trump trade and how a second Trump administration may impact ultimately the U.S. equity market. Back with us in studios, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist Gina Martin-Adams. Gina, good to have you here. Today's trade, do you on what's expected for Trump policy, a race being done without a lot of recounts and a protracted race here? Everything just ending up much faster than we thought. How do you see it?
I think it's a combination of both. You very typically see a very strong relief rally in November and December of election years. Once the election is over, we very consistently see a poor October, all the nervousness around the election, and then there's a bit of relief.
I felt relief. I mean,
in relative terms,
right?
It's over.
And just the ability to kind of move on.
Right, exactly. And I think that the market feels the same. If you look at the components of gains, of really focus on some of the energy plays, there does appear to be some to its future policies, which is a little bit different. We've been tracking the high tax versus low tax companies in the S&P 500, and there was no evidence of a Trump trade prior to today. The low tax companies were very persistently outperforming the high tax companies from a tax perspective. We just couldn't find it. So it does appear that is now starting prices. as investors are gaming out which companies may actually benefit from lower taxes, which does seem to be inevitable now.
Which companies don't benefit?
The lowest tax companies in the index tend to be the high tech companies. The Mag 7 are very, very low tax companies. A lot of technology, a lot of communications. Some of the consumer stocks are going to be low tax companies as well. You could think multinationals generally pay less tax than more domestically oriented companies if you're thinking in big broad brushes.
You know, the backdrop now that is a new dimension, right?
Yeah.
In terms of how we think about the trade. I mean, how do you start to factor it in, or do you wait until he's in office to see what actually starts to happen?
Well, I think what you can definitely factor in, at least for now, is seasonality. We know that seasonality works for stocks in November, December, January. We know that there is a relief rally in play. We know that animal spirits are generally coming back. We know that the dollar is rallying, and that we're going to start to think about tax policy. It does seem inevitable that we're going to get some tax policy action in 2025. And that's a big reversal because in a Kamala Harris presidency, we would have seen those tax reforms of 2017 expire at the very least, and maybe even see a tax change in the opposite direction. So that's pretty meaningful. The other aspects of this administration, I think, are really up for grabs. People talk a lot about tariffs. What will tariffs mean? We have no visibility as to how tariffs will be implemented, against what, where, at what rates. The sort of pendulum has swung so far in one direction or another in the campaign rhetoric on tariffs. It's really difficult to game. What we do know is that this president has a proclivity toward tariffs. One of the most beautiful words in the dictionary, apparently, is the word tariff. So we can anticipate that globalization will continue to fade away. And this is going to be an environment in which we will have to contend with tariffs. More import price restrictions are back on the table. Import price restrictions, just for perspective, not really even specifically related to tariffs, grew threefold in the former Trump administration. We did see inflation accelerate prior to 2019. We did see margins compress on the index as a direct reflection of these policies. These are things we need to start to prepare for coming into 2025. Where will we see margin pressures emerge?
Tariffs carried over, though, into the Biden administration, right?
They did, but they grew at a much slower pace. 2023, for instance, was the slowest pace of import price restrictions implemented in the U.S. since all the way back in 2010. So we were starting to see some progress. We weren't seeing direct reversals of the sort of policies of the Trump administration, but we were seeing a significant slowdown in the rate of growth of distress with respect to globalized industries.
I know that your focus is on the equity market, but I'm also looking at what's going on in the bond market today, and we're seeing yields up across the curve, especially at the long end of the curve. What's the message that's sending? What are bond investors telling us?
Well, it's going to be really interesting. I think bond markets are very correct in anticipating this is an inflationary administration that we need to start anticipating, that we need to start being aware of. We've been in an environment for the last year and a half of persistent disinflation, and we need to keep that in mind. This is a very big sea change and could really change the prospects for inflation. The stock market tends to focus more on growth and then gets whipsawed by inflation when it comes about.
Right.
The bond market does focus pretty exclusively on inflation. I think the other thing we really need to start to consider is, what does this mean for the Fed? You know, it seems people are pretty confident that the Fed will reduce policy here in the short room.
It's like you saw a rundown and you know what we're doing next, because we're talking.
That's amazing. Yeah, but I think when you go further out into 2025, this is material easing in financial conditions combined with potential inflation pressures emerging. What does that mean for the Fed? It probably means a whole lot less easing than we were anticipating just a month ago.
Jay Powell, man, he appointed by Trump.
It's
faced a lot of pressure by Trump. Goes to
no pressure.
Now his term continues.
It's funny times that we're living in. Two groups I need to ask you, though. Speaking of the Fed and rate policy, I mean, the banks are just soaring in today's trade. So I think about, that group in particular. The thinking is that there's going to be less regulatory issues to deal with under a Trump administration. But if we have inflationary concerns too, though, I want to ask you about big tech.
Yeah.
Like, do we have to be worried about valuations there?
Yeah, well, we have to be worried about valuations because a lot of regulatory backlash toward big tech emerged in the first Trump administration. I think we kind of sort of revisionist history forget about that. So this is not an administration that has historically been,
except for Elon
now, particularly friendly to big tech. With respect to financials,
I just got about 30
think,
seconds.
yeah, I think taxes are a really big part of this. The fact that the yield curve is becoming more upward sloping is also very good for financials.
Okay.
I'm not so certain it's all about regulation, but it might be. Tech is definitely at risk if the Fed is not reversing policy and there is a regulatory wave.
Is there a point that you do a major rework on your models because of the election outcome? Just got about 10 seconds.
Probably not. Our models are designed to capture the real world impacts of policy changes. And we do very little trying to anticipate and then create a strategy. Instead, we track how strategies are changing, the dynamics that matter for stocks.
So glad we could check in. Thank you. As always, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist Gina Martin Adams. Straight ahead, folks. In case you forgot, well, you didn't forget because we just talked about it. It's, yes, a busy and election-focused week, but we've got a Fed decision tomorrow. We tackle that. That's coming up next on Business Week.
We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, and we begin with a developing story. Sources tell Bloomberg Qualys is exploring options, including a potential sale after getting takeover interest, as consolidation is expected to accelerate in the cybersecurity sector. Right now, we got Qualys up by roughly 28%. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all begin with the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares. That is up 5.6%. Stocks hitting records with the S&P up 138 at 5920, a gain right now of 2.4%. The Dow up 1,447 points, up by 3.4%. Nasdaq up 514, a gain now of 2.8%. 10-year, 2-year, 4.28%. Spot gold, $7 the ounce this day after the election, down 2.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude lower now by 0.6%, 71.59 a barrel. Shares of banks including Citigroup, JP Morgan Chase, and Goldman Sachs all surging as investors bet that Donald Trump will make good on his promises to lower taxes for the industry. Right now, we have got shares 8.5%. JP Morgan Chase up 10.5%. Goldman Sachs up by 12.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. All right, we also, coming into this week, it was going to be an interesting one with the presidential vote. A Fed decision happening the same week. In fact, we get that decision tomorrow. Donald Trump's victory threatens to upend the U.S. economic outlook, alter the Fed's policy calculus in the months ahead, while renewing some questions about how fiercely he might pressure the U.S. central bank during his second term in the White House. So, yeah, there's a lot to think about here.
Our focus shifts to tomorrow's Fed decision. With us, we got Stephen Skanke. He's Chief Economic Advisor at the Wealth Advisor Keel Point. Steve, also a former U.S. Treasury and White House National Security Council staff. Nixon, Ford, Carter, and Reagan administrations. He joins us from Mexico. Also in the studio is Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent Michael McKee. Mike, I do want to start with you and just get an idea from you about how the Fed and the members of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors might be taking into account a Trump victory versus a Harris victory. Does their meeting change today?
No, it doesn't change the meeting for today and tomorrow because they're dealing with the economy. Is what's the policy path going to be going forward in September? They 3 more rate cuts this year and 100 basis points next year, and they set out their markers for what they thought the economy would do in terms of unemployment and growth, etc. And now they're going to have to rethink all that. We don't know. It wasn't a certainty we'd get through this year because of the way unemployment and inflation numbers have come in since the September meeting. The next year path is going to be interesting to see how they handle it, which we won't find out really until December. But because there's no way to put any kind of model on what the economy is going to do under a Trump plan, because Trump doesn't have a plan, he just has some talking points. Wait. And so we'll hear a lot of Jay Powell saying, we don't know.
Yeah, right. So got to wait until he actually does something, right? Steve, come on in on your view, how things have changed for the Fed or not as a result of the presidential election.
Well, I think a couple of things, and I certainly agree with what Mike said, but interest rates, higher treasury yields will certainly help the Fed, and that's clearly a result of the expectation of higher fiscal stimulus and higher borrowing costs generally. So in the first sense, interest rates will be helping the Fed and giving them a little bit more ease as they continue to cut. And also, he's not going to do anything until after he's inaugurated. Sure, there's expectations, but the reality is there was a lot of commentary and proposals about raising tariffs and taxes and a whole bunch of things. If those things happen, that could have a negative impact, raising inflation by 1% from mid-2025 to mid-2026. And then the Fed has to deal with that. And at the same time, growth as a result of those same so that's got to be part of the Fed's thinking too.
I want to cut to the chase, guys. Let's go to the big question we know that's going to be at the press conference. Tim actually brought it up with Mike McKee when he walked in. I mean, is Jay Powell going to be asked a lot about the Fed's independence?
Oh, I thought you said the big question was going to be, where's Juan Soto going to sign?
Number 2.
Of course, Jay Powell's going to be 6 ways from Sunday because he's not going to answer it. He's going to say our job is to focus on our dual mandate of inflation and maximum employment, and that's what we're going to do. And we will take the data as they come and make our decisions. Beyond that, I'm not sure how he would answer the questions, because anything he said would probably upset the markets, which is the last thing that we want to do. So he's going to get asked about it. I don't know that we get a whole lot of response.
Steve, come on in here. How does he thread that needle? He's experienced what it's like to
He's
be
very
the Fed
experienced
chair.
about that.
Yeah, to be the
And,
Fed chair under President Trump, when President Trump spoke very publicly about actually wanting the Fed to lower rates.
he'll just avoid the question as best he can and point out that, as he has in past press conferences, the Fed is not affected by the political environment. It doesn't pay attention to the elections. It sticks to its mandate, as Mike reiterated, but also as just as a practical matter, opportunity for President Trump to put his thumb on the Fed after Jay Powell's term expires in 2026, and most likely when his term as chair expires, he'll retire, and which is a little bit before the end of his governorship term. But then President Trump would have to figure out who he thought he could pick, either from governors who might be more similar to his points, and when there's an opening to appoint someone, who can he appoint? Because, the last time around, the Senate turned down several of his nominations to the Fed that they thought just weren't qualified.
Todd and Mike, are you even thinking about who might take over for Jay Powell?
Yes and no. No, in the sense that it's only 8 hours since the decision
how the
became
media
official.
cycle works.
But there have been names floated under a Trump administration, a Kevin Hassett or somebody like that people think could be a nominee. But as he was saying, till 2026,
right.
And while the past talked about trying to fire him, he seems to have backed off of that a little bit, in part probably because he's been told he doesn't have the power to do that. It would end up in court, but we'll have to see. Far more interesting would be a question about what happens to Michael Barr, the vice chairman for supervision. The Democrats took over. The vice chair for supervision at the time resigned, and when Powell took over, or when Trump took over, the vice chair for supervision resigned, and it becomes sort of their right to have their own regulator. But it's also not has to do that. Now, what's going to be interesting is the end game, the big regulatory package that the Treasury and Fed have been working on, that they're now going to repropose. They said they were going to do that after the first of the year. Well, that ain't gonna happen. So one question maybe for Jay Powell tomorrow is where does this go?
Right.
He probably won't talk about Barr should resign, but what happens with bank regulation, because now you've got a deregulatory administration coming in.
So,
Right.
yes.
That's why you see bank stocks, right? Rallying in a big
Well,
way
Steve,
today.
jump in on this, because you were former U.S. Treasury and National Security Staff Council member. What do you make of what Mike just said? The idea that Jay Powell it's unclear where this goes from here.
Well, I think they'll be very careful about that because it's not clear that the vice chair for supervision would resign. I mean, he might, but once again, he's going to be very and just not getting drawn into that. Certainly not at this point. At the January meeting, well, certainly it'll come up at the January, come up at the December meeting. But Powell doesn't want to get caught up in something over which he really has no control, and at this point really doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
He would.
Yeah, no,
Go ahead.
no. Well, one thing I want to ask you guys is if in some ways, the Fed, at least for right now, under Jay Powell, Steve, let me start with you. Is it kind of a checks and balance on Trump policy? Because if it truly is independent, if Trump creates policies that create inflation, the central bank's going to do what the central bank's going to, so, and that will have repercussions. And in some ways, is that a check on some of his policies?
Well, it certainly is a check on some of his policies, but also just financial markets are a check on his policies.
That too.
We at some point reach or mark back at Treasury borrowing and say no more. And then the question is, does the Fed buy that? But at the same time, when we have high fiscal stimulus, the counterweight to that is tighter monetary policy, which means higher interest rates. And Donald Trump said all along that he really thinks he should control the Fed and they need to get interest rates down, and they need to get them down further than they are. And that's fine to say, but it's not likely that he's going to find a cooperative Fed on moving interest rates or policy in a direction that's opposite of their mandate. And also, financial markets are going to be right there with them.
Well, that's something I've been thinking about. Mike, let me just get you, on that last thought, 30, 40 seconds. Like I do think a gut check, if you will, because it does have some tools. There's inflationary pressures or a weakening economy.
And that's what would make Donald Trump mad if that came to pass. Now, we know that tariffs are supposed to be inflationary. They probably will be, but how much we don't know because we don't know what the tariff levels are going to be. Same with deportations. A lot of Trump policies could cause inflation or could cause the economy to stall and the Fed to make an interest rate decision, but we just don't know yet what that's going to be. I can point out that inflation break-evens